welcome, dear friends. As the day winds down, I invite you to find your coziest spot, perhaps with a soft blanket or a favorite pillow, and let the soothing sounds of this video wash over you. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here, where gentle narration will carry you away to magical, peaceful places. Together, we'll embark on delightful and calming journeys, perfect for easing your mind and spirit. Let's begin our adventure into the world of dreams. Story 1. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a contented cat curled by the hearth. Chimneys puffed fragrant wood smoke that mingled with the scent of damp earth and blooming night-blooming jasmine. Lanterns cast warm, buttery pools of light onto cobbled streets, and the gentle rush of the Brookwater River was a constant, soothing lullaby. Life here moved with the unhurried rhythm of seasons, predictable and safe. Until the week the little Vanishings began. It started subtly. Old Man Hemlock woke to find his favorite blue-spotted teacup, always left drying by the sink overnight, sitting squarely in the middle of his kitchen table. Mrs. Gable discovered her prized silver thimble, usually kept in a velvet-lined box, perched atop her prize-winning sunflower. Young Benji swore his collection of river-polished stones, arranged carefully on his windowsill, had been shifted into a perfect spiral overnight. No harm was done, no valuables stolen, just things slightly out of place. A quiet, puzzling disturbance in Willowbrook's peaceful hum. Sylvie, the baker with flour perpetually dusting her apron like powdered sugar, was the first to voice the collective unease. Kneading dough for the morning's cinnamon rolls, she confided in her friend, Rowan, who was carefully pruning the moonbloom vines climbing the bakery wall. "It's peculiar, Rowan, like someone is playing a very quiet, very tidy game of hide-and-seek with our things." Rowan, whose hands were as gnarled and wise as the ancient oak tree that shaded the village green, paused, his kind eyes thoughtful. He adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, woven from river reeds. "Peculiar indeed, Sylvie, not the work of mischief, I'd wager. Mischief leaves mess. This feels different, like a whisper instead of a shout." The next night, the whisper grew a little louder. Sylvie arrived at dawn to find her bakery shelves immaculate, but the large copper mixing bowl she always left soaking was bone dry and hanging upside down on a hook it had never hung on before. More villagers reported similar small shifts, gardening gloves folded neatly instead of tossed, a stack of firewood rearranged by size, a child's misplaced toy rabbit found sitting primly on the doorstep. A faint ripple of disquiet spread through Willowbrook. People double-checked their locks and peered into shadowy corners. Benji stopped collecting stones. Old Man Hemlock clutched his teacup tightly. Sylvie, however, possessed a baker's patience and keen eye for detail. Kneading dough, she began to notice patterns. The disturbances only happened at night. Only small, everyday objects were touched. And always, they were moved or placed with a peculiar kind of care. Orderliness. She mentioned this to Rowan as they shared a pot of chamomile tea in the late afternoon sun, filtering through the bakery window. "You see with a clear heart, Sylvie," Rowan murmured, sipping his tea. He gestured towards the window box where tiny, moss-green creatures with eyes like dewdrops were nibbling on crumbs Sylvie had scattered. Moss rabbits. The world is full of small wonders and smaller inhabitants. Sometimes the quietest creatures have the most to say if we know how to listen and look. Inspired, Sylvie decided to look more closely. That evening, instead of locking up and going home, she settled herself on a comfortable stool just inside the bakery's back door, which she left slightly ajar. She wrapped herself in a thick shawl the color of twilight, nibbled on a leftover honey oat cake, and waited, her senses alert. The familiar scents of yeast and sugar filled the air, mingling with the cool night breeze carrying the scent of damp grass and distant wood smoke. Crickets chirped their nightly song. The village clock tower chimed 10 soft, deep notes. Just as Sylvie's eyelids began to feel heavy, a soft scritch-scratch sound came from near the large copper mixing bowl. Holding her breath, she peered into the dimness. At first, she saw nothing. Then, a flicker of movement near the floor. Not one but several tiny shapes, no bigger than her thumb, darted across the stone floor. They were like miniature tortoises, their shells shimmering with faint, shifting colors: deep forest green, twilight purple, river stone gray. Their movements were astonishingly quick and silent. They gathered beneath the bowl. Sylvie watched, mesmerized. The tiny creatures pushed and nudged each other with surprising coordination. Using their strong little legs and surprisingly tough shells, they heaved. Slowly, incredibly, they lifted the heavy copper bowl a fraction of an inch off the floor. Then, moving with the precision of clockwork, they shuffled sideways, carrying the bowl towards the hook on the wall. With a final synchronized push, they tipped it upwards. It caught the hook with a soft clink. The bowl hung perfectly upside down. The creatures paused for a moment, seemingly admiring their work. Then, as silently as they'd arrived, they vanished into the shadows near the baseboard. Sylvie sat frozen, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Sky turtles. Rowan had told her stories about them: reclusive, gentle creatures drawn to order and shiny objects, who lived deep in the mossy banks of the Brookwater, emerging only on the clearest nights. They weren't stealing, they were tidying, rearranging. But why? And why now? The next day, Sylvie hurried to find Rowan. She found him tending his luminous moon blooms in the village square. Breathlessly, she described the sky turtles and their nocturnal bowl lifting. Rowan chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. Ah, the shelled shufflers, rarely seen those ones, shy as starlight. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Drawn to order and shine they are, but such boldness, venturing into houses, that's unusual. He looked up at the sky, a clear, deep blue. The Brookwater has been running high and fast this spring, Sylvie, very high. Its voice is louder than usual. Sylvie followed his gaze towards the riverbank. The Brookwater was high, its usual gentle murmur replaced by a stronger, more insistent rush. You think the flooding disturbed them? Not just disturbed them, child, Rowan said gently. Likely flooded their deep, tidy burrows right out. They've had to find new homes, higher ground. And our cozy, well-ordered houses, with their shiny things and quiet corners, must seem like perfect, dry palaces to them. The pieces clicked into place for Sylvie. The sky turtles, displaced by the swollen river, were seeking shelter. Their instinct for orderliness and their attraction to smooth, shiny objects like teacups, thimbles, polished stones, and copper bowls led them into the villagers' homes at night. They weren't stealing, they were exploring, perhaps trying to make sense of this new environment, maybe even trying to create little pockets of familiar order in unfamiliar territory. Moving things was their way of interacting, of tidying their temporary dwellings. The care Rowan mentioned was simply their nature. But, Sylvie wondered aloud, how do we let everyone know, and how do we help the turtles feel safe without them rearranging Mrs. Gable's prize vegetables? A kind sparkle lit Rowan's eyes. We show them a welcome, Sylvie, a welcome that suits them and reassures our neighbors. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and rose, Sylvie and Rowan gathered the villagers by the Brookwater, just beyond where the highest water had reached. They explained about the sky turtles, their displacement, their gentle nature, their love of order and shine. There were murmurs of surprise, then understanding, and finally soft laughter. The fear melted away, replaced by curiosity and a shared desire to help the little refugees. Following Rowan's guidance, they set to work. Using smooth, flat river stones and pieces of polished driftwood, they built small, neat shelters along the higher banks, miniature grottos and caves, tucked safely away from the water's reach. Inside each shelter they placed small, shiny offerings: a polished button, a piece of tinfoil smoothed into a disc, a tiny brass bell, even Benji's shiniest river stones arranged in careful patterns. Sylvie added tiny oatcake crumbs near each shelter. The air filled with the comforting scent of wet stone and earth, mingled with the sweetness of the crumbs. They left the shelters and retreated to the village, leaving the higher bank quiet under the emerging stars. That night, Willowbrook held its breath. No one locked their doors extra tight. Benji left a particularly shiny blue stone on his windowsill, just in case. Morning dawned bright and clear. Villagers ventured out to find peace. No teacups misplaced, no thimbles relocated, no bowls mysteriously hung. Down by the Brookwater, however, the little shelters showed signs of occupation. The crumbs were gone. The shiny objects had been shifted not randomly, but arranged with neat precision within the stone grottos, buttons stacked, foil discs aligned, stones sorted by color. Tiny star-shaped footprints were pressed into the damp earth nearby. The mystery of the little vanishings was solved. Not with fear or force, but with observation, wisdom, and a generous dose of kindness. The sky turtles had found their safe, dry haven, a place where their need for order could be expressed without unsettling the villagers. They became a beloved, whispered-about part of Willowbrook's magic. On clear nights, if you sat very still by the brookwater, you might see the faint, shimmering glimmer of their shells under the moonlight as they tidied their stone homes or arranged their shiny treasures with meticulous care. And sometimes Sylvie would leave a particularly smooth, polished river pebble or a tiny, perfect oatcake biscuit on her bakery step at dusk. By morning, it would always be gone. In its place, sometimes she might find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop caught in a folded leaf, or a tiny feather shimmering with iridescent colors, placed neatly where the pebble had been a small, silent thank you from the shyest inhabitants of their cozy, enchanted world. The brookwater's song returned to its gentle murmur, a soothing counterpoint to the crackle of firesides and the contented sighs of a village that had learned to listen, not just with their ears, but with their hearts. All was peaceful, ordered, and deeply, warmly right once more in the valley of Willowbrook. Story 2. The valley of Whispersung was a place of gentle magic, where the breeze carried secrets through rustling leaves, and the very air shimmered with unseen possibilities. At its heart, nestled beside a brook that chuckled over smooth stones, lived Finn. Finn, with hair the color of sun-baked hay and eyes like deep forest pools, loved the valley's predictable rhythms. He knew when the silver-furred rabbits would emerge at dawn, which patch of wild strawberries ripened first under the summer sun, and exactly how the light would dapple the forest floor at high noon. Change, however, fluttered in Finn's stomach like a trapped moth. He found comfort in sameness, in the familiar creak of his cottage door, the worn path to the village square, the unchanging face of the ancient guardian tree that watched over Whispersung. The guardian tree was Whispersung's heart, its enormous, silvery bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid moonlight. Its leaves, normally a vibrant, shimmering emerald that pulsed with soft light year-round, were Finn's anchor. They never changed. Or so he thought. One crisp autumn morning, Finn noticed something amiss. A scattering of leaves, dull and brittle, lay like forgotten jewels at the base of the guardian tree. More worryingly, high up on one mighty branch, a patch of leaves had faded to a sickly gray. A cold dread, colder than the morning mist, settled over Finn. Change. Unbidden, unwanted change. He tried to ignore it. He swept his porch with extra vigor, polished his collection of smooth river stones until they gleamed, and recited the names of every constellation he knew. But the gray patch spread, leaf by leaf, and a faint, discordant hum, like a tuning fork struck wrong, began to emanate from the tree. It vibrated in Finn's bones, a constant reminder of the disruption. he felt stiff, resistant, like a door rusted shut. The once comforting routines felt hollow. The rabbits seemed skittish, the brook's chuckle sounded strained, and even his favorite blueberry scones from the village baker tasted like dust. One evening, as the discordant hum grew louder and the gray spread like a bruise across the silver bark, Finn couldn't bear it. He stood before the guardian tree, his hands clenched at his sides. "Why," he whispered, his voice thick with frustration. "Why must you change? Everything was perfect." As if in answer, a single gray leaf detached itself and spiraled down, landing softly on his outstretched palm. The moment it touched his skin, a jolt went through him, not pain, but a profound sense of sadness, a deep, ancient weariness. It wasn't the tree changing, it was struggling. The realization struck Finn like a physical blow. His own fear of change had blinded him to the tree's suffering. The next morning, resolved yet trembling, Finn sought out Maeve. Maeve was the valley's gentle gardener, her fingers perpetually stained with earth, her cottage overflowing with plants that seemed to lean towards her for comfort. She tended the whispering vines whose tendrils hummed lullabies and the lumina blooms that glowed softly at dusk. Finn found her talking softly to a wilting moon petal. "Maeve," Finn began, his voice cracking, "the guardian tree, it's fading, and it feels sad." Maeve looked up, her kind, wrinkled face etched with concern. She gently placed a hand on the moon petal, which seemed to perk up slightly. "Ah, Finn, the guardian tree reflects the heart of Whispersing. When something vital is out of balance within us, it echoes within the tree." She studied him, her gaze soft but perceptive. "Change is the soil in which growth takes root, dear one. Fighting it is like a seed refusing the rain." "But how?" Finn asked, the helplessness returning. "It feels like the ground is shifting under my feet." "Start small," Maeve advised, handing him a tiny pot containing a seedling no bigger than his thumb. It had leaves like spun moonlight. "This is a sapling of shifting light. It thrives only when its caretaker embraces small changes. Water it not at dawn, but at dusk. Move its pot to catch the morning sun instead of the afternoon. Tend to it with an open heart, not a rigid schedule. Learn from it." Taking the fragile sapling felt like accepting a monumental challenge. Finn carried it home like precious glass. That evening, deliberately breaking his routine, he placed it on his windowsill facing west instead of east. He watered it as the stars began to peek out, not with the sunrise. He watched it closely, noticing how its tiny leaves seemed to shiver and then glow a fraction brighter after the unexpected watering. A tiny spark of something warm flickered in his chest, not comfort, exactly, but curiosity. The sapling's needs were subtle but constant. One day it seemed to crave the sound of the brook, so Finn moved it outside. Another day it drooped until he hummed a tune his grandmother used to sing, a tune he hadn't hummed in years. Each small adaptation felt awkward, like wearing new shoes, but the sapling responded with delicate pulses of light. Watching its quiet resilience soothed the discordant hum in Finn's own spirit, just a little. Yet the guardian tree worsened. The gray spread, and the discordant hum deepened into a low moan that kept the whole valley restless. Finn knew the sapling's lessons weren't enough. He needed more understanding. He sought out Silas, the keeper of the Starlight Archive, a gentle soul who lived in a tower woven from living willow branches, its walls lined with books bound in iridescent beetle wings and crystals that stored whispered knowledge. Silas, with eyes that held the depth of the night sky, listened patiently as Finn poured out his fears about the tree and his own struggle. "Change," Silas murmured, his voice like rustling parchment, "is the universe's way of breathing. To resist it is to hold your breath." He led Finn to a large, clear crystal sphere, resting on a pedestal of smoothed obsidian. Inside, shifting clouds of light swirled. Look deep, Finn. Ask about the guardian tree's change. Finn gazed into the sphere. The swirling lights coalesced, forming an image of the magnificent tree, but its roots were tangled and knotted, choked by thick, dark vines that pulsed with a sickly energy. The image shifted, showing Finn himself, standing rigid before the tree, his own outline shimmering with lines of tension that seemed to radiate outwards, reinforcing the dark vines choking the roots. He gasped. His resistance wasn't just internal, it was actively harming the tree he loved. The vines, Silas explained softly, are fear of the unknown, fear of losing what is familiar. The guardian tree draws strength from the harmony of the valley, including the harmony within its people. Your fear, amplified by others who also cling too tightly, has become a burden it cannot shed alone. The weight of responsibility settled on Finn, but it felt different now, less like a crushing stone and more like a call to action. He couldn't fix his fear overnight, but he could stop feeding the dark vines. How do I untangle them? He asked, his voice firmer. Through acceptance, Silas said. Through finding the courage to let the old patterns loosen, to make space for the new shape things must take, and through connection. You are not alone in this fear, Finn. Share your journey. Finn returned to the guardian tree, the sapling of shifting light glowing softly in his hands. He sat at its massive roots, placing the sapling beside him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the crisp air tinged with the faint, sad hum, and did something he hadn't done in a long time. He let go. He stopped trying to force his fear away. Instead, he acknowledged it. I'm scared, he whispered to the tree, the words feeling strangely freeing. I'm scared of things being different. I'm scared of losing what I know. As he spoke, he imagined the rigid lines of tension around his own heart softening, unclenching. He started visiting the tree daily, not out of rigid habit, but out of a growing sense of kinship. He brought Maeve, who brought soothing teas brewed from lumina blooms and sang gentle songs to the roots. He brought Silas, who shared stories of ancient times when the valley had weathered great changes and emerged stronger. He even brought grumpy old Borin, the woodcarver, who initially scoffed but eventually sat silently, his rough hand resting on the silver bark, sharing his own quiet fears about his aging hands. One by one, others from Whisperwood came, drawn by Finn's quiet courage and the shared concern for their heart tree. They talked, they listened, they shared their own small struggles with the changes in their lives and the valley. As the villagers opened their hearts, sharing fears and hopes, a remarkable thing happened. Tiny, brave shoots of pure, silvery light began to push through the suffocating dark vines, choking the guardian tree's roots in Finn's mind's eye. Each shared story, each act of quiet courage, each moment of acceptance nourished these shoots. Finn tended his sapling of shifting light, learning to read its subtle needs without resentment, finding a strange peace in its quiet demands for flexibility. He started taking different paths through the valley, discovering a hidden grove of singing ferns he'd never seen before. He tried baking a new kind of bread, filling his cottage with unfamiliar but welcoming aromas. One morning, weeks after the first gray leaf fell, Finn approached the guardian tree. The discordant hum was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. He looked up. The sickly gray patch was still there, but it had stopped spreading. And at its very edge, where the gray met the healthy, shimmering green, a single new bud had formed. It was small, no bigger than a dewdrop, but it pulsed with a pure, vibrant light, unlike anything Finn had ever seen, a light that seemed to hold the potential of 1,000 possibilities. Tears welled in Finn's eyes, but they were tears of profound relief and dawning wonder. He placed his hand on the cool, silver bark. "It's okay," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion but steady. "It's okay to change. We'll learn the new shape of things together." As if in response, the tiny bud unfurled, revealing a single, perfect leaf. It wasn't emerald green like the others. It was a luminous, shifting tapestry of colors, deep sapphire, soft rose gold, vibrant amethyst swirling and changing as Finn watched. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a symbol of transformation, resilience, and the unique beauty that emerges only through embracing the unknown. The change wasn't over. The gray leaves remained, a reminder of the struggle. New, multicolored leaves slowly began to appear alongside them, weaving a tapestry of past and future on the ancient branches. The tree's hum returned, but now it was a complex, beautiful melody, harmonizing the old with the new. Finn still cherished his routines. He still loved the predictable path and the familiar creak of his door. But now he also cherished the sapling of shifting light glowing contentedly on his ever-changing windowsill. He cherished the new path to the singing ferns and the unexpected joy of slightly burnt, experimental bread. He cherished the deeper connections forged with Maeve, Selah's, Boren, and all the others in Whispersung. He understood now that personal growth wasn't about erasing the past, but about expanding the heart to hold both the familiar comfort and the thrilling uncertainty of what might bloom next. That night, as Whispersung settled under a blanket of stars, Finn stood beneath the guardian tree. Its new, multicolored leaves caught the starlight, scattering it like fallen rainbows on the mossy ground. The air was filled with the tree's new, harmonious song and the comforting scent of wood smoke from cottage hearths. Finn breathed deeply, feeling a profound sense of peace settle within him, warm and solid as a stone warmed by the sun. The valley was changing, he was changing, and instead of fear, he felt only a quiet awe for the endless, magical unfolding of life. He knew, as sure as the stars shone, that the most beautiful transformations often began with the courage to let a single, rigid leaf fall. And curled up later in his cottage, the sapling's soft light painting gentle patterns on the wall, Finn drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreaming not of endings, but of beginnings yet unseen, cradled in the gentle magic of a heart learning to grow. The comforting melody of the transformed guardian tree, a lullaby woven from resilience and acceptance, drifted through the open window, wrapping the valley and Finn in a profound, unshakable peace. Story 3. The twin moons of glimmerous painted silver streaks across the canopy of the Whispering Woods, a forest of towering, bioluminescent fungi on the planet Veridia. Kalen, a small amphibious scholar from the water world of Nereus, huddled beneath a giant, pulsating blue cap. His smooth green skin shivered despite the humid air, his large, dark eyes wide with anxiety. His research pod had malfunctioned, crash-landing him light years from his tranquil ocean libraries. He clutched a data crystal containing centuries of Narian poetry, the only thing that felt familiar. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Not the gentle vibration of Veridian life, but a heavy, rhythmic thump, a thump, thump. Kalen's gills flared in alarm. Peering through the glowing stalks, he saw a colossal figure silhouetted against the moonlit clearing. It stood easily 3 times his height, its body composed of interlocking plates of smooth, obsidian-like stone. 2 pinpoints of warm, amber light glowed where eyes might be. This was Borvak, a geolith from the arid wastes of Xylos Prime. He'd been surveying mineral deposits when his grav sled malfunctioned, stranding him in this unsettlingly lush and damp environment. Borvak scanned the glowing forest, his internal sensors humming with confusion. The constant moisture in the air felt abrasive, the organic scents overwhelming. He detected a small, warm life sign, nearby probably another unfamiliar Veridian creature. He took a cautious step, his heavy footfall cracking a brittle fungal branch. The sharp crack sent Kalen scrambling backwards with a startled chirp. Borvak spun, his stone plates grinding softly. He saw a flash of green movement. Predator. His logical mind assessed. On Xylos, small, quick things were often venomous. He raised a massive, blunt hand defensively. Stay back, small organic. Borvak's voice resonated like stones tumbling in a deep cavern, translated through his external comm unit. To Kalen, it sounded like a terrifying roar. Kalen froze, trembling. Please, I mean no harm," he squeaked, his voice thin and watery. "I am lost, my pod crashed." Borvak processed the sounds. The translation matrix struggled with the Narian's high-pitched, fluid speech patterns. It came out fragmented, harm lost, crash, danger. His amber lights flickered. This creature seemed distressed, not aggressive. But its constant trembling and the way moisture beaded on its skin, was it leaking vital fluids? On Xylos, fluid loss meant imminent system failure. "Small organic," Borvak boomed, trying to soften his tone, but only succeeding in making it slightly less thunderous. "You malfunctioning, losing essential liquids." He gestured vaguely at Kalen's damp skin. Kalen looked down at himself, utterly bewildered. Losing liquids. Did this rock giant think he was melting? Fear warred with indignation. "I am not malfunctioning. This is normal for me. I breathe water." He gestured frantically at his gills. Borvak tilted his massive head. Breathe water. The concept was as alien to him as breathing rock dust would be to Kalen. His sensors registered the humidity Kalen was absorbing. Perhaps this creature was part of the environment, like a mobile plant. But its distress signals were clear. A low, rumbling hum, almost a sigh, emanated from Borvak's chest. "Misunderstanding," he stated simply. "I am Borvak, not Predator, also lost." A fragile silence descended, filled only by the soft hum of the forest and the distant call of a sky whale. Kalen slowly uncurled. The rock giant Borvak hadn't crushed him. He seemed confused, like Kalen himself. "I am Kalen," he ventured, his voice barely a whisper. "Scholar from Nereus. Borvak geolith, mineralogist." He pointed a thick finger towards the sky. "My transport malfunctioned." "Mine too," Kalen sighed, a small bubble escaping his gills. The shared plight hung between them, a tiny bridge across a vast gulf of biology. Their fragile truce was shattered by a deep, unnatural groan from the sky. A wave of displaced air whipped through the whispering woods, followed by the terrifying sight of a massive meteor shower tearing through the atmosphere. Glowing streaks painted the night, some impacting the distant mountains with earth-shaking booms. One particularly large fragment screamed directly towards their clearing. Impact imminent. Borvak's internal alarms screamed. Instinctively he lunged, not at Kalen, but over him, his massive, stone body forming a protective arch just as the meteor fragment struck the edge of the clearing. The impact was deafening. A shockwave of heat and debris blasted outwards, slamming into Borvak's back. Fungal stalks shattered, raining glowing spores like dying embers. Kalen, shielded by the living stone, felt the terrifying heat and force, but remained unharmed. He peeked out from beneath Borvak's protective bulk as the dust settled. Where the fragment had struck, a small crater smoldered, revealing an opening in the ground, the entrance to a cave system. Borvak straightened with a grinding sound, his obsidian plates scorched but intact. "Secure," he rumbled, looking down at Kalen. Kalen nodded mutely, awe-replacing fear. This giant, whom he'd thought a threat, had shielded him without hesitation. "Why, yes, thank you, Borvak." The meteor shower had passed, but the air was thick with smoke and the unsettling energy of the impacts. The cave offered shelter. Borvak, scanning the entrance, declared it structurally sound. Kalen, his senses attuned to subterranean water flows, detected a cool, damp current within. They entered the cave, the bioluminescent glow of Viridia replaced by the cool, steady light emanating from Borvak's own mineral composition. casting long, dancing shadows on the smooth, crystalline walls. Inside, the cave opened into a large chamber with a small, clear pool fed by a trickling underground stream. The air was cool and still. Kalen immediately felt a sense of relief near the water. Borvac, however, stood stiffly near the entrance, the constant trickle of water an irritating sound to his desert-honed senses. He scanned the pool suspiciously. Potential corrosion, he muttered. Kalen, misunderstanding again, thought Borvac was worried about him corroding. The water is pure, it's safe, see. He dipped a webbed hand in, letting the cool liquid run over his skin. It's comforting. Borvac watched, perplexed. Comforting. Water eroded. It weakened structures. Yet the small creature seemed to thrive in it. He cautiously approached the pool's edge. My systems require minimal hydration, internal reservoirs sufficient. He tapped his stony chest. External exposure undesirable. Kalen finally understood. Oh, you don't like water, on the outside. Affirmative, causes inefficiency, sensory discomfort. The realization dawned on Kalen like a rising Viridian sun. Borvac wasn't judging him. He was experiencing the environment as painfully as Kalen had experienced the dry heat outside. And the damp air, is it hurting you? Not damage, discomfort, like constant abrasive dust, Borvac explained, the analogy imperfect but the best his matrix could manage. A wave of empathy washed over Kalen. I felt the same outside. The air was too dry. It hurt my skin. He gestured towards the cave entrance. And the heat, it was frightening. Borvac processed this. The small creature feared the gentle warmth of Xylos. It seemed so fragile. He looked around the cave. Near the pool was damp, but further back, near a cluster of large, dry crystals, the air was still and relatively moisture-free. He pointed. Area drier, more efficient for me. Kalen nodded. And here, near the water, is better for me. They had found, within their shared refuge, spaces that suited their vastly different needs. Borvac settled near the crystals, his internal hum softening to a low purr. Kalen sat by the pool, trailing his fingers in the water. The shared terror of the meteor strike, the act of protection, and the simple, profound understanding of each other's discomfort had woven the first strong threads of trust. Hours passed. Borvac used his internal scanners to map the cave system, searching for potential exits or mineral deposits that might help them signal for rescue. Kalen, studying the smooth cave walls, noticed intricate patterns not geological, but carved. Ancient Viridian runes. Using his data crystal's linguistic database, he began to decipher them. They told stories of the whispering woods, of underground rivers, and of a network of crystal resonators used by ancient Viridians for long-distance communication. Borvac. Kalen exclaimed, his voice echoing with excitement. Look, these runes, they speak of communication crystals, deep within these caves, if we can find one and activate it. Borvac's amber lights brightened. Signal potential, high probability. He cross-referenced his mineral scan with the rune's descriptions. Detecting quartz formations, unusual resonance signatures, deeper. Passage narrow. He projected a holographic map from his palm, showing a twisting tunnel leading downwards. The path was treacherous. It narrowed significantly, requiring them to squeeze through tight spaces. For Kalen, the narrowness was manageable, but the increasing distance from the water pool made his skin feel tight and uncomfortable. For Borvac, the narrow passages were a nightmare, his broad stone shoulders scraping painfully against the rock, the confined space triggering a deep-seated aversion. Worse, the tunnel floor became slick with mineral-rich seepage. Kalen, seeing Borvak's slow, labored progress and the way his plate scraped against the rock, felt a pang of concern. "Wait," he said, dipping his hands into a rivulet of the mineral seepage. It was thicker than water, almost gelatinous. It might help. He carefully smeared the slick substance onto the rock walls where Borvak was struggling. Lubrication. Borvak tested the spot. His plate slid more smoothly. Efficiency increased, acceptable. He looked at Kalen. Gratitude. Further down, they encountered a section where the ceiling dipped dangerously low. Borvak couldn't pass. Kalen, however, could easily slip through. Beyond it, the tunnel opened up again, and Kalen could see the faint, internal pulse of a large crystal formation, the resonator. But it was too far for him to reach alone, and activating it likely required force Borvak possessed. "I see it," Kalen called back. "But the ceiling you can't fit." Borvak assessed the obstacle. Structural integrity low, ceiling unstable, force application risky. He looked at Kalen. "Your mass minimal, can you retrieve crystal sample for interface?" Kalen took a deep breath, steeling himself against the dryness. "I can try." He wriggled through the tight space, his gills working hard in the stagnant air. Reaching the resonator cluster, he saw it wasn't one crystal, but a latticework. Using a sharp stone, he carefully chipped off a smaller, resonant shard. The moment it came loose, the entire lattice pulsed with a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the rock. He scrambled back, handing the warm, pulsing crystal shard to Borvak. The geolith held it carefully. His internal systems analyzed its resonance frequency. "Compatible," he announced. He placed the shard against his chest plate, where a small access port opened. Connecting it internally, Borvak focused, channeling a low-frequency vibrational pulse through his own core and into the crystal. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The pulse resonated through the cave, amplified by the natural formations, traveling outwards through the rock like a beacon. Borvak maintained the signal, a low, steady hum emanating from him. Kalen watched, awestruck, perched on a dry rock Borvak had cleared for him, sipping sparingly from a water skin he'd fashioned from a large leaf. They waited. The rhythmic thrumming was a lullaby of hope. Borvak's systems noted Kalen's increasing discomfort. He observed the way the scholar's skin lost its sheen, the slight rasp in his breathing. Without a word, Borvak shifted slightly, using his massive hand to carefully scoop water from a small seepage pool nearby. He held the cupped water out towards Kalen, a silent offering. It was an act of profound understanding, handling the substance he found uncomfortable for the sake of his companion. Kalen's large eyes shimmered. He carefully poured the water over his head and shoulders, sighing with relief. "Thank you, Borvak." He paused, then added softly, "You know, on Nereus we have a saying, shared currents make the deepest oceans." Borvak processed the words. His translation matrix fumbled with the poetry, but the essence was clear. Connection creates strength. He responded with a geolith proverb, his voice a gentle rumble. "Solitary stones weather, united stones build." A warm silence fell, filled with the shared thrum of the signal crystal and the soft drip of water. They had faced the void, misunderstanding, fear, and physical hardship. They had shielded each other, deciphered ancient secrets, and combined their alien strengths. They weren't just survivors, they were friends. Hours later, the distinct whine of repulsor engines echoed down the tunnel. A rescue skimmer, drawn by the crystal beacon, navigated the cave entrance. The Viridian rescue team stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the small green amphibian resting comfortably near a pool, and the massive stone being standing guard nearby, a warm amber glow emanating from his core, a pulsing crystal still embedded in his chest plate. The journey back was quiet. Kalen watched the stars streak by the viewport of the rescue ship, no longer points of cold isolation, but distant suns warming other worlds, other friends. Borvak sat beside him, his systems analyzing the rescue vessel's mineral composition, a task that usually brought focus, but now his attention kept drifting to the small scholar humming a Narian lullaby. They parted ways at the interstellar hub, Kalen bound for Nereus, Borvak for Xylos Prime. There were no grand speeches, only a quiet understanding. Kalen pressed a smooth, water-worn stone from Nereus into Borvak's massive hand. Borvak in turn detached the now dormant but still resonant crystal shard and gave it to Kalen. "Remember the cave," Kalen said softly, his large eyes holding the amber glow reflected from Borvak. "Remember the currents," Borvak rumbled in reply. Light years apart, under different suns and moons, Kalen would place the crystal shard in his ocean view study. When touched by salt spray, it would emit a soft, deep thrum, a comforting echo of stone. And Borvak, in his arid mineral lab, would keep the Narian stone on his analysis console. When the dry winds of Xylos blew through the vents, the stone would sometimes release a faint, cool scent of distant oceans, a whisper of friendship bridging the silent void. Their unlikely bond, forged in fear and understanding under alien skies, became a quiet, constant reminder that the universe, vast and strange, held pockets of warmth built on the simple, enduring strength of mutual care. And in that shared memory, the void felt a little less empty, a little more like home. Story 4. Far beyond the swirling nebulas of the Andromeda reach, where stars glittered like scattered diamonds on velvet, lay the tranquil world of Viridian 7. Its surface was a tapestry of bioluminescent forests and crystalline rivers, humming with the gentle pulse of life. Here, beneath twin moons casting silver light, two souls found themselves adrift. Pip was a glimmerkin no larger than a human child's hand, with fur as soft as dandelion fluff that shimmered in hues of moss green and twilight purple. His home was the whispering woods of Luminara, where communication flowed through melodic chirps, trills, and the subtle flicker of his antennae. To Pip, emotions were songs, joy a bright crescendo, fear a tremolo, and loneliness a quiet, aching minor key. He'd been separated from his migratory flock when a solar flare disrupted their path, his tiny pod craft crash-landing in a fern-choked valley. Across that valley, near a river singing over smooth, opal stones, stood Kale. Tall and slender, Kale was a crystari from the arid plains of Xerxes IV. Her body was formed of interlocking geodes that refracted light into rainbows, and her thoughts manifested as intricate patterns of colored light dancing across her facets. Crystari valued logic and silent contemplation. Emotions were private frequencies, shared only in sacred resonance. A malfunction in her survey shuttle had stranded her here, her crystalline fingers tracing the unfamiliar damp moss with detached curiosity. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Pip, hearing the soft hum of Kale's internal systems, mistook it for a friendly greeting song. He bounded forward, chirping a cheerful welcome, bright light, soft sound, friend found. The sudden burst of noise and movement startled Kale. Her facets flashed a sharp, warning crimson, a universal crystari signal for boundary breach, potential threat. Pip interpreted the red light as anger, a terrifying, dissonant chord in his harmonious world. He scurried behind a glowing mushroom, trembling, his antennae drooping. Kale, sensing his fear but unable to comprehend its source, dimmed her lights, confused. Why did this small organic creature react so violently to a simple status report? Days passed in wary coexistence. Pip watched Kale from the safety of ferns, noting how she methodically gathered smooth stones, arranging them in precise geometric patterns near her shuttle. Kale observed Pip tending to injured glow moths with gentle chirps, his fur pulsing soft blue with compassion. They were utterly alien to each other. Pip's world was fluid melody and tactile warmth. Kale's was structured light and silent analysis. Yet both felt the gnawing ache of isolation beneath Veridian Seven's double moons. Pip's lonely song echoed at dusk, a thin, reedy sound that made the air feel colder. Kale's internal hum developed a low, discordant thrum, a frequency even she recognized as inefficient and sorrowful. The challenge came with a great bloom. Veridian Seven's forests erupted in a seasonal spectacle. Colossal night-blooming flowers unfurled, releasing clouds of shimmering pollen that tasted like starlight. But this year the pollen carried an unexpected static charge, reacting violently with the planet's magnetic field. One evening, as Pip tried to show Kale a cluster of luminous berries, a sudden wave of charged pollen swept the valley. It crackled against Kale's crystalline form, sending painful jolts through her geodes and scrambling her light patterns into chaotic bursts. Simultaneously, the static interfered with Pip's delicate bioelectric field. His fur stood on end, his chirps distorted into staticky rasps, and a wave of dizziness sent him tumbling into the river's shallows. Kale, despite the pain, saw Pip floundering. Logic dictated self-preservation. The river's current was unpredictable, and her systems were compromised. But a new pattern flickered weakly in her core, a deep blue pulse, unfamiliar but insistent. It mirrored the hue Pip emitted when helping the moths. Acting on an impulse she didn't understand, Kale waded into the cool water. Her crystalline limbs were clumsy in the current, but she reached Pip just as he was swept towards faster rapids. With careful precision, she cupped her hands, creating a protective cradle of smooth facets. Pip, gasping and soaked, huddled inside, his tiny body trembling against her surprisingly warm mineral surface. He looked up, his antennae twitching weakly. Kale's facets glowed a steady, soothing amber, a color she'd never consciously produced before. It wasn't a logical signal, it was an instinct. Pip chirped a shaky note of thanks. Safe hold, warm light. Kale's resonance softened, the discordant thrum smoothing into a low, harmonious hum. Misunderstanding began to crumble in the face of shared vulnerability. Survival became their shared purpose. The charged pollen storms returned nightly, forcing them into the relative safety of Kale's partially shielded shuttle. The cramped space became a crucible for understanding. Pip, seeing Kale struggle to repair her shuttle's damaged circuits with her light patterns failing, offered his nimble paws. He couldn't comprehend the schematics, but he could follow the rhythmic pulses of her core light, interpreting its intensity as a guide. Focus here, he'd chirp, pointing a tiny claw where her light pulsed strongest. Kale, amazed by his intuitive grasp, learned to modulate her light deliberately, using slow pulses for yes and rapid flickers for no. It was a clumsy language born of necessity, but it worked. Kale, in turn, observed Pip's deep connection to the forest. When Pip grew weak, unable to digest the metallic rations from Kale's shuttle, Kale used her analytical skills. She scanned the bioluminescent flora Pip pointed to, identifying safe, nutrient-rich berries and sap. She learned to crush them carefully, offering the paste in a smooth stone bowl. Pip's delighted chirps and the vibrant green pulse of his fur became her reward, a feeling warmer than any solar recharge. He showed her how the giant ferns could shield them from the worst of the pollen storms, guiding her to a hidden grotto thick with soft moss. One quiet afternoon, as Pip rested, exhausted from gathering food, Kale noticed his lonely song returning, softer now. Tentatively, she focused her core light, projecting a simple, slow pattern, a gentle spiral of pale blue and green light, onto the grotto wall. Pip's antennae perked up. He recognized the pattern. It mimicked the swirling dance of fireflies back home. He responded with a soft, complex trill, weaving his melody around the light's rhythm. It wasn't perfect. Their languages remained distinct. But in that shared grotto, bathed in the forest's soft glow, a new understanding blossomed. loneliness could be shared, and shared loneliness could become companionship. Their greatest test came under the full blaze of the twin moons. Kale detected a massive energy surge building deep within the planet. The charged pollen was triggering a geothermic instability. A volcanic vent beneath their valley was about to erupt, threatening everything. Escape was imperative, but Kale's shuttle engines needed a rare mineral catalyst only found deep in the Whispering Caves. A labyrinth Pip knew was perilous, filled with sonic traps set by long-gone guardians to deter intruders. Pip trembled, remembering flock tales of the cave's dangers. Kale projected a map from her core light, her patterns showing the precise location needed. Must go, pulsed her light, steady and urgent. Trust path, Pip chirped, his melody laced with fear. Kale's light shifted to that same deep, warm amber from the river, pulsing slowly. Trust you. The caves were terrifying. Strange, resonant crystals emitted pulses that disoriented Kale, making her light patterns flicker wildly. For Pip, the sonic vibrations were physically painful, threatening to shatter his delicate bones. They clung to each other. Pip perched on Kale's shoulder, used his keen hearing to detect safe paths between the sonic pulses, guiding her with urgent chirps translated into taps on her facets. Left low silence now, when a particularly violent pulse knocked Kale off balance, sending her crashing against a wall. Pip didn't flee. He scurried down, his fur pulsing a fierce, protective blue, and found a cluster of damp moss. He packed it gently against a cracked facet, his chirps a soothing lullaby. Hold strong, light endure. Kale, feeling the cool relief and hearing the unwavering melody, found strength she didn't know she possessed. Her light steadied, focusing not on logic, but on the small, brave creature beside her. Together, navigating by Pip's instinct and Kale's fading map light, they reached the catalyst, a cluster of star-blue crystals. Pip gathered them swiftly as Kale shielded him from the disorienting pulses with her own body. The eruption began just as Kale installed the catalyst. The shuttle shuddered, lifting clumsily as the valley below split open in a river of molten light. Pip huddled in the co-pilot's seat, a smooth stone Kale had given him clutched in his paws, its coolness a comfort. Kale's facets glowed with intense concentration, her light patterns dancing across the controls, but a new, softer pattern pulsed beneath a constant, warm amber loop directed towards Pip. Outside, the world burned, but inside the tiny shuttle, an unbreakable bond had formed. Rescue came weeks later. Pip's flock, guided by the unique harmonic signature he'd finally managed to transmit using Kale's comms array, a duet of his chirps and her resonant frequencies, found them adrift near Luminara. Reunited with his kin, Pip's joyful song filled the air, a symphony of relief. Kale's Crystari retrieval team arrived soon after, their ship sleek and silent. Standing on the docking bay of the Crystari vessel, facing Pip's hovering flock ship, the moment of parting arrived. Pip bounded forward not with fear, but with a melody rich with gratitude and sorrow. Light friend, path shared. Song remembered, he placed the smooth, opal river stone, now warm from his grasp, into Kale's crystalline hand. Kale, foregoing formal light signals, knelt. Her facets projected not data, but a single, complex image, a perfect fusion of Pip's glowing form nestled within the spiral pattern she'd first made in the grotto, surrounded by the soft green hues of Viridian Seven's ferns. A silent resonance, deeper than words, hummed from her core, a frequency that spoke of enduring connection across the void. They returned to their separate stars. Pip's songs now held deeper notes, tales of crystalline light and shared courage, sung to wide-eyed Glimmerkin young. Kale's reports to the Crystari archives included not just geological data, but observations on the efficiency of interspecies cooperation and the unexpected resilience found in organic harmony. On her console, illuminated by starlight, sat the smooth Viridian stone. And sometimes, when the silence of deep space grew vast, Kale would project a gentle amber spiral onto her cabin wall, a silent beacon in the dark. Across the light years, Pip, nestled in his mossy bower beneath Luminara's glowing canopy, would feel a familiar warmth in his fur and chirp a soft, answering melody into the night. Friendship, they had learned, wasn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same form. It was the quiet light offered in darkness, the steady song in the silence, and the unshakable warmth found when two lonely hearts, adrift in an infinite universe, choose to navigate the storm together. And in that choice, they had both found their way home. Story 5. The rain tapped against the window pane of Leo's small bakery, the rising loaf like 1,000 tiny fingers. Inside, the air hung thick with the comforting aromas of cinnamon, yeast, and warm sugar. Leo, a baker with flour perpetually dusting his forearms like snow, was tidying up after a long day. He reached for an old, forgotten umbrella tucked away in a dusty corner behind sacks of flour. It had belonged to his grandfather, a quiet man who spoke more in riddles than plain words. This umbrella was no ordinary thing. Its handle was worn smooth oak, shaped like a sleeping owl, and its canopy was a deep, midnight blue fabric that seemed to swallow the light. As Leo brushed off a layer of fine flour, a single drop of rain, blown in through a slightly ajar window, landed squarely on the owl's head. Instantly the owl's wooden eyes blinked open, glowing with a soft, amber light. Leo gasped, nearly dropping it. The umbrella shivered in his hands, then unfurled itself with a soft whoosh, not just opening, but blooming like a strange, midnight flower. Instead of revealing spokes and fabric, the canopy became a swirling vortex of velvety darkness, speckled with tiny, shimmering points of light like captured stars. "Curiouser and curiouser," Leo murmured, his grandfather's favorite phrase escaping his lips. Tentatively, he stepped under the canopy. The bakery dissolved around him, replaced by a breathtaking vista. He stood on a mossy path winding through a twilight forest. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms glowed softly purple and blue, casting gentle pools of light. Trees with bark like silver lace rustled softly, and the air smelled of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something sweet and unfamiliar, like moonlight made into scent. Leo wasn't alone. A small, rather plump mouse with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts scurried onto the path, wearing tiny spectacles perched precariously on its nose. It peered up at Leo. "Lost your way, baker, or found it perhaps," it squeaked in a surprisingly clear, scholarly voice. "Name's Pip, keeper of forgotten paths and unlikely shortcuts." Before Leo could answer, a sleek, ginger cat with eyes like polished emeralds materialized silently beside a glowing mushroom. "Lost implies he had a destination," the cat purred, its voice smooth as cream. "He's merely exploring. Call me Saffron, observer of curiosities." She tilted her head, studying the starry umbrella. "That's a particularly potent piece of elsewhere you've got there." Leo explained his discovery. Pip adjusted his spectacles. "Ah, the starlight shade. Your grandfather was a wandering listener. He used it to hear the world's whispers, the secret songs of stones, and the lullabies of roots." Saffron stretched languidly. "It opens doorways, baker, to places between places, to feelings made real, but it's not a toy. The deeper you go, the more it asks of you." Leo felt a thrill mixed with trepidation. He hadn't intended a journey, but the path beckoned, soft and mysterious. I just want to understand," he said. "Why did it wake for me?" Pip scampered ahead. "Understanding often requires walking, baker. Come, the whispering glen isn't far, perhaps it holds answers." Saffron fell into step beside Leo, her tail flicking with quiet amusement. Or more questions. Usually it's more questions. The journey through the twilight forest was a gentle marvel. They crossed a bridge woven from moonbeams over a stream that chuckled over smooth, singing stones. They passed a field where flowers chimed softly in a breeze Leo couldn't feel. Pip pointed out constellations only visible in this in-between place, the kneading bowl, the flower-dusted moon. Saffron occasionally darted off, returning with stories whispered by shadow ferns or the grumbles of ancient, mossy boulders. Leo felt his baker's worries, the sourdough starter that might not rise, the account's ledger melt away, replaced by a profound sense of quiet wonder. He wasn't just seeing magic, he was feeling it, a gentle hum in his bones. Finally, they reached the Whispering Glen. It was a small, circular clearing carpeted in velvety, moss the color of limes. In the center stood a single, slender tree with bark like cracked moonlight, its silver leaves trembling even in the still air. But the glen was not peaceful. A discordant sound filled it, a low, grating rumble like stones grinding together, mixed with a high-pitched whine like an unoiled hinge. The sound vibrated unpleasantly through Leo's teeth. Pip shivered, his spectacles fogging. Oh dear, the harmony tree is troubled. Saffron's fur bristled slightly. It's weeping, can you hear it? Beneath the noise, it's weeping. The source of the discord became visible. Tangled around the base of the harmony tree, like thorny, black roots, were thick, thorny vines. They pulsed with a sickly, dark purple light, and with each pulse the grating noise intensified, and the tree shuddered, shedding silver leaves that turned gray and brittle as they fell. This is shadow knot, Pip explained, his voice small with worry. It feeds on discord, on forgotten worries and unspoken fears. It strangles harmony. Saffron narrowed her emerald eyes. It's grown strong, trying to pull it out would only hurt the tree more, and it bites, metaphorically, mostly. Leo stared at the suffering tree. The peaceful feeling he'd gathered on his journey curdled into sadness. He looked at the starlight shade in his hand. Can this help? Pip scratched his head. Perhaps it's a conduit, it amplifies what's inside. Saffron flicked her tail. So, Baker, what's inside you? Rage might try to blast the shadow knot, doubt might make it stronger. Leo thought. Blasting felt wrong. This place was gentle. Force would shatter it. He remembered his grandfather's riddles, his quiet listening. He remembered the warm silence of the bakery before dawn, the simple satisfaction of kneading dough. He remembered the joy on a child's face biting into a warm, buttery croissant. It wasn't grand power, it was quiet warmth, simple kindness, the comfort of bread. He looked at Pip, the keeper of small paths, and Saffron, the observer of quiet details. He looked at the weeping tree. Maybe, he said slowly, maybe it doesn't need less noise. Maybe it needs different sounds, better sounds. He stepped forward, holding the starlight shade not as a weapon, but like a conductor holds a baton. He closed his eyes, shutting out the jarring discord. He focused inward, past the fear, past the confusion. He thought of the comforting crackle of his bakery's oven. He thought of the soft sigh of rising dough. He thought of the gentle patter of rain on the roof, the cheerful jingle of the bakery bell, the warm hum of contentment from a full belly. He poured these simple, warm, comforting sounds into his heart and then, threw his hands into the umbrella. The owl handle glowed brighter. The swirling stars within the canopy pulsed with a warm, golden light. From the tip of the umbrella, not a beam, but a wave of sound flowed out. It wasn't loud, it was deep and resonant, like the lowest note of a cello played in a sunbeam. It was the smell of baking bread given voice. It was the feeling of safety, of home. The wave washed over the shadow knot. The dark vines recoiled as if scalded by warmth. The grating rumble faltered. The high whine softened into a confused murmur. Leo poured more warmth into the sound, the memory of his grandfather's quiet chuckle, the feeling of shared laughter with a friend, the simple peace of watching clouds drift across a blue sky. Pip, understanding, scurried close to the tree. he didn't touch the vines. Instead, he started humming. It was a small, sweet sound, like honey dripping, a tune about finding acorns on a sunny path. Saffron, after a moment's hesitation, joined in. She didn't hum, but began a rhythmic, rumbling purr, deep and steady as a heartbeat, the sound of absolute contentment. The golden wave from the umbrella, Pip's hopeful hum, and Saffron's grounding purr wove together. They didn't attack the shadow knot, they surrounded it, not with force, but with a blanket of pure, uncomplicated goodness. The dark vines writhed, the purple light flickering erratically. The grinding noise fractured, splintering into sharp cracks. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the shadow knot simply dissolved. It didn't vanish in smoke or fire. It melted away like frost under a kind sun, leaving only damp, healthy earth around the tree's base. The grating noise ceased entirely. The high whine softened into a single, pure chime that hung in the air before fading. The harmony tree stopped shuddering. Its silver leaves stilled, then rustled with a new sound, a gentle, melodic sigh, like wind chimes kissed by a breeze. The entire glen seemed to exhale. The light from the mushrooms grew warmer, the air sweeter. A sense of profound peace settled, deeper and more comforting than before. Leo lowered the starlight shade. The owl's eyes dimmed to a soft glow. He felt drained, but in a good way, like after a satisfying day's work. Pip beamed, adjusting his spectacles. Wisdom Baker, not muscle, but music. Saffron stretched, her purr deepening. HMPH pleasant enough, though a saucer of cream wouldn't go amiss after such exertions. But her green eyes held a new respect as she looked at Leo. The journey back felt shorter, lighter. The path seemed to guide them, the moonbeam bridge glowing brighter. Leo carried the profound peace of the glen within him, a quiet understanding settling like flour dusting a bench. He hadn't just discovered a magical umbrella, he'd discovered a magic within himself, the power of quiet kindness, of shared comfort, of listening not just with ears, but with the heart. He understood why the shade woke for him. It wasn't about grand adventures, it was about carrying warmth into the world, like carrying fresh bread to hungry neighbors. Back at the bakery, stepping out from under the canopy felt like stepping into a familiar embrace. The rain still tapped the window, the oven still radiated residual heat, the scent of bread was a welcome anchor. The starlight shade closed itself gently, the owl handle's eyes closing into slumber once more. Leo placed it carefully, respectfully, near the door, not forgotten, but honored. The next morning, as Leo shaped his loaves, he noticed something different. The dough felt more alive, more responsive. The crusts browned more evenly, shimmering with a perfect golden hue. The flavors seemed deeper, richer, imbued with a subtle, comforting magic that wasn't cinnamon or sugar, but pure, baked-in warmth. People who came into the rising loaf that day lingered longer. They didn't just buy bread, they shared smiles, quiet conversations, a sense of unexpected peace. One elderly woman, biting into a simple roll, closed her eyes and whispered, "Tastes like sunshine in quiet mornings, like hope." Leo knew the starlight shade wasn't just for grand journeys to twilight forests. It was a reminder that the greatest magic often lies in the ordinary, in the warmth of an oven, the smell of rain, the quiet hum of contentment, the simple act of sharing kindness. He knew he might use it again, to visit Pip and Saffron, to listen to the Whispering Glen's song. But for now, the most important journey was right here, kneading dough, sharing bread, and filling his little corner of the world with the quiet, extraordinary magic of home. That night, as the rain gently tapped the window once more, Leo glanced at the umbrella by the door. The owl handle seemed to smile in its sleep. And Leo, the baker who discovered starlight and harmony in an old umbrella, knew that the most wondrous secrets weren't hidden in distant glens, but woven into the fabric of everyday kindness, waiting only for a listening heart and a willingness to share its gentle, warming light. He drifted to sleep, the scent of fresh bread and distant starlight mingling in the cozy air, a deep, peaceful contentment settling over him like a well-loved blanket. The ordinary world held extraordinary secrets indeed, and he was learning to listen. Story 6. Lily lived in a quiet village, nestled between whispering forests and meadows that hummed with drowsy bees. Every spring, villagers celebrated the great blooming, a time when flowers unfurled overnight like painted silk and trees stretched new leaves toward the sun. Yet Lily dreaded it. Change unsettled her. She treasured the sameness of her routines, the way her knitted blanket felt at dawn, the predictable chime of the clock tower, even the worn path to Granny Aloin's cottage. This year, as the first crocuses pushed through frost, Lily's hands trembled while stitching her embroidery hoop. "Everything shifts too fast," she whispered to her tabby cat Pippin, who purred against her ankles. Granny Aloin, whose hair shone like spun moonlight, noticed Lily's unease. "Come, dear heart," she said one misty morning, leading Lily to the enchanted orchard. Here trees bore fruit that glimmered like captured stars, and the air shimmered with magic. "This pear tree," Granny murmured, touching bark as gnarled as old roots, "reflects the heart of its tender. See how its branches droop." Indeed, the tree stood barren while others nearby burst with blossoms. "It fears growing, just like someone I know." Lily flushed, recognizing herself in the tree's stunted silence. That night a dream visited Lily, a luminous moth guiding her through a garden where seasons danced in dizzying circles. She woke breathless, finding a real moth with silver-tipped wings perched on her windowsill. When it fluttered toward the orchard, Lily followed, her slippers crunching dew-kissed grass. Beneath the pear tree stood Finn, the village gardener's son, whose laughter was as warm as fresh bread. He brought a pail of starlight-infused water. "Granny says this tree needs kindness," he explained. "Want to help?" Together, they tended the tree daily. Finn taught Lily to sing to the roots, soft melodies about courage, while watering it with liquid moonlight. Lily noticed something miraculous whenever she confessed a fear. What if the new schoolteacher is strict? Or I miss winter's quiet, the tree's leaves curled inward. But when she whispered hopes, maybe I'll learn butterfly calligraphy, or the spring festival lanterns will be pretty, tiny buds swelled on its branches. The tree mirrored her soul's weather, a living map of her resistance and curiosity. One stormy afternoon, thunder rattled the hills. Lily sprinted to the orchard, finding Finn struggling to prop up the young pear tree as winds lashed its branches. "It's too weak," he cried. Lily froze, watching a limb snap. Tears mingled with rain on her cheeks. Then she remembered Granny's words, "Growth isn't about avoiding storms, child. It's about learning to bend with them." Taking a shaky breath, Lily knelt. She pressed her palms to the muddy earth and poured every tender feeling into the soil, her loneliness, her small braveries, even her love for Pippin's purrs and Granny's lavender-scented hugs. Magic sparked beneath her fingers, roots glowed amber, drinking her honesty. The tree shuddered, then straightened, its trunk thickening with woody resilience. Where the broken branch had fallen, a single pear swelled, its skin gleaming like a sunlit pearl. By the great blooming festival, the orchard buzzed with villagers admiring the transformed tree, now lush with blossoms and one miraculous fruit. Finn wove crowns of ivy for them both as Granny beamed. Lily plucked the pear, its sweetness bursting on her tongue like liquid courage. Change is a garden, she realized aloud. We till the soil with our fears, but what blooms is always ours to shape. That evening, Lily gifted Granny a new embroidery, a moth guiding a girl and a tree through swirling seasons. As fireflies blinked outside, she curled under her knitted blanket, Pippin a soft weight at her feet. The village bells chimed, different yet familiar, like a lullaby promising that even in life's great turnings there were anchors, love, friendship, and the quiet magic of becoming. And in that certainty, Lily drifted into dreams where she danced barefoot among ever-blooming flowers, unafraid at last. Story 7. The evening mist clung to the sleepy village of Willowbrook like a silvery shawl, muffling the distant chime of the church bell and turning the lantern-lit windows into hazy, golden moons. Inside her snug attic room, young Clara traced the frost patterns on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. Outside, the ancient whispering wood stretched towards the horizon, a tapestry of shadow and mystery under the rising moon. Clara often felt a peculiar pull towards those woods, a sense that beneath the rustling leaves and gnarled roots, something extraordinary slumbered. Tonight, however, it wasn't just curiosity stirring her. Resting on her quilt was a small, forgotten object, a simple brass locket, unearthed that very afternoon from a dusty trunk in the attic. It bore no inscription, only the faint, swirling pattern of a leaf. As her fingers brushed its cool surface, a soft, emerald light pulsed within its seam, startling her. It felt warm, alive, and humming with a quiet energy that resonated deep in her bones. This was no ordinary trinket. Her grandmother, long past, had spoken in hushed tones of the wood's guardians and forgotten magics, stories Clara had cherished but never truly believed. Now, holding the glowing locket, disbelief melted like frost in sunlight. A flicker of movement caught her eye outside. Near the tree line, a creature unlike any she'd seen shimmered into view. It resembled a large, luminous moth, its wings dusted with what looked like powdered moonlight, casting gentle, shifting patterns on the ground. It hovered, seeming to look directly at her window, then flitted gracefully towards the dark embrace of the trees. The locket pulsed brighter in her palm, a clear, silent call. Adventure, whispered the wind against the pane. Without a second thought, Clara wrapped her warmest shawl around her shoulders, slipped the locket over her head, its gentle warmth resting against her heart, and quietly slipped out into the moon-drenched night. The familiar path into the whispering woods felt different. The usual comforting sounds of crickets and owls were replaced by a profound, watchful silence. Moonlight filtered through the dense canopy in fractured silver beams, illuminating mossy rocks and ancient, twisting roots that seemed to coil like sleeping serpents. The air hummed with unseen life, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something sweet and green, like new growth after rain. Guided by the moth creature's intermittent glow ahead and the reassuring warmth of the locket, Clara ventured deeper than she ever dared. The trees grew taller, their bark etched with symbols that seemed to writhe in the shifting light. Strange, glowing fungi dotted the forest floor like fallen stars. She felt a tingle on her skin, a sense of entering a place that breathed differently. Suddenly, the luminous moth vanished. Clara stood alone in a small, moonlit clearing. Panic fluttered in her chest until the locket flared warmly, and a soft voice, like dry leaves rustling, spoke from above. "Lost your guide, little wanderer." Startled, Clara looked up. Perched on a low branch was a creature about the size of a squirrel, but infinitely stranger. Its body was covered in smooth, overlapping bark-like scales, shimmering faintly silver. Large, liquid eyes, the color of polished amber, regarded her with curiosity. Twig-like fingers clutched the branch, and delicate, fern-like fronds sprouted from its head, rustling softly. "I am Pip," it chirped, its voice surprisingly gentle. "Guardian of the moss-glow path, you carry the heartstone. Why?" Clara, her fear momentarily forgotten in sheer wonder, touched the locket. It showed me light, and I followed the moon moth. She explained, finding it, the pull she felt. Pip tilted its head, amber eyes thoughtful. "The heartstone chooses its bearers. It glows for those whose spirit resonates with the woods. But its light has been dimming, little wanderer. The great pulse weakens." Pip explained the woods were not just trees and creatures, but a living entity sustained by a magical core, the great pulse emanating from the heart tree deep within. Lately the pulse had faltered. Colors were less vibrant, the air less sweet, the protective wards weakening. Strange, creeping shadows, manifestations of decay were appearing where they shouldn't. The moon moth, Pip revealed, was a silver shimmer, a scout drawn to the heartstone's resonance. Like trying to lead her towards the heart tree, perhaps sensing she could help. The heartstone is a key, Pip said gravely. A piece of the heart tree itself. Its fading light mirrors the fading pulse. Something is wrong at the source. Clara felt a surge of determination mingled with awe. She hadn't just stumbled into a hidden world. She had been invited, perhaps needed. Can we help? Can we find out why the pulse is fading? Pip's fronds perked up. The journey to the heart tree is perilous now, little wanderer. The shadows grow bold where the pulse wanes, but the heartstone chose you, and I know the hidden ways. Thus began an unexpected alliance. Clara, the quiet village girl, and Pip, the bark-scaled guardian, set off into the deeper, wilder heart of the Whispering Woods. Their path was no longer a clear trail, but a winding route through glowing caverns formed by colossal roots, across bridges woven from luminous spider silk, and along streams where the water sparkled with trapped starlight. The locket served as both compass and comfort, its glow intensifying when they neared safe paths, and dimming warningly near areas where the shadows pooled thick and cold. The beauty was breathtaking, but the signs of decay were undeniable. Patches of once vibrant moss were gray and brittle. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. In a grove of singing crystal flowers, the usual harmonious chime was discordant and faint. Worst were the creeping shadows. They weren't mere absence of light, they felt sentient, cold, and hungry. One night, as they sheltered under a giant toadstool during a soft, glowing rain, the shadows coalesced into vaguely canine shapes, eyes like smoldering embers. Fear froze Clara, but Pip hissed, "The heartstone, focus your feeling." Clara clutched the locket, pouring her fear for the woods, her determination to help into it. It flared not with blinding light, but with a warm, pure radiance that pushed the shadows back, making them writhe and dissipate like smoke. Pip looked at her with newfound respect. "Your heart strengthens the heartstone. The bond between your world and ours, it's tied to the pulse." This revelation became their guiding star. As they journeyed, Pip shared lore. The Whispering Woods and Willowbrook village were once deeply connected. Villagers would leave offerings at the forest edge, whisper thanks for the clean water and fertile soil, and respect the boundaries. The woods, in turn, nurtured the land, its magic subtly blessing the crops and protecting the village from harsh storms. But generations passed. The offerings stopped. The stories became myths, then jokes. The villagers saw the woods only as timber or a place to avoid. "The bond weakens," Pip said sadly, watching a cluster of glowing berries wither before their eyes. "The heart tree draws strength from that connection, from the belief in gratitude. Without it, the pulse fades. The shadows are the absence of that light, that connection." Their journey was fraught with challenges that tested their fledgling friendship. Crossing the chasm of whispering winds required Clara to trust Pip's guidance implicitly, as invisible currents tried to pull her off narrow, crumbling root bridges. Pip, nimble and sure-footed, patiently guided her, its twig-like fingers surprisingly strong and reassuring. Later, navigating the treacherous moonpetal bog, where beautiful, fragrant flowers released sleep-inducing pollen, Clara used the heartstone's light to clear their path, protecting Pip, who was more susceptible to the enchantment. They shared meager meals of sweet, glowing berries Pip foraged, and Clara shared a small honey cake from her pocket, a simple act that filled Pip with wonder. They learned to communicate without words, a glance, a touch of the frond, the shared warmth of the locket. Clara discovered Pip's dry wit and vast knowledge of the woods, while Pip admired Clara's quiet courage and growing empathy for the struggling world around them. One afternoon they reached the Singing Stones, a circle of monolithic, moss-covered rocks that usually hummed with a deep, grounding harmony. Now the stones were silent, covered in a creeping, black lichen that pulsed faintly with cold energy. The air felt heavy and stale. "This shouldn't be," Pip whispered, fear tinging its voice. "The Singing Stones anchor the magic here, if they fall silent." The heartstone around Clara's neck flickered erratically, its light weak and strained. The creeping shadows gathered thicker here, emboldened by the silence, forming larger, more defined shapes that slithered towards them. Despair threatened to overwhelm Clara. The task seemed too vast, the darkness too deep. She looked at Pip, whose amber eyes reflected the dimming light, but also held a fierce determination. "The bond, little wanderer," Pip urged softly. "Remember the bond, remember Willowbrook." Clara closed her eyes, blocking out the advancing shadows. She didn't just remember Willowbrook, she felt it. She felt the warmth of her hearth, the smell of baking bread, the sound of the blacksmith's hammer, the laughter of children playing near the stream fed by the woods. She thought of her grandmother's stories, the respect she held for the old ways, the quiet beauty of the village nestled against the ancient trees. She poured this feeling not just memory, but love, gratitude, and a fierce desire to protect both her home and this magical place into the heartstone. It ignited. Not a flare this time, but a sustained, brilliant emerald radiance that burst forth, washing over the silent stones. The black lichen hissed and shriveled, retreating like burnt paper. A low, resonant hum began deep within the largest stone, building into the familiar, profound harmony of the singing stones. The shadows shrieked soundlessly and dissolved. The air crackled, fresh and sweet once more. The heartstone's light settled into a strong, steady glow. Pip stared at Clara, its fronds trembling. You remembered the connection, you felt it. Revitalized, their final push towards the heart tree felt lighter. The path seemed clearer, the woods responding to the restored harmony of the singing stones. They emerged into a vast, cathedral-like grove bathed in perpetual twilight. At its center stood the heart tree. It was magnificent beyond imagining a colossal oak, its trunk wider than a cottage, its bark shimmering with veins of pure silver light that pulsed rhythmically, though faintly. Its branches, stretching impossibly high, cradled glowing orbs of soft light like captured stars. But the light was dim, the pulse slow and weak. The very air around the tree thrummed with a profound sadness. At the base of the giant tree, Clara saw the source of the decay. A deep, unnatural crack marred the shimmering bark, leaking a slow trickle of viscous, dark sap. It was the physical manifestation of the broken bond. Approaching the heart tree felt like approaching a slumbering giant, ancient and weary. The heartstone burned against Clara's chest, pulling her towards the crack. Pip stayed close, its small form radiating concern. "The crack, it festers with the neglect," Pip murmured. "The bond is the only true healer." Clara understood. She placed her hand, the one not clutching the heartstone, directly onto the warm, living wood beside the crack. She closed her eyes again. This time she didn't just remember Willowbrook, she projected it. She poured images of the village, the golden fields nurtured by the wood's water, the children playing safely because the shadows were kept at bay, the quiet respect her grandmother had shown. She poured her own gratitude for the beauty she'd witnessed, the friendship she'd found in Pip, the awe she felt standing before the ancient heart tree. She poured her hope for the future, a hope that Willowbrook could remember, could reconnect. She channeled it all through the heartstone, which blazed like a captured emerald sun, its light flowing down her arm and into the tree. The effect was immediate and profound. The dark sap stopped flowing. The crack began to shimmer, its edges knitting together with threads of pure, silver-green light. The pulse within the trunk strengthened, growing faster, brighter, resonating through the grove like a deep, welcoming drumbeat. The silver veins in the bark blazed, and the star-like orbs in the branches flared with renewed brilliance, bathing the entire grove in warm, healing light. A wave of pure, vibrant energy washed outwards, rustling the leaves, making the glowing fungi pulse in unison, filling the air with an intoxicating scent of blooming night flowers and fresh rain. The lingering shadows vanished completely, replaced by dappled patterns of pure light. The whispering wood sighed, a sound of profound relief and returning joy. Pip danced on Clara's shoulder, its fronds vibrating with pure delight. You did it, little wanderer, you healed the bond. The heart tree itself seemed to hum with contentment. The heartstone around Clara's neck cooled, its light settling into a gentle, constant glow, no longer pulsing with urgency but with quiet warmth. She felt different too. The lingering loneliness that had often touched her heart was gone, replaced by a profound sense of connection to the woods, to Pip, to her own home in a way she'd never felt before. She understood the delicate balance, the silent partnership between her world and this hidden one. The journey back was a celebration. The woods were alive with renewed vigor. Glowworms traced intricate patterns in the air, flowers unfurled petals of impossible colors, and the silver shimmer moths flitted everywhere, their wings casting dancing moonbeams. Pip guided Clara back to the edge of the woods near Willowbrook. Dawn was painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold, chasing away the last traces of night. You must go back, little wanderer, Pip said, its voice soft but firm. Guard the connection, share the truth gently. The woods remember now, the pulse is strong. Clara knelt, tears of joy and sorrow mingling. Will I see you again, Pip? The bark-scaled creature touched her cheek with a twig-like finger. The bond is strong, Clara. The heart tree sees, the heartstone knows. When the connection is truly remembered, the paths will open. With a final rustle of its fronds and a flash of amber eyes filled with deep affection, Pip melted back into the vibrant green shadows of the awakening woods. Clara walked back into Willowbrook as the village stirred. The air smelled sweeter, the sunlight warmer. She touched the heartstone, now cool and quiet beneath her dress, a secret warmth against her skin. She didn't tell them about Pip or the heart tree or the silver shimmer moths. Not yet. Instead, she began quietly. She tended the small, neglected shrine at the forest's edge, clearing weeds and leaving simple offerings of wildflowers or berries. She shared her grandmother's stories again, this time with a quiet conviction that made others listen. She spoke of the woods not with fear, but with respect, reminding everyone of the clean water from its streams, the rich soil it nurtured. Slowly, others followed. Offerings reappeared. Children were taught not to break branches needlessly. The village blacksmith, remembering old tales, crafted a beautiful, simple lantern for the shrine, its light a symbol of gratitude. And Clara, she was changed. Her quiet nature remained, but it was infused with a quiet strength and a deep, abiding wonder. She often walked near the woods at dusk, the heartstone a comforting presence. Sometimes she'd catch a glimpse of luminous wings deep within the trees, or hear a familiar rustle of fern-like fronds. She knew Pip was watching, guarding, connected. She knew the bond was healing, thread by thread, nurtured by gratitude and quiet remembrance. As she lay in her attic bed each night, the soft glow of the village lanterns outside mingling with the memory of the wood's starlight, Clara felt a profound peace. She had journeyed into mystery, found friendship in the most unexpected form, and learned that the most powerful magic wasn't in grand spells, but in the quiet strength of connection, the simple act of remembering, and the courage to nurture the bond between all living things. The whispering wood sighed contentedly beyond her window, its ancient heart beating strong, a silent lullaby woven from rustling leaves, distant owl calls, and the enduring warmth of a friendship that defied worlds, promising that magic and wonder were always closer than they seemed. And with that comforting thought, wrapped in the warmth of her quilt and the gentle pulse of the hearthstone, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with luminous moths and the kind, amber eyes of a true friend. Story 8. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. Forest's heartbeat, Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing, but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid, and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseeds return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. "Remember Oakheart's rheumatism," he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. "This place just needs better decorating." Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. The effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. Turns out, Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom. The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic she knew as sleep gently pulled her under wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. Story 9. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great Ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelin sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelin focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelin, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelin responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelin's prismatic recollections of Shard singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kaelin gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kaelin treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They are winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river hummed lullabies and the willows trailed their fingers in the water. Stone cottages with mossy roofs dotted the hills, their windows glowing like warm honey in the twilight. Every evening the air filled with the scent of baking bread and wood smoke, and fireflies danced above gardens where moonflowers bloomed, their petals shimmering silver. Young Theo lived there with his grandmother, a weaver whose tapestries held whispers of old magic. Life flowed as gently as the river, until the vanishing began. It started small. Granny's favorite thimble disappeared from her windowsill. Then Farmer Bramble's lucky horseshoe vanished from his stable door. Soon spoons slipped from drawers, socks vanished from washing lines, and little Marigold's hair ribbon fluttered away from her braid as if snatched by an invisible breeze. Stranger still, each lost item reappeared days later, but not where it belonged. The thimble sat atop the old oak in the square. The horseshoe hung from a lamppost. Marigold's ribbon was tied neatly around a blueberry bush deep in the whispering woods. A soft, silvery light flickered near the woods at night, too quick to catch, leaving the villagers puzzled and uneasy. "Something's amiss in Willowbrook," murmured Granny one evening, her knitting needles clicking like crickets. Theo, curled by the hearth with a mug of spiced milk, frowned. But who'd take things just to put them back all wrong? Granny's eyes twinkled. "Not who, my dear. Why, mysteries are knots waiting for gentle hands to untie them." She suggested Theo visit Agatha, the village archivist, who lived in a cottage crammed with books and teapots, her hair like a cloud of dandelion fluff. The next morning, Theo found Agatha humming as she dusted leather-bound tomes. "Ah, the Vanishing," she chuckled when Theo explained. "Come, let's observe." She handed Theo a notebook and a pencil shaped like a twig. "Write down where things vanish, where they return, and what you feel there." Theo spent days noting patterns, vanishings near open windows, returns near berry patches or old trees, always with a faint scent of frost and crushed leaves. At night he glimpsed the silvery light, a swift, graceful shape darting through the woods. One dusk, as Theo sketched the latest return spot, a spoon balanced on a toadstool, a rustle came from the ferns. Out tumbled 3 dust bunnies, fluffy, palm-sized creatures with ears like thistledown and eyes like dewdrops. They chirruped anxiously, nudging a lost button toward Theo. "You're not thieves," Theo whispered. "You're collectors." The largest bunny shivered, puffing out fur like a snowball. Theo felt an unexpected chill in the air. He followed them, guided by the silvery light now hovering patiently. A moonlit fox, its coat gleaming like starlight on snow, its eyes kind and wise. It led Theo and the bunnies deep into the whispering woods, to a hollow beneath an ancient, gnarled willow. There Theo gasped. The hollow was piled high with the village's missing treasures, thimbles, spoons, ribbons, all woven into a nest. But the nest was damp and crumbling, and the dust bunnies huddled together, trembling. The moonlit fox nosed the nest gently, then looked at Theo. Understanding dawned. The bunnies weren't stealing, they were borrowing warmth. Their old nest, once cozy in sun-warmed roots, had been flooded by spring rains. Desperate, they'd gathered shiny, sturdy human things to patch it, returning them when they could. The fox, guardian of the woods, had tried to help by placing items where humans might find them, and using its light to draw attention when the bunnies grew too cold. Theo raced back to Willowbrook, bursting into Agatha's cottage. "It's not mischief, it's an accident, they're freezing." Agatha's eyes softened. Creatures of frost and fluff need more than metal to stay warm. Together, they gathered the villagers. Theo explained, showing his notebook, vanishings near cold drafts, returns near sun-warmed spots. "They only took small things and they tried to give them back," he pleaded. Granny nodded. "Then let's give them proper warmth." At moonrise, the villagers followed Theo and the fox to the hollow. Bramble brought fleece from his sheep. Marigold offered her softest woolen scarf. Granny brought sacks of dried lavender and sun-fluffed cotton. They built a new nest, a snug, fragrant burrow lined with kindness. The dust bunnies tumbled in, purring like contented kittens, their shivers melting away. The moonlit fox curled beside them, its light glowing warm gold now, not silver. As thanks, the bunnies returned every last item, placing them gently into outstretched hands. Farmer Bramble laughed as his horseshoe was laid at his feet. "Better there than my door, it was rusting anyway." From then on, the vanishings stopped. But on chilly nights, villagers would leave handfuls of fleece or knitted squares at the wood's edge, finding them replaced by perfect pine cones or smooth river stones. Theo often sat with Agatha by her fire, sipping chamomile tea as she read him tales of hidden helpers and quiet understandings. The mystery had taught them that not all lost things are stolen, some are just waiting to be found with a kind heart. And as Willowbrook slept under a blanket of stars, the river sang a little softer, the willows sighed contentedly, and the warm glow from the ancient hollow whispered back, "All was well and all was warm." The end. Story 11. Leo had always felt like a misplaced puzzle piece in the bustling village of Oakhaven. While other children chased each other through sun-drenched meadows, he lingered at the forest's edge, drawn to the whispering woods. It wasn't just the emerald canopy or the dappled light that called to him. It was the secrets rustling in the ferns, the way the wind carried melodies only he seemed to hear. On his 10th birthday, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and gold, Leo slipped away to his sanctuary, unaware that the woods had been waiting for him. Beneath an ancient oak with roots like gnarled fingers, Leo's boot struck something smooth and warm. He knelt, brushing away moss to reveal a stone the size of his palm. It pulsed with a soft amber light, swirling with veins of silver that seemed to dance like liquid starlight. As his fingers closed around it, a gentle hum vibrated through his bones, and the forest itself seemed to sigh. Ferns unfurled before him, revealing a hidden path shimmering with dewdrop lanterns. Heart-pounding, Leo followed the glow deep into the woods, where the air grew sweeter and the shadows softer. The path ended at a waterfall cascading over mossy rocks, but when Leo held the stone aloft, the water parted like a curtain, revealing a cavern glittering with crystals. He stepped through, gasping as the world transformed. Before him lay the glimmering vale, meadows of luminescent bluegrass, trees with leaves like spun moonlight, and streams flowing with liquid sapphire. Fireflies wove constellations above, and the air hummed with the scent of honey and wild thyme. This was a world folded inside his own, breathing with magic. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Perched on a glowing mushroom was a creature no taller than his forearm, with fur like crushed violets and dragonfly wings that shimmered like prisms. Her eyes, wide and intelligent, shifted from emerald to topaz as she tilted her head. "You found the heartstone," she chimed, her voice like wind chimes. "I'm Flicker, and you're just in time." She explained that the heartstone was the Vale's lifeline, a conduit for its magic. But it had been dimming for months, stolen by shadows seeping through cracks in the realm's boundaries. Without it, the veil would fade into eternal dusk. Leo's journey began at dawn. The heartstone, now warm against his chest, guided them toward the crystal caves, where it needed to be restored. Flicker rode on his shoulder, her wings brushing his cheek like whispers. Their first trial was the Bridge of Sighs, a span of woven light fraying at the edges. As Leo stepped onto it, the bridge trembled, threatening to dissolve. "Think of joy," Flicker urged. Leo closed his eyes, recalling his mother's laughter as she kneaded dough, sunlight pooling on their kitchen floor. The bridge solidified, glowing gold beneath his feet. Deeper in the vale, they entered the Grove of Echoes, where twisted trees cast long, shifting shadows. These weren't mere darkness, they were lost ones, souls adrift without the Heartstone's light. One shadow, tall and trembling, blocked their path. "It feeds on fear," Flicker warned, but Leo stepped forward. "You're not alone," he murmured, extending the Heartstone. Its amber light spilled over the shadow, revealing the faint outline of a stag with sorrowful eyes. Leo hummed the lullaby his father sang him during thunderstorms. The shadow softened, nuzzling his hand before dissolving into a shower of silver sparks that strengthened the vale's glow. At the singing river, they found the current too fierce to cross. A giant turtle emerged, her shell etched with runes. "Solve my riddle," she intoned, "and the waters will still. I am born in silence, grow with words, and live beyond death." "What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of the Heartstone's hum, of Flicker's trust, of his own quiet courage. "A story," he answered. The turtle smiled, and the river calmed into glassy stillness. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance guarded by a vortex of swirling shadows. At its center stood the largest lost one yet, a towering figure with eyes like smoldering coals. Flicker tensed. "It was once the Vale's guardian," she whispered. "Its despair made it a prison." The creature roared, darkness lashing out. Leo stumbled, the Heartstone flaring as it absorbed the blow. Instead of retreating, he walked closer, his voice steady. "I know what it's like to feel lost," he confessed, sharing his loneliness in Oakhaven, the ache of not belonging. "But the Vale chose me, and it chose you too, once." The shadow hesitated. Leo placed the Heartstone in its clawed hand. "You're still part of this world." The Guardian's form shifted, darkness peeling away to reveal a being of starlight and moss. It led them into the caves, where a pedestal of amethyst awaited. As Leo placed the Heartstone, light exploded, cascading through crystals, racing across meadows, igniting the sky in auroras of violet and gold. The Vale sang, a symphony of rustling leaves and chiming streams. Flicker's wings glowed fiercely as she hugged Leo. "You didn't just save us," she said. "You remembered what we'd forgotten. Light grows from kindness." Weeks later, Leo sat beneath the ancient oak at the forest's edge. The Heartstone, now a gentle warmth in his pocket, was no longer needed in the Vale. Its magic was restored. But he felt its pulse whenever he listened to the wind or watched fireflies dance. In Oakhaven, he no longer hovered at the edges. He taught the village children how to hear the wood's whispers, sharing tales of luminescent meadows and brave little guardians. And sometimes, just before dawn, he'd glimpse a violet flicker in the branches, a friend keeping watch. That night, as Leo curled under his quilt, he traced the Heartstone's spiral pattern. Outside his window, the whispering woods sighed contentedly, their secrets now a comforting lullaby. He smiled, understanding at last that the quietest hearts often hold the deepest magic, and that every world, hidden or seen, thrives on the courage to be kind. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft, starlit cloak, and in his dreams, bluegrass glimmered under a forever spring moon. Story 12. The wind sighed through the ancient pines surrounding Rowanwood Cottage, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Inside, nestled under a thick woolen blanket by the crackling hearth fire, young Finn traced the worn grain of the oak table. A restlessness hummed beneath his skin, a feeling he couldn't quite name. He'd come to stay with his grandmother, Alara, seeking quiet after the bustling city, but instead found a quiet ache, a sense of being untethered. "Gran," Finn murmured, his voice barely louder than the settling logs. Did Mum ever talk much about before? Our family, I mean." Alara looked up from her knitting, needles clicking a soft rhythm. Her eyes, the color of twilight, held a depth Finn often felt he could swim in. "Before the city, you mean?" she asked gently. "Oh, a little, my dove, but some roots run deeper than words can't easily reach. They whisper in the rustle of leaves and sleep in the dust of old things." She paused, her gaze drifting to a heavy oak chest tucked away in the shadowed corner of the room. Dust motes danced in the firelight above it. "There's something," she said slowly, a thoughtful note in her voice. "Something your great-great-grandmother, Sorcha, left. She said it was for when the heart felt adrift, when the present felt too loud and the past too silent." Finn's breath hitched. "What is it?" Alara rose, her movements unhurried, and fetched a large, tarnished key from a hook above the mantelpiece. "Come," she invited, her voice warm as embers. Kneeling before the chest, she inserted the key. With a soft, protesting groan of ancient wood, the lid lifted, releasing a scent of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst folded linens yellowed with age, lay an object wrapped in faded indigo cloth. Alara lifted it out with reverence. Unwrapping the cloth revealed not a book or a weapon, but a lantern. It was crafted from beaten copper, now green with patina, shaped like a delicate flower with petals unfurling. At its heart, instead of glass, rested a smooth, milky white stone, glowing faintly with an inner luminescence like captured moonlight. Etched around the base were intricate, swirling patterns Finn didn't recognize, symbols that seemed to shift and flow when the firelight touched them. "Sorcha's lantern," Alara breathed, placing it gently on the table. She called it the heart's compass. It's said to hold the light of understanding, passed down through the women of our line. Finn reached out, his fingers brushing the cool metal. A faint warmth pulsed from the milky stone, a sensation like a gentle heartbeat against his skin. "What does it do?" "It doesn't do anything dramatic, Finn," Alara smiled, settling back into her chair. "It helps you see the threads that connect you, see the legacy woven into the land, into the quiet moments. Sorcha believed the truest magic wasn't in spells, but in remembrance, in listening to the land and the stories it holds." That night, sleep eluded Finn. The lantern sat on his bedside table, the milky stone glowing softly, casting gentle, shifting patterns on the ceiling. The restlessness persisted. Quietly he slipped out of bed, pulled on a thick sweater, and picked up the lantern. Its warmth seeped into his palm, comforting. He padded downstairs past Gran's softly snoring form, and out into the cool, pine-scented night. The moon was a silver sliver, bathing the clearing around the cottage in a soft glow. Finn walked, drawn not by a path, but by a quiet tugging in his chest, amplified by the gentle warmth of the lantern. He found himself heading towards the oldest part of the woods, a place Gran called the Whispering Grove. Moss carpeted the ground, thick and soft beneath his slippered feet. Ancient oaks stood sentinel, their gnarled roots like sleeping dragons. He stopped beneath the largest oak, its trunk wider than his outstretched arms. As he held the lantern aloft, something extraordinary happened. The milky stone pulsed brighter, its light not harsh, but deep and clear. It illuminated the bark of the great oak, and Finn gasped. Etched into the wood, almost invisible in ordinary light, were carvings. The same swirling patterns that adorned the lantern's base danced across the ancient bark spirals like unfurling ferns, interlocking knots and symbols that looked like stylized birds in flight. As the lantern light touched them, the carvings seemed to shimmer. A low, resonant hum filled the air, not a sound heard with ears, but felt in his bones. It was the deep voice of the earth, the slow song of the trees. Images flickered at the edge of his vision, not sharp pictures, but impressions, feelings. He saw strong, calloused hands carefully carving the symbols into the young oak sapling centuries ago. He felt the quiet pride of stewardship, the deep connection to the grove. He sensed the rhythm of seasons guiding planting and harvest, the respect for every leaf and creature. He saw generations of women gathering beneath this very tree, sharing stories not just of grand events, but of the first snowdrop, the taste of wild berries, the way the light fell through the leaves in autumn. He saw Sorcha, younger than Gran, placing her hand on the carving, the lantern glowing softly in her other hand, a look of profound peace on her face. The lesson wasn't shouted, it flowed into him like the warmth from the lantern. It spoke of roots deep in the earth, drawing strength and wisdom. It spoke of legacy not as dusty history, but as a living tapestry woven from countless small acts of noticing, of tending, of listening. It spoke of belonging not to a place, but to a way of being patient, observant, connected. He understood why Gran knew the names of every wildflower, why she listened to the birdsong like a conversation, why she moved through the woods with such quiet reverence. It wasn't just habit, it was the legacy humming in her blood, the same legacy he now felt stirring within himself. The restless ache dissolved, replaced by a profound sense of calm, a feeling of being gently held. He wasn't just Finn from the city visiting his Gran, he was Finn connected to Sorcha, to the hands that carved the oak, to the land itself. He belonged to this quiet strength, this deep-rooted wisdom. He sat down on a mossy root, the lantern resting beside him, its light a soft pool in the moonlit grove. He listened, not just with his ears, but with his whole being. He heard the rustle of a badger in the undergrowth, the distant hoot of an owl, the sigh of the wind through the high branches. He smelled the damp earth, the sharp tang of pine resin, the sweetness of hidden wildflowers. He felt the solid strength of the ancient oak at his back. Each sensation was a thread connecting him to the tapestry his ancestors had woven. When the first pale fingers of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Finn rose. He touched the carvings on the oak tree, the symbols cool and solid beneath his fingertips. Then, with the lantern held close, its inner light now feeling like a familiar friend, he made his way back to the cottage. Gran was already awake, stirring a pot of porridge over the hearth. She looked at him, saw the lantern in his hand, and saw the quiet peace in his eyes. She didn't ask questions. She simply smiled, a knowing, gentle smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "Porridge is ready," she said, her voice soft as the morning mist rising outside the window. "It's flavored with a bit of the wild honey from the old hives. Sorcha always said it tasted like sunshine caught in a jar." Finn placed the lantern carefully back on the table, the milky stone still glowing faintly. He sat down, breathing in the warm, comforting scent of oats and honey and wood smoke. The city felt far away, not forgotten, but put into a new perspective. The restlessness was gone. In its place was a deep, anchoring sense of belonging. He looked at the lantern, no longer just a curious artifact, but a symbol. A symbol of the quiet light within, the wisdom passed down not through grand pronouncements, but through the rhythm of daily life, through connection to the earth, through listening to the whispers of the past in the present moment. It was a legacy of presence, of finding magic in the ordinary, of understanding that true strength grew from deep roots and open hearts. As he ate the porridge, sweet with the taste of ancient sunshine, Finn knew he carried that light within him now. He knew the carvings on the oak, the feel of the moss, the scent of the pines, the warmth of the lantern, and Gran's quiet wisdom were all part of the same, unbroken thread. And as the golden morning light streamed through the cottage window, warming the copper petals of Sorcha's lantern, Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deep and still and enduring, like the roots of the ancient oak in the whispering grove. He was home in a way he had never been before, cradled by the gentle arms of his heritage. The lantern's soft glow seemed to pulse in time with his own steady heartbeat, a quiet promise that the light of understanding would always be there, guiding him home. Story 13. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. Here, the ordinary hummed with the extraordinary. Ferns unfurled with a soft sigh, streams chuckled secrets over polished stones, and the air itself shimmered with the quiet magic of a world in perfect, breathing balance. This harmony was tended by the woodkin, creatures who lived unseen by most human eyes. There was Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines sparkled faintly with captured dew, his nose perpetually twitching with curiosity. His dearest friend was Sorrel, a wise old badger whose fur held the silvery sheen of countless moons, and whose slow, deliberate movements spoke of deep-rooted understanding. They lived in the cozy warren beneath the roots of Grandfather Oak, the oldest sentinel of the Whisperwood, whose bark was etched with stories older than memory. The woodkin understood the language of the seasons. Spring wasn't just new leaves, it was the sigh of awakening, a warm breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and unfurling petals that coaxed sleepy roots to stretch and seeds to crack open. Summer was the song of abundance, a vibrant chorus of buzzing insects, rustling leaves, and the heavy, sweet perfume of honeysuckle that hung thick in the warm air. Autumn was the whisper of letting go, a crisp rustle of crimson and gold leaves whispering secrets as they fell, painting the ground in a tapestry of decay that nourished the new. Winter was the hush of deep rest, a profound silence broken only by the soft crunch of snow underfoot, and the crackle of frost in the still air, a time for quiet dreams beneath the frozen earth. Their lives were woven into this cycle. Thistle and the other younglings gathered fallen acorns during the whisper, storing them in hollows that smelled sweetly of wood and thyme. Sorrel and the elders monitored the health of the Clearwater Brook, ensuring its song remained pure, and its cool, clear waters flowed freely, tasting faintly of mint and stone. They nurtured the glimmer moss that grew on the north sides of stones, moss that pulsed with a soft, ethereal blue-green light on moonless nights, guiding nocturnal travelers and painting the forest floor with constellations. The heart of the Whisperwood's magic lay in the Heartstone Spring, a hidden pool nestled in a mossy grove. Fed by an underground river, its water wasn't merely water, it was liquid starlight, cool to the touch and shimmering with an inner luminescence. At its center stood the Heartstone itself, a smooth, obsidian pillar veined with threads of silver that seemed to pulse with the forest's own slow heartbeat. The spring didn't bubble, it sang a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the roots and stones, a constant reminder of the deep, living connection that bound all things in the Whisperwood. It smelled clean and ancient, like rain on stone after a long drought. The magic flowed outward. The sigh of awakening was strongest near the spring, carried on its mist. The song of abundance resonated with the Heartstone's hum, making fruits sweeter and flowers brighter. The whisper of letting go was gentler here, a melancholic yet beautiful melody that eased the transition. The hush of deep rest was deepest near the spring, a blanket of profound peace. One unusually warm day during the whisper of letting go, Thistle noticed something troubling. The air, usually crisp and smelling of damp leaves and wood smoke, felt heavy and stale. The vibrant reds and golds of the maples seemed duller, their leaves dropping listlessly instead of dancing on the breeze. Worse, the Clearwater Brook's cheerful chuckle had faded to a worried gurgle, and its waters, usually crystal clear and tasting refreshingly cool, now felt tepid and carried a faint, unpleasant tang of stagnation, like water left too long in a forgotten cup. Worried, Thistle scampered to Sorrel, who was examining a patch of glimmer moss near the spring. The moss's light was flickering erratically, casting jumpy shadows instead of its usual steady glow. The resonant hum of the hearthstone sounded strained, a discordant note woven into its song. "Grandfather Sorrel," Thistle whispered, his voice small against the unsettling quiet, "the brook, it sounds sad, and the leaves, they just fall, they don't whisper anymore. And the moss," he gestured at the flickering light. Sorrel lowered his snout, sniffing the air deeply. He touched a paw to the spring's edge. The water felt warmer than it should, lacking its usual invigorating coolness. The discordant hum vibrated up his leg. "The balance is disturbed, young one," he rumbled, his voice grave. "The hearthstone feels weary. The magic that flows with the seasons is faltering." He closed his eyes, recalling the wisdom passed down through countless badger generations, stories whispered in the deep dark of winter dens. "Long ago, before even Grandfather Oak was a sapling," Sorrel began, his voice taking on the cadence of ancient tales, "it is said the hearthstone drew its strength not just from the earth, but from the harmony of all things above. When the connections weaken, when the flow is blocked, the spring's song falters, and the seasons lose their rhythm." "But what blocks it?" Thistle asked, his small heart pounding. "The pathways," Sorrel murmured, opening his eyes. "Like roots unseen, the magic flows along certain paths, the strongest currents of wind, the deepest veins of water, the oldest trails trodden by forest kin. If something disrupts these, a fallen giant blocking a wind path, a dam in the water's course, silence where there should be the pattering of paws, the magic struggles." They needed to walk the ancient ways, to listen to the forest's true voice. Sorrel knew the paths, the subtle signs, the way certain lichen grew only on undisturbed stones marking wind lanes, the specific song of water over particular rocks indicating a deep magic current, the barely tread trails that resonated with the footfalls of generations. Their journey began at dawn the next day. The forest felt different now, tense. The air hung heavy and still, smelling faintly of decay instead of autumn spice. Sunlight struggled through a canopy that seemed denser, gloomier. They followed the first path the wind dancer's trail. It wound high along ridges where the breeze should sing. But halfway they found it, a massive ancient cedar, its heartwood rotten, had fallen across the path. Its immense trunk, covered in spongy moss that smelled damp and fungal, lay like a silent wall, blocking the free passage of air. The magic current here felt stifled, stagnant. "See," Sorrel said, placing a paw on the damp bark. "The wind cannot dance here, its breath is trapped." He showed Thistle how to carefully clear smaller branches and debris from the windward side, creating channels for the air to flow through. It wasn't about moving the giant, but restoring the pathway. As they worked, a faint sigh seemed to whisper through the newly cleared space. Next, they followed the song of clear water. The brook led them downstream, away from the spring. Its gurgle grew more distressed. The water felt warmer, sluggish. The unpleasant tang grew stronger. They found the source, a landslide, triggered by the unseasonable warmth, weakening the earth. Tons of mud, rock, and tangled roots had choked a narrow gorge where the brook narrowed. The magic current of the water was dammed, its life-giving flow impeded. The smell of mud and stagnation was overpowering. "This is a task for more than paws," Sorrel said, his voice heavy. He lifted his snout and gave a deep, resonant call, a sound like stones shifting, a request carried on the troubled air. From the undergrowth emerged Bracken, a powerful river otter with sleek brown fur and intelligent eyes. From the canopy fluttered Pip, a quick-witted kingfisher whose blue feathers flashed like shards of sky. They listened as Sorrel explained. Bracken dove into the murky water, his powerful body navigating the debris. Pip darted above, calling out where the blockage was thickest. Thistle, Sorrel, and soon other woodkin squirrels with nimble paws, patient moles who understood earth, worked together. They couldn't move the largest boulders, but they could clear smaller rocks, dig channels around the edges, break apart root tangles. It was muddy, tiring work. The water, tasting gritty and warm, swirled around their legs. But slowly, painstakingly, they created a new path. With a sudden rush and a triumphant shout from Bracken, the pent-up water burst through the remaining gap, scouring the channel clean. The brook song returned, stronger, clearer, washing away the stagnation. The water felt cooler already, tasting fresher. A surge of pure, watery magic pulsed back upstream towards the Heartstone. The final path was the oldest and most subtle, the Whisper Track. It wasn't a single trail, but a network of barely visible paths, trodden for generations by countless small paws. It represented the constant, gentle hum of life. But the forest felt unnervingly quiet. The usual rustles, chirps, and pattering were muted. Fear of the imbalance had driven the smaller creatures into hiding. The magic here felt thin, stretched. "We must remind them," Sorrel said softly. "Remind them of the rhythm, of their place in the song." Thistle had an idea. He remembered the glimmer moss, how its light guided and comforted. He scurried off, returning with pawfuls of the brightest moss he could find. With Pip's help, they placed glowing patches at the entrances to burrows, along the Whisper Track, and beneath the safest bushes. The soft, steady blue-green light pierced the unnatural gloom. Then Thistle began to hum. It was a simple tune, one his mother used to hum in their nest, a sound like falling leaves and crackling fire. Sorrel joined in with his deep, grounding rumble. Bracken slapped his tail on the water in rhythm. Pip trilled a high counterpoint. One by one, drawn by the familiar, comforting light and the brave, gentle song, small faces peered out. Shy field mice, watchful shrews, a family of rabbits. They saw Thistle humming, Sorrel steady, the others working together. Hesitantly, a mouse began to tap her tiny foot. A shrew added a soft whistle. The rhythm grew, a tapestry of small sounds, weaving together the pattering of paws returning to the path, the rustle of foraging, the soft chirps of reassurance. The Whisper Track came alive again, not with noise, but with the vital hum of countless small lives resuming their part in the forest symphony. The air filled with the gentle sounds of movement and life, smelling of turned earth and nervous but hopeful creatures. As they walked back towards the Heartstone spring, they felt the change. The heavy, stale air began to stir with a fresh, cool breeze smelling of pine and distant rain, flowing freely down the wind dancer's trail. The Clearwater Brook sang its pure, cool song beside them, tasting clean and vital once more. The glimmer moss along the path shone with a steady, serene light. And the Whisper Track buzzed softly with the comforting sounds of life. They reached the spring as dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and apricot. The discordant hum in the Heartstone had faded. The water shimmered with its full, cool luminescence. As the last light faded, the glimmer moss around the grove flared not erratically, but in a slow, coordinated pulse, like the forest breathing a sigh of profound relief. The air smelled clean, cool, and alive. Sorrel placed a paw on Thistle's head. "You see, young one, the wisdom of the elders is not just memory, it is the map. But it takes the courage of the young and the strength found in friendship to walk the path and mend the tears in the tapestry. The magic is in the connection, the care, the listening." That night, under a sky dusted with stars that seemed to twinkle in time with the glimmer moss, the whisper of letting go returned. It wasn't mournful, but peaceful. The leaves rustled a gentle lullaby as they drifted down, blanketing the earth in a quilt of gold and crimson, smelling sweetly of decay and promise. The Heartstone hummed its deep, resonant song, a sound that vibrated in the bones, a sound of restored harmony. Thistle curled up near Sorrel in their den beneath Grandfather Oak, listening to the peaceful symphony of the restored Whisperwood, the sighing wind, the chuckling brook, the soft patter of tiny feet on the Whisper Track, and the deep, steady heartbeat of the earth itself. It was the sound of balance, of quiet magic, and of a forest resting deeply, peacefully, knowing its guardians, young and old, were watching over its eternal, gentle dance. The cool, clean air filled their lungs, and the profound peace of a world in harmony settled over them like the softest, warmest blanket, promising safety and renewal with the turning of the stars. Story 14. The first firefly of twilight blinked above Lily's garden, a tiny, wandering star against the deepening blue. 7 years old, with eyes wide as saucers and a heart that beat like a hummingbird's wings at the promise of magic, Lily felt a familiar tug. It wasn't just the firefly, it was the way the breeze suddenly carried the scent of something wild and sweet, like crushed pine needles and moonlight, from the edge of the ancient woods everyone called the Whisperwood. No grown-up ever ventured far into it, speaking of it in hushed tones about old places and getting turned around, but tonight, the woods seemed to hum. A low, gentle vibration felt more than heard, pulling Lily like a friendly hand. Taking a deep breath, clutching her worn, rabbit-eared blanket for courage, Lily stepped past the last rose bush and onto the mossy path leading into the Whisperwood. Instantly, the air changed. It grew cooler, softer, tasting faintly of damp earth and secrets. The towering trees, their bark etched with patterns like forgotten maps, arched overhead, their leaves not just green, but shimmering with 1,000 tiny, embedded crystals that caught the fading light. They weren't leaves at all, Lily realized with a gasp, but delicate, living suncatchers. As dusk deepened, the crystals began to glow with their own soft, internal light, emerald, sapphire, and topaz, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor. The path itself was carpeted in velvety moss that pulsed faintly with a bioluminescent green, guiding her deeper. The whispering began almost immediately. It wasn't voices, not exactly. It was the sound of the crystal leaves gently chiming against each other in the breeze, a melody like wind chimes made of ice and starlight. It was the soft sigh of the glowing moss underfoot. It was the rustle of unseen creatures moving through ferns that unfurled like silver fiddleheads. Lily's initial nervousness melted into pure, sparkling wonder. Her first encounter was with the globiniz. She rounded a bend where giant, luminous mushrooms sprouted like fairy umbrellas, their undersides radiating a soft, buttery light. Beneath the largest mushroom, nestled in a bed of glowing moss and soft, rainbow-colored lichen, were 3 small creatures. They looked like plump, fluffy rabbits, but their fur shimmered with an internal light that shifted colors: soft lavender, pale mint, and warm peach. Their ears were long and translucent, twitching independently, catching the crystal leaf chimes. They nibbled on glowing blueberries that grew on nearby vines, their large, dark eyes blinking slowly at Lily. "Hello," Lily whispered, afraid to startle them. The peach glowbunny hopped closer, its nose twitching. It didn't speak, but Lily felt a warm, fuzzy feeling of hello brush against her mind, like a friendly nudge. The others joined, radiating gentle curiosity. They nudged her ankles, their fur surprisingly warm and soft, emitting a faint scent of honey and ozone. Lily giggled, kneeling down. "You're beautiful," she breathed. The lavender one nudged her hand, and she gently stroked its luminous back. A sense of peaceful contentment washed over her, easing any lingering traces of fear. They hopped alongside her for a little way, their shifting lights painting the path in pastel hues, before disappearing silently into a thicket of singing ferns that vibrated softly as they passed. Deeper into the Whisperwood, the air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers whose petals glowed like captured moonlight. Lily came upon a wide, shallow stream that wasn't water at all, but liquid silver. It flowed silently over smooth, obsidian stones, reflecting the kaleidoscope of lights from the crystal trees above. This was the silver stream, and crossing it was her first gentle challenge. There was no bridge, only large, stepping stones spaced just a little too far apart for her small legs. The stones themselves were dark and looked slippery. The far bank seemed miles away. Lily hesitated. The silver liquid swirled hypnotically. What if she fell in? What if it was cold? What if it carried her away? The friendly pull of the woods seemed muted here. She looked back, but the path behind was swallowed by the luminous gloom. Forward was the only way. Taking a deep breath, she remembered the warm courage the Globenes had shared. Be brave like the little light, she thought, one step at a time. She focused on the first stone. It was flat and broad. Carefully, she stepped onto it. It felt solid and warm beneath her bare feet. The next stone was smaller, slightly wobbly. She steadied herself, arms outstretched, blanket trailing. Step. Pause. Breathe. Step. Pause. Breathe. Halfway across, the stone she landed on tilted unexpectedly. Lily wobbled, a gasp catching in her throat. Below, the silver stream swirled, reflecting her wide-eyed face. For a heart-stopping moment, she teetered. Then a cluster of tiny winged seeds, glowing like miniature lanterns, drifted down from the crystal canopy. They swirled around her, a gentle, golden vortex, creating a soft updraft that steadied her. They felt like warm whispers against her skin, pushing her gently upright. With renewed focus, Lily took the final steps, leaping onto the soft, glowing moss of the far bank. She turned, heart pounding with exhilaration, and bowed slightly to the swirling lantern seeds. "Thank you," she whispered. They bobbed in acknowledgement before drifting away. On the other side, the woods opened into a breathtaking clearing. In the center stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk was deep, velvety indigo, and its branches stretched wide, not bearing leaves, but actual tiny, twinkling stars. It was the starry sentinel. Beneath it, bathed in its cool, ethereal light, stood a creature of majestic gentleness. It resembled a tall deer, but its coat was the deep blue of a midnight sky, dusted with points of light like distant galaxies. Its antlers weren't bone, but woven strands of pure, shimmering moonlight, holding tiny, captured constellations that slowly revolved. Its eyes were vast pools of ancient kindness, reflecting the entire clearing's glow. This was the moon deer, guardian of the Whisperwood's heart. Lily approached slowly, awestruck. The moon deer lowered its magnificent head, its starry antlers casting dancing light patterns around them. A deep, resonant peace flowed from it, washing over Lily like a warm tide. She felt understood, welcomed, and completely safe. "Little seeker," a voice echoed softly, not in her ears, but within her heart, warm and deep as a cello note. "You walked the whispering path. You crossed the silver flow. Your courage glows brightly." I was scared at the stream," Lily admitted softly, her small voice barely a rustle in the immense quiet. "Courage is not the absence of fear, little one," the moon deer's voice resonated within her. "It is the quiet voice that says, take the next step, even when the stones wobble. You listened to that voice. You trusted your own light." The moon deer nudged something on the mossy ground with its velvet nose. It was a smooth, cool pebble, glowing with a soft, inner light the same color as the crystal leaves a warm, comforting amber. "A piece of the Whisperwood's heart," the voice explained. "To remind you that the light you found here was always within you. Carry it and remember that even the unknown holds wonder for those who step forward with kindness and a brave heart." Lily picked up the pebble. It felt alive, pulsing gently in her palm, radiating warmth and a sense of profound peace. As she held it, she saw images flicker in her mind, the friendly nudge of the Globenes, the steadying swirl of the lantern seeds, her own determined face as she crossed the stream. The moon deer dipped its head again, its constellation antlers swirling slowly. "The path home remembers your steps, little seeker. Follow your own light back." Turning, Lily saw the glowing moss path stretching clearly back the way she had come. It seemed brighter now, leading confidently through the luminous trees. She clutched the warm pebble in her blanket, feeling a fullness in her heart she hadn't known before. The journey back felt different. The woods were no longer unknown, but a place of gentle magic she had been welcomed into. She saw the globiners again near the singing ferns. They blinked their dark eyes at her, radiating a soft goodbye friend feeling. The silver stream seemed less daunting. She crossed the stepping stones with sure, easy steps, the lantern seeds drifting nearby like silent, approving guardians. When she finally stepped out of the Whisperwood, back into her own familiar garden, the first true stars were pricking the velvet sky. The fireflies were out in force now, dancing above the roses. The scent of crushed pine and moonlight faded, replaced by the homely fragrance of damp grass and night blooms. Lily looked back at the woods. The entrance seemed ordinary again, just trees and shadows. But in her hand the amber pebble glowed softly, a warm, constant pulse against her skin, a secret held close. Her mother called from the warm, amber-lit window. "Lily, time for bed, sweet pea." Lily ran inside, the pebble safely tucked into the pocket of her nightgown. As her mother tucked her in, smoothing the rabbit-eared blanket, Lily snuggled deep. "Did you have an adventure in the garden?" her mother asked, brushing a strand of hair from Lily's forehead. Lily thought of the crystal leaves, the globiners, the moon deer's wise eyes, and the warm, brave feeling in her chest. She thought of the gentle lesson, that courage was taking the next step, that kindness was a light, and that wonder lived just beyond the familiar, waiting for those who dared to look. She smiled, a secret luminous smile that mirrored the soft glow she could feel against her leg. "Yes, Mama," Lily whispered, her eyes already growing heavy, the comforting pulse of the pebble a lullaby against her skin. A very brave and beautiful adventure. And as she drifted into dreams filled with shimmering forests and starry antlers, the amber light from her pocket cast gentle, dancing shapes on the wall, a silent reminder that the greatest magic wasn't just in the Whisperwood, but in the brave, kind heart that had journeyed there and returned, forever changed by the gentle glow of the unknown. The comforting rhythm of the light pulsed on, a tiny, steady star nestled close, whispering of courage, wonder, and the safe warmth of home. Story 15. The old stone cottage nestled in the valley always seemed to hold its breath just before twilight. Its inhabitant, a gentle soul named Eris, whose hands knew the earth as well as his own heartbeat, often paused his tending of the riotous flower beds to watch the sun dip behind Whisperwood. Tonight, however, the air hummed with a different energy. A silvery moth, larger than any Eris had ever seen, its wings dusted with patterns like constellations, fluttered persistently around his head before darting towards the ancient, gnarled oak that marked the edge of the woods. It felt like an invitation. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Eris. He followed the moth, the crunch of gravel under his boots giving way to the soft sigh of fallen leaves. The deeper he ventured, the stranger the light became. Sunbeams filtered through the dense canopy seemed thicker, almost liquid gold, and the air smelled sweeter, richer like honey, damp moss, and something indescribably ancient. The moth led him to the heart of Whisperwood, to a clearing he was certain hadn't existed yesterday. In its center stood an oak, even more magnificent than the boundary tree. Its trunk was vast, twisted with time, and embedded within its bark, pulsing with a soft, warm light, was a smooth, heart-shaped stone the color of deep moss and polished amber. It seemed to breathe in time with the forest itself. As Eris reached out, mesmerized, his fingertips brushed the stone. A wave of warmth, pure and comforting, flowed up his arm. Images flooded his mind, vibrant meadows teeming with impossible flowers, crystal-clear streams laughing over rainbow pebbles, and creatures of delicate light flitting through luminous ferns. But beneath the beauty, a tremor of unease vibrated, a sense of fading, of colors dimming, of a vital energy leaking away. The vision ended as abruptly as it began, leaving Eris breathless, the heartstone glowing warmly against his palm. He hadn't pulled it free, it had simply come to him. Suddenly, a small figure darted from behind a fern. It stood no taller than Eris's knee, with skin like dappled birch bark, large, luminous eyes the color of new leaves, and hair that resembled fine, tangled moss. It wore a tunic of woven spider silk and looked at Eris with a mixture of awe and profound terror. It chirped and whistled, a sound like wind chimes and rustling leaves. I mean no harm," Eris stammered, instinctively crouching to appear less imposing. He held up his hands, the heartstone resting gently in one. "Did this belong to you?" The small creature flinched at the sight of the stone, but then tilted its head, curiosity overcoming fear. It pointed a twig-like finger at the stone, then at the great oak, then made a downward motion with its hand, its large eyes filling with a liquid sorrow. "It's fading," Eris guessed, the earlier vision confirming his suspicion. "The forest, the magic." The creature nodded vigorously, then gestured urgently for Eris to follow. It led him towards the giant oak. As they approached, the bark seemed to shimmer and part like mist, revealing a doorway woven seamlessly from living wood and glowing vines. Beyond it lay a world that stole Eris's breath. Lumina Glade. The name bloomed in his mind, gifted by the Heartstone. It was the vision made real, but muted. The colors were still breathtaking flowers bloomed in hues unseen in the human world. Giant mushrooms glowed with internal light, trees shimmered with leaves of silver and gold, but there was a translucency to it all, a fragility. The very air seemed thinner. Creatures like his guide, whom he learned were called Mosskin, peeked warily from behind glowing toadstools and iridescent ferns. Others flitted past, winged sprites trailing shimmering dust, a creature made of shifting water and pebbles that gurgled a greeting, a badger with fur like spun moonlight who paused to sniff the air. Fear hung heavy, a scent almost as strong as the honeysuckle and petrichor. Eris's guide, whose name was Pip according to the gentle chime that sounded in his mind when they touched hands, led him to a gathering place beneath a canopy of weeping willow-like trees whose leaves chimed softly. Elder Mosskin, their barkskin deeply grooved, regarded Eris with ancient, sorrowful eyes. Through Pip's chirps and whistles and the empathetic resonance of the Heartstone, Eris understood. Lumina Glade existed in a delicate balance, sustained by the life force channeled through the Heartstone, anchored to the great world tree. But a deep wound had been inflicted not by malice, but by clumsy ignorance. Humans clearing land far beyond the valley had unknowingly severed a crucial ley line, a vein of earth energy that fed the world tree and consequently the Heartstone. The glade was slowly bleeding its magic into the mundane world, dissipating like mist in sunlight. The Mosskin and other fae were fading, becoming insubstantial, unable to maintain their connection to the vibrant life force. The Heartstone chose you resonated in Eris's mind, the combined thought-feeling of the elders. It sensed a heart attuned to growing things, to quiet understanding. It seeks an anchor in your world, a bridge to mend the break. Eris looked down at the warm stone in his hand. He was no warrior, no powerful mage. He was a gardener. Yet the profound sadness of the glade, Pip's trusting eyes, and the gentle pulse of the Heartstone filled him with a fierce, protective warmth. "How," he asked aloud, his voice barely a whisper, "how do I mend a wound in the earth?" The answer came not in words, but in a shared vision through the Heartstone. He saw the scarred land miles away, where the ley line was severed. He saw the vibrant, chaotic energy of Lumina Glade spilling uselessly into the air. And he saw the potential not to force the energy back, but to guide it, to weave it gently, like tending a graft on a fragile plant. He needed to carry the Heartstone to the break and help it reconnect the flow, acting as a living conduit. But the journey would take him through unfamiliar, potentially treacherous parts of the hidden world, and the fading magic made the boundaries between realms unstable. Strange, shadowy wisps manifestations of the leaking magic flitted at the edges of the glade, drawn to the chaos. Pip stepped forward, placing a small, cool hand on Eris's boot. The chime in Eris's mind was clear. I will guide. We go together. Their journey began at dawn, though time flowed strangely in Lumina Glade. Eris, with the heartstone securely nestled in a pouch made of supple, glowing fungus leather Pip provided, felt its comforting warmth against his chest like a second heartbeat. Pip rode perched on his shoulder, tiny hands gripping his collar, pointing the way with soft whistles. They traversed meadows where flowers sang harmonies in the breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from light and spider silk by helpful sprites, and navigated forests of colossal, glowing mushrooms where bioluminescent insects drifted like living stars. Eris learned to move quietly, to respect the paths Pip indicated, avoiding patches of shimmering air that signaled unstable rifts. He shared his simple oatcakes with Pip, who in turn offered him dew drink from acorn cups and sweet, glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and rain. But the further they traveled from the heart of the glade, the more evident the decay became. Colors leached away, leaving landscapes washed in grays and sickly greens. The joyful songs of the flora turned to mournful sighs. Strange, unsettling creatures emerged from the instability, scrabblers, skeletal things of twigs and shadow that hissed and snapped, murk motes, swirling patches of darkness that sucked warmth and light, and whispers, faint voices on the wind that spoke doubts and fears directly into Eris's mind. You don't belong here, gardener. You're too small, too weak. The stone is fading faster. You're failing them. Turn back. Save yourself. Eris clutched the heartstone, drawing strength from its steady pulse and Pip's reassuring presence. He remembered the faces of the elder mosskin, the fragile beauty of the glade. He focused on the simple act of planting a seed, the quiet faith that life would find a way. Grow, he whispered back to the whispers, not with defiance but with gentle conviction. Just grow. The whispers seemed to falter, their power lessened by his calm refusal to succumb. Their greatest challenge came at the Mirror Marsh. Once a place of stunning reflections where sky and water merged, it was now a sucking quagmire of stagnant water and deceptive patches of solid ground. The air hung thick and cold, smelling of decay. Murk motes swarmed thickly, and scrabblers lurked on half-submerged logs. The direct path was impassable. Pip chirped anxiously, pointing towards a dense thicket of thorny, blackened vines on the far side, the only potential way around, but teeming with scrabblers. Eris felt despair creep in. The heartstone's glow was noticeably dimmer, its pulse fainter against his chest. Time was running out. Suddenly, a soft, gurgling sound came from nearby. The water and pebble creature they'd seen earlier, whom Pip called Rivulet, emerged from the murky water. It seemed thinner, its watery form sluggish. It gestured towards the marsh, then towards itself, making a flowing motion. A complex series of images flowed from the heartstone. Rivulet could manipulate water, even this stagnant mess, but it needed a surge of energy, a spark of life to push through the oppressive decay. Understanding dawned. Eris knelt at the marsh's edge, ignoring the cold slime. He plunged his hands deep into the muck, not recoiling from its unpleasantness. He focused not on the decay, but on the potential life beneath the seeds waiting for clean water, the tiny creatures struggling to survive. He poured his love for the earth, his desperate hope for Lumina Glade, through his hands and into the marsh, channeling it towards Rivulet. The heartstone flared brightly on his chest, a beam of warm, green-gold light connecting him to the elemental creature. Rivulet shuddered, then expanded. Its pebbles clattered with new energy, and clear, sparkling water surged from its core, pushing back the murk. It carved a temporary, shimmering path of clean water through the marsh, holding back the sludge and repelling the murk motes. "Go, quick, quick," chimed Pip urgently. Eris scrambled along the miraculous path, Pip clinging tight. Scrabblers hissed from the banks, but recoiled from the clean water rivulet generated. As they reached solid ground on the other side, rivulet gave a final, weary gurgle, its form shrinking back, but its pebbles shone brighter. Eris reached out, touching its cool, watery surface. "Thank you, friend," he whispered, the gratitude flowing through the heartstone. Rivulet bubbled happily and sank back into the cleaner water it had created, already beginning to heal the small patch of marsh. The scar on the land was a raw, ugly gash. It lay on the border where Whisperwood met cleared farmland. Machinery sat silent nearby, and the earth here felt cold, lifeless, severed from the vibrant thrum Eris could now feel emanating weakly from the direction of Lumina Glade. The chaotic, fading magic swirled visibly here, like heat haze mixed with oily rainbows, feeding the shadowy wisps that danced hungrily at the edges. Pip chirped mournfully, pointing at the gash. Here. The break. Eris approached, the heartstone pulsing erratically now, its light flickering. He knelt in the wounded earth, feeling its pain as if it were his own. He placed the heartstone gently on the scar. It flared once weakly, then dimmed further. He closed his eyes, placing his hands over the stone and the cold soil. This wasn't about force. It was about connection. It was about bridging the gap. He thought of his garden, the patient unfolding of a seed, the deep roots seeking nourishment, the interconnectedness of soil, water, sun, and life. He poured this understanding, this deep reverence for the earth's quiet rhythm, into the heartstone. He imagined not pulling Lumina Glade's magic back, but offering the scarred land a lifeline, a chance to heal and reconnect. He became the conduit not for power, but for possibility. The heartstone began to glow again, not with a blinding light, but with a deep, steady warmth that spread outwards from Eris's hands, sinking into the wounded earth. He felt the frantic, leaking energy of the glade brush against his awareness. Gently, lovingly, like guiding a stray vine back to its trellis, he used his connection, amplified by the heartstone, to encourage that energy towards the scar, not away. He visualized roots, deep and strong, growing from the world tree, reaching through the heartstone in his own being, questing towards the severed ley line beneath the scar. It was agonizingly slow. Sweat beaded on Eris's brow. He felt Pip's tiny hands on his neck, lending silent support. He felt the distant, hopeful attention of the elders in Lumina Glade. He felt the resistance of the cold, dead earth. He persisted. He whispered to the soil words of encouragement, of healing, pouring his gardener's soul into the connection. Suddenly a deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the ground, up Eris's arms and into his very bones. It was the sound of the earth itself sighing in relief. The chaotic swirl of leaking magic above the scar began to coalesce, drawn downwards, flowing in a graceful, glowing arc into the wound. The heartstone pulsed with a strong, steady rhythm, its light warm and constant. The scar on the land began to shimmer, not with magic, but with life, tiny green shoots pushing through the disturbed soil, vibrant moss spreading rapidly over the raw earth. The shadowy wisps shrieked silently and dissipated like smoke. The air cleared, smelling fresh and clean. Eris slumped back, utterly drained but filled with a profound peace. The heartstone, now glowing with a serene, internal light, felt warm and content against his chest. Pip danced a joyful jig on his shoulder, chiming like a tiny bell choir. The journey back to the heart of Lumina Glade was a celebration. Color flooded back with every step, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers burst into exuberant song, streams laughed with renewed vigor, and the air thrummed with healthy, abundant magic. Mosskin and sprites emerged, their forms solid and luminous, cheering and showering Eris and Pip with glowing petals and sweet nectar. The great world tree stood taller, its leaves shimmering with renewed vitality, the doorway woven strong and bright. The elders approached, their bark faces softened by profound gratitude. "You bridged the worlds, gardener," resonated in Eris's mind. "You healed the wound not with force, but with understanding. The Heartstone chose wisely. It will remain with you, a bond between your world and ours, a reminder and a protector." Eris looked down at the Heartstone. It felt like a part of him now, a warm ember of connection. He understood his role wasn't to rule or interfere, but to tend this fragile bridge, to be a guardian of the balance. Back in his cottage garden the next morning, the world seemed brighter, the colors deeper, the birdsong sweeter. Eris tended his plants with even greater care. He often walked to the ancient boundary oak, where Pip would sometimes appear, chattering excitedly about the glade's recovery. The Heartstone rested on his windowsill, pulsing softly, a constant, warm reminder of the hidden world thriving just beyond the veil and the unexpected friendship that had saved it. He learned to sense the subtle flows of the earth, to understand the whispers of the wind not just as sound, but as feeling. He planted new seeds, not just in his garden, but in the hearts of others, speaking quietly of respecting wild places, of listening to the land. He never revealed Lumina Glade's secret, but the peace and gentle wisdom he carried seemed to touch those around him. Years later, as an old man, Eris sat on his cottage porch, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. Pip, looking much the same, sat beside him on the railing, their friendship a quiet legend in the valley. The Heartstone glowed softly on his lap. He knew he wouldn't journey physically to the glade much longer, but he felt no sadness. The bridge was strong. The balance held. He closed his eyes, feeling the deep, contented thrum of the earth, the gentle pulse of the Heartstone, and the enduring warmth of a friendship that had defied the boundaries of worlds. The crickets began their evening song, a soothing lullaby to the valley, a gentle reminder that magic, true magic, often lies in the quiet acts of understanding, the courage to tend a garden, and the boundless power of a kind heart. And as the first stars emerged, twinkling like distant echoes of Lumina Glade, Eris smiled, a peaceful sigh escaping his lips, knowing that the story, like the magic, would continue long after him, woven into the very roots of the Whispering Woods. The world settled into a deep, contented slumber, cradled in the quiet harmony he had helped restore. Story 16. The soft hum of the Stardust Mender filled the cozy cabin, its warm amber lights casting long shadows across the worn control panels. Outside the viewport, stars glittered like scattered diamonds against the velvet blackness of space. Captain Rorik, a broad-shouldered being from the granite mountains of Kalen, sighed as he adjusted the navigation array. His rough, stony hands moved with surprising gentleness over the controls, the low thrum of his voice echoing like pebbles tumbling down a hillside. This cargo run, ferrying botanical samples to the lush colony of Veridia, was meant to be uneventful. Until he heard it. A faint chime, delicate as dew on a spiderweb, echoed from the storage bay. Rorik frowned, his crystalline eyes narrowing. Kalen's valued order, unexpected sounds meant unexpected problems. He lumbered through the narrow corridor, the scent of ozone and warm metal filling his senses. Inside the bay, crates of glowing Veridian moss pulsed with soft green light. And there, trembling behind a container, was the source of the sound, a small, moss-covered creature no larger than Rorik's hand. Its body shimmered with bioluminescent patterns, ripples of gold and emerald that fluttered like frightened moth wings. A Veridian moss spirit. A stowaway. Zephyr, for that was the name whispered by the wind on their homeworld, froze. To them, Rorik was a mountain come alive, his deep voice a landslide, his sharp angles terrifying. Zephyr's chimes sharpened into a panicked staccato, danger. Solitude. stone heart. They darted away, leaving trails of light that faded like dying embers. "Easy, little one," Rorik rumbled, crouching low. "No harm here." But his words were only noise to Zephyr, who saw his outstretched hand as a crushing boulder. The Kalen's frustration grew. Stowaways meant delays, paperwork, complications. He tried to scoop Zephyr into a containment field, but the moss spirit flitted just out of reach, their light dimming with fear. Why won't it understand? Rorik thought, gritting his teeth. I'm trying to help. Their silent standoff shattered when the ship lurched violently. Crimson alarms flared, bathing the cabin in urgent light. An ion storm, unpredicted, savage, had seized the Stardust Mender. Rorik staggered to the helm, his stony skin scraping against the console as he fought the controls. "Hold on," he bellowed, though Zephyr couldn't comprehend the words, only the tremor of dread in his tone. The ship groaned like a wounded beast. With a final shudder, it plunged toward a nearby moon, crash-landing in a valley of towering crystalline trees. Silence fell, broken only by the tink-tink-tink of cooling metal and the soft, panicked chimes from beneath a sparking wire. Rorik winced. A jagged shard of durasteel had pierced his leg, leaking iridescent fluid that smelled of wet slate. He needed repairs, but the ship's power core was damaged. They were stranded. Zephyr emerged slowly, their moss glowing a cautious blue. The moon was beautiful, crystalline forests refracted starlight into rainbows, and the air carried the clean scent of frost and petrichor. But danger hummed beneath the beauty. The ground shifted like liquid glass, and energy-sapping vines coiled near the wreckage. Rorik gestured weakly at the exposed power core, then at his injured leg. Help, he tried to convey through gestures. Zephyr tilted their head, chimes soft as questioning bells. Alone. Hurt. Misunderstanding lingered. When Rorik pointed at a cluster of glowing energy vines, Zephyr flared bright red, poison, and darted away. Rorik misinterpreted it as desertion. Fine then, he grumbled, dragging himself toward the vines. But as he reached for one, Zephyr zipped back, chiming frantically. With surprising strength, they nudged a loose crystal shard toward Rorik, then glowed a specific pattern, soft green pulses in the shape of the vine. Bad. Use this instead. Rorik paused. The shard was pure crystallized energy, perfect for repairs. He hadn't seen it. Zephyr had. Slowly, painstakingly, they built a language of light and sound. Rorik hummed deep notes to signal safe or danger. Zephyr painted the air with colors, gold for yes, silver for wait, violet for thank you. When Rorik's strength faded while welding a fractured conduit, Zephyr settled on his shoulder, their moss radiating warmth that soothed his stony flesh. When Zephyr shrank from the hissing steam of a coolant lake, Rorik cupped his hands around them, his broad body a shield. Not alone, Zephyr chimed, their light softening to a contented amber. Together. Their greatest test came at moonrise. Native energy beasts, translucent, multi-limbed creatures drawn to the ship's leaking power, emerged from the forest. They moved like living auroras, beautiful but destructive, their touch short-circuiting systems. Rorik prepared to fight, bracing his injured leg. But Zephyr fluttered in front of him, chiming urgently, "Watch. Listen." They remembered these beings from Veridia's myths, not malicious, just curious, like children chasing fireflies. Zephyr floated toward the largest beast, their body erupting in a symphony of light. They wove patterns of friendship, spirals of emerald, constellations of topaz, mimicking the creature's own playful dances. The beasts paused, captivated. Rorik watched, breath caught, as Zephyr's gentle art turned potential violence into wonder. But when a stray energy pulse dislodged a crystal spire above them, Rorik moved without thought. He lunged, covering Zephyr with his body, as the spire shattered harmlessly against his back. Shards rained down like glittering snow. Later, with the beasts peacefully grazing on energy vines and the ship repaired, Rorik and Zephyr sat beneath the crystal trees. The Kaelin offered a piece of nourishing mineral cake. Zephyr shared a drop of dew from a glowing flower. No words were needed. The hum of the ship's engines, the chime of Zephyr's contentment, the rumble of Rorik's laughter, they wove into a quiet understanding. Friendship, they realized, wasn't about speaking the same language. It was about listening with the heart. As the Stardust Mender soared back into the starlight, Zephyr nestled in Rorik's palm, their moss pulsing a steady, warm gold. Rorik set a course not for Veridia, but for the next adventure. "Home isn't a place, little friend," he murmured, and though Zephyr didn't grasp the words, they felt the meaning in his gentle touch. Home is where we are together. Outside, the universe stretched vast and mysterious, but inside the cozy cabin, two unlikely souls had found a constellation of their own, bright, enduring, and infinitely kind. And as the ship sailed on, the only sounds were the peaceful hum of engines and the soft, sleepy chimes of a moss spirit dreaming safe in a stony hand. Story 17. The soft hum of the starship Stardust Weaver was usually a comfort to Kael, a slender scholar from the crystalline forests of Lyra Prime. Tonight, however, it was a lonely drone. He floated near the observation dome, his 6 delicate fingers tracing the cool, transparent surface. Outside, the swirling nebula known as the Ember Veil painted the void in hues of amethyst and molten gold, breathtakingly beautiful, yet emphasizing his isolation. He'd been assigned to this deep space research vessel specifically to study the nebula's unique energy signatures, but his assigned partner, a stern envoy from the granite-skinned people of Grondar, seemed determined to avoid him. Borin, the Grandarian, stood like a mountain near the engineering console. His broad, slate-gray shoulders nearly brushed the low ceiling, and his deep-set eyes, the color of basalt, scanned diagnostic readouts with intense focus. To Kael, Borin seemed perpetually carved from disapproval. Their first meeting had been awkward. Kael, eager to share his holographic projections of the nebula's harmonics, had accidentally projected the shimmering light directly onto Borin's faceplate. Borin had flinched violently, mistaking the harmless light for an attack beam, and growled a warning in his gravelly native tongue. Since then, communication had been limited to terse status reports and the clatter of Borin's heavy tools. Kael sighed, his breath fogging the dome for a second. He missed the gentle chimes of Lyra's wind-sculpted crystals. Borin, meanwhile, missed the deep, resonant thrum of Grondar's tectonic plates. He found Kael's constant, soft humming and fluttering movements unsettling, like a fragile insect he might accidentally crush. He interpreted the scholar's attempts at conversation as frivolous distractions from the critical task of maintaining the Stardust Weaver. "Why waste breath on colors," he'd muttered once, "when the hull integrity needs checking?" The misunderstanding deepened one cycle when Kael, trying to be helpful, adjusted the environmental controls to mimic Lyra's slightly cooler, crisper atmosphere. Borin, adapted to Grondar's intense geothermal heat, woke shivering violently. He stormed into the common area, mistaking Kael's gesture for an act of aggression meant to weaken him. "You seek to freeze me out, Lyran," he'd rumbled, his voice like rocks grinding together. Kael, startled and hurt, stammered an apology that only seemed to confirm Borin's suspicion of weakness. They retreated to their respective corners of the small ship, the silence thicker than Grondar's bedrock. Their fragile truce shattered with a violence that shook the Stardust Weaver to its rivets. A rogue energy surge, spat out unpredictably by the Ember Veil, slammed into the ship. Lights flickered wildly, consoles sparked, and the comforting hum turned into a tortured screech of straining metal. Artificial gravity stuttered, sending Kael tumbling towards a bank of sharp-edged consoles. Instinctively, Boren lunged, his massive hand grabbing Kale's tunic just before impact, pulling him back with surprising gentleness despite the chaos. Kale gasped, his wide, opalescent eyes meeting Boren's dark ones. There was no anger there now, only shared alarm. Gravplating offline, primary engines destabilizing. Boren barked, his voice cutting through the din as he shoved Kale towards a secure handhold. Strap in. The ship shuddered again, plunging them into near darkness. Only the eerie glow of the nebula outside and the frantic red blink of emergency lights illuminated the cabin. The main power core was critically damaged. Without immediate action, life support would fail within hours. Kale's mind raced, his scholarly knowledge colliding with the terrifying reality. The surge it resonated with the nebula's tertiary harmonic frequency. Boren, if we can channel the residual energy backwards through the auxiliary manifold, we might stabilize the core long enough to reroute power. His voice trembled, but his words were clear. Boren stared at him. Channel nebula energy. It sounded like Lyran theoretical nonsense. His instinct was to brute force the manifold with a fusion welder. But the ship groaned ominously around them, a sound that spoke of imminent collapse. He looked at Kale, small and afraid but still thinking, still trying. He remembered the scholar's intricate nebula maps, the hours spent analyzing frequencies he couldn't perceive. Maybe this wasn't frivolous. Show me, Boren grunted, the words feeling strange but necessary. He moved towards the engineering bay, his heavy steps purposeful. What followed was a desperate ballet of contrasting skills. Kale perched precariously on a console, directed with rapid, precise instructions, his voice surprisingly steady despite his shaking hands. He navigated complex energy flow diagrams in his mind, translating them into commands Boren could understand. Divert the plasma flow through conduit Gamma 7. Now, Boren, it has to be exact. Boren, his massive hands surprisingly deft with the delicate micro-tools required, worked with focused intensity. He sweated in the rising heat, his granite skin slick. He didn't understand the harmonics, but he understood pressure tolerances, conduit stress points, and the sheer physicality of rerouting superheated plasma. He trusted Kale's calculations implicitly in that moment, a leap of faith as vast as the ember veil itself. When a secondary conduit ruptured, spraying superheated coolant, Boren moved without hesitation, shielding Kale with his own broad back, enduring the searing spray with only a low grunt of pain. Boren. Kale cried out, seeing the steam rise from the Grandarian's shoulder. You're hurt. Focus, Lyran. Boren ground out, his voice tight but resolute. The manifold, tell me the sequence. Working together, their differences became strengths. Kale's intricate understanding of the nebula's energy provided the map. Boren's brute strength and engineering pragmatism forged the path. Kale's delicate fingers manipulated holographic controls Boren couldn't have managed. Boren's sheer mass stabilized panels, vibrating loose under the strain. They communicated in terse bursts, a new language born of necessity and burgeoning trust. Divert, hold, now, almost there. Finally, with a final, resonant thrum that vibrated through the deck plates, the chaotic energy flow stabilized. The lights flickered back to a steady glow, the tortured screech of metal subsided into the familiar, comforting hum. Cool air sighed through the vents as life support reasserted control. They had done it. Exhausted, they slumped against the bulkhead, the nebula's ethereal light bathing them. Boren gingerly touched his burned shoulder. Kale, without a word, floated to the medical kit. He returned with a cooling gel applicator. He hesitated for a second, remembering the earlier misunderstanding about personal space. Boren simply nodded, a barely perceptible dip of his massive head. As Kale carefully applied the cool gel to the seared stone-like skin, Boren spoke, his voice low and rough, but devoid of its usual gruffness. Your nebula, its song, it saved us. Kale looked up, surprised. You perceive it as a song. Boren tilted his head, listening to the ship's restored hum, mingling with the subtle vibrations resonating through the hull from the nebula outside. On Grandar, he rumbled slowly, we feel the deep songs of the stone. The planet sings to us of strength, of endurance. This, he gestured vaguely towards the swirling colors outside the dome. This is different, lighter, like wind chimes made of fire. He seemed almost embarrassed by the poetic description. Kale's heart swelled. On Lyra, he said softly, finishing the application and securing the bandage, we hear the crystal forest sing. It's a song of connection, of fragile beauty that endures. The Ember Vale, its harmonics felt chaotic, but beneath the chaos there was a pattern, a potential for harmony. Like, he paused, looking directly at Boren. Like us. Boren met his gaze. He saw not fragility now, but resilience. Not frivolity, but a different kind of strength, the strength of insight, of seeing patterns where others saw only noise. He saw the scholar who hadn't frozen in panic, but had found the solution. He saw the being who had tended his burn with gentle care. You moved quickly, Lyran, Boren acknowledged. When the conduit blew, you didn't freeze. And you, Kale replied, a small, genuine smile touching his lips, you shielded me, without hesitation. I thought Grandarians only valued physical strength. Boren made a sound that might have been a chuckle, deep within his chest. Strength takes many forms, little scholar. Knowing when to shield and when to listen is strength too. He looked out at the nebula, no longer just a scientific phenomenon or a dangerous obstacle, but a place of strange, shared beauty. Your wind chimes of fire, they are not unpleasant. In the quiet that followed, filled only by the ship's gentle thrum and the silent spectacle of the Ember Vale, a profound understanding settled between them. The misunderstandings hadn't vanished, but they had been transformed. Kale no longer saw Boren as just a stern, disapproving mountain. He saw steadfastness, reliability, and a surprising capacity for quiet courage. Boren no longer saw Kale as a fragile, distracting insect. He saw brilliance, unexpected bravery, and a kindness that resonated deeper than any planetary song. Over the next few cycles, as they nursed the Stardust Weaver back to full health, their partnership blossomed. Kale explained his nebula harmonics with newfound patience, using tactile models Boren could feel. Boren, in turn, showed Kale the intricate beauty of the ship's engineering, the poetry of perfectly balanced systems. They shared meals, Kale's delicate, nutrient-rich Lyran pastes and Boren's hearty, mineral-dense Grandar loaves, finding unexpected common ground in the simple act of sharing sustenance. One evening, as the nebula cast shifting lavender shadows through their observation dome, they floated side by side. Boren pointed a thick finger towards a particularly dense cluster of glowing gas. That formation, it pulses, like a Grandarian heartbeat. Kale tilted his head, listening not just with his ears, but with the sensors he'd calibrated. You're right, and the frequency, it's almost harmonic with the primary stabilizer frequency we realigned. Boren, that's brilliant, if we can map that resonance. Boren merely grunted, but there was a warmth in the sound, a quiet pride. He wasn't just a muscle. He was part of the discovery. The true meaning of their friendship wasn't found in grand declarations, but in the quiet moments. Boren silently adjusting the environmental controls to a temperature comfortable for both before Kale could ask. Kale leaving detailed, annotated diagrams near Boren's tools to help with a complex repair. The shared glance when the ship creaked, an unspoken, "Are you all right?" Passing between them, Boren patiently listening as Kale described the crystalline symphony of his homeworld, and Kale sitting quietly with Boren as he meditated, feeling the deep, slow vibrations the Grandarian tuned into. When they finally emerged from the Ember Vale, mission data secured and the Stardust Weaver humming contentedly, they weren't just colleagues who had survived an ordeal. They were friends. Unlikely companions forged in the crucible of shared danger and mutual vulnerability, bound by respect earned through actions, not assumed through similarity. Sitting in the cockpit, the starfield stretching before them like a diamond-dusted blanket, Kale looked at Boren. "I suppose we should start writing our report." Boren nodded, a rare, almost imperceptible softening around his eyes. "We make a good team, little scholar." Kale smiled, feeling a warmth deeper than any Lyran sun. "Yes, Boren, we do." The vastness of space no longer felt isolating. Within the sturdy hull of the Stardust Weaver, warmed by the hum of engines and the quiet presence of a friend found in the unlikeliest of places, they sailed onwards. The stars whispered of infinite distances, but nestled within their small ship, Kale and Boren had discovered a universe contained in understanding, in shared burdens lifted, and in the profound, comforting truth that friendship, like the most resilient alloy, is often strongest when forged from the most different of elements. The journey ahead, they knew, would be brighter for traveling it together. And as the ship sailed into the gentle embrace of the starry night, the only sound louder than the engines was the quiet, steady rhythm of a bond that had weathered the storm and emerged unbreakable. Story 18. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the seasons. This was a place where the air hummed with unseen magic, where the rustle of leaves held secrets older than memory, and where the boundaries between the tangible world and the realm of enchantment thinned to gossamer. Fern, a young badger with fur the color of twilight shadows and eyes bright with curiosity, lived in a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of grandfather oak. Her world was one of rich, earthy smells, damp soil after rain, the sharp tang of pine resin, the sweet decay of autumn leaves, and the delicate perfume of moonflowers blooming only at night. She learned the forest's rhythms from Elder Thorn, a venerable tortoise whose shell bore intricate patterns like a map of the stars, etched by centuries of patient observation. One unusually crisp autumn afternoon, as the light slanted long and golden through the trees, Fern noticed something troubling. The great crystal pool, a hidden spring deep within a mossy grove where water bubbled pure and clear over smooth, milky quartz stones, seemed dimmer. This pool was no ordinary water, it was the heart's eye of the Whisperwood. On calm days it reflected not just the sky, but the subtle currents of magic flowing through the forest's shimmering veins of emerald light in spring, warm amber pulses in summer, fiery crimson streaks in autumn, and cool silver threads in winter. Now its surface looked muted, the vibrant autumn colors beneath the water dull and sluggish, like fading embers. A faint, discordant hum, more vibration than sound, unsettled the air around it. Fern hurried to Elder Thorn, her paws crunching softly on the carpet of fallen maple leaves, their scent spicy and sweet. "Elder Thorn," she puffed, finding him basking in a rare patch of sun near a cluster of russet-capped mushrooms. "The pool, it's ill. The lights are weak and the air feels wrong, like a song sung out of tune." Thorn slowly opened eyes the color of deep peat. He took a long, slow breath, tasting the air. "Ah, young Fern," he rumbled, his voice like stones gently tumbling in a stream. "You sense the imbalance, the equinox approaches when day and night hold equal sway, but the threads of the season's magic are fraying, the harmony is disturbed." He shifted his great weight. Long ago the Whisperwood faced such a rift. The cause lay not in malice, but in neglect, a forgetting of the small, essential bonds. He explained how the forest's magic flowed through intricate connections, the mycelium threads binding root to root beneath the soil, the pollination dance of bees and butterflies, the careful tending of decaying leaves by beetles, and the silent watch kept by creatures like the fireflies whose gentle light guided the night spirits. A disruption anywhere could weaken the whole. To mend the pool's light, Thorn murmured, we must strengthen these bonds. We must remind the forest of its unity, its shared breath. Look to the most vulnerable threads. Guided by Thorn's wisdom, Fern set out. She noticed the bees seemed lethargic, their buzzing subdued. The fireflies, usually beginning their evening chorus of soft, greenish gold light as dusk fell, flickered weakly. High in the canopy, a family of squirrels chattered anxiously. Their carefully stored acorns, vital food for the winter, felt strangely inert, lacking their usual vital sparkle. The vibrant tapestry of the forest seemed muted, the rich tapestry of smells damp earth, decaying wood, ripe berries overlaid with a faint, unsettling staleness. Fern knew she couldn't do this alone. She sought out Lumen, the eldest firefly, whose light was a steady, comforting beacon. She found her resting on a broad, velvety leaf near the troubled pool. Lumen, Fern whispered, your light feels tired. What ails the night flyers? Lumen's glow pulsed faintly. The air, little digger, she hummed, her voice a soft vibration. It feels heavy, less clear. The tiny motes we gather to make our light feel sluggish, hard to kindle. Without clear air, our song dims, and the paths for the moon sprites grow faint. Fern then climbed carefully to the squirrel's dray, a messy ball of twigs high in a sycamore. Nutkin, the bushy-tailed matriarch, greeted her with a worried flick of her tail. The acorns, Fern, they feel hollow, like the life inside them is sleeping too deeply. We stored them well, but the sparkle is gone. How will the saplings wake in spring if the seeds forget their song? Finally, Fern visited the bustling clearing where the bees, led by Queen Mellifera, tended their golden hive nestled in a hollow log. The usual industrious hum was a weary drone. The flowers fade too quickly now, Mellifera buzzed sadly. Their nectar lacks sweetness, their pollen feels thin. We fly further, work harder, but the harvest is poor. The connection feels weak. Fern returned to Elder Thorn, her heart heavy with the interconnected woes. The air is thick for the fireflies, the seeds are dormant for the squirrels, the flowers are weak for the bees, and the pool reflects it all, dim and sad. Thorn nodded slowly. The threads are strained, the forest breathes as one. Stale air weakens the firefly's light. Weak light means less energy for the moon sprites who coax the seeds to dream their sprouting dreams. Dormant seeds mean fewer saplings in spring. Fewer saplings mean less pollen for the bees. Less pollen means weaker flowers, and the cycle tightens, choking the magic. He nudged a fallen oak leaf with his snout. Harmony requires attention to the smallest breath, the quietest hum. We must clear the air and rekindle the spark within the seeds. The solution, Thorn revealed, lay in an ancient ritual performed during the autumn equinox, requiring the cooperation of all. It involved the pure water from the crystal pool itself, infused with focused intention. On the night of the equinox, as the moon hung full and silver like a polished pearl in the vast indigo sky, the creatures of the Whisperwood gathered around the dim pool. The air was cool and carried the scent of wood smoke from distant hearths and the rich decay of fallen leaves. Fern, guided by Thorn's low, resonant instructions, carefully dipped a large, smooth maple leaf into the pool, filling it like a tiny, shimmering boat. Lumen and her kin gathered above it, focusing their collective, gentle light onto the water's surface within the leaf. Their combined glow intensified, not blinding but pure and cleansing, like captured moonlight. Breathe deeply, little lights, Thorn intoned. Remember the crispness of dawn, the clarity of the mountain wind. Pour that memory into the water. The fireflies hummed, a soft, ethereal chorus. Their light pulsed brighter, washing over the leaf boat, and the water within began to shimmer with captured starlight, smelling suddenly of icy streams and frost-kissed mornings. Next, Nutkin and her family approached, each carrying a single, precious acorn. One by one, they gently dropped their acorns into the glowing water within the maple leaf. Queen Mellifera and her workers followed, dusting the surface with the finest, most potent pollen. They had saved grains that glittered like minuscule suns. Seeds of the future, Thorn murmured, his voice blending with the rustle of the trees. Remember the sun's warmth on your shell, the promise of the soil. Awaken your dreaming song. The bees buzzed a low, nurturing harmony, and the squirrels chittered a soft encouragement, the sounds weaving together. Fern, her heart pounding with reverence, carefully lifted the heavy leaf boat. Guided by the firefly's light, she carried it slowly, solemnly, around the perimeter of the great crystal pool. As she walked, the creatures fell silent, watching. She poured the enchanted water, now sparkling with captured firefly light, swirling pollen and the dreaming acorns, back into the pool. It flowed like liquid starlight, sinking into the depths. A profound silence fell, thick with anticipation. The discordant hum had ceased. Then a single pure note seemed to ring out from the pool's very center, a clear, bell-like tone that vibrated through the earth and up into the starry sky. Ripples spread across the water, not from the poured liquid, but from within. And then the light returned. It bloomed from the depths like 1,000 submerged fireflies waking. Streaks of vibrant crimson, molten gold, and deep, earthy amber surged upwards, swirling and dancing beneath the surface. The water itself seemed to glow with an inner fire, casting warm, dancing reflections onto the surrounding mossy stones and the faces of the watching creatures. The stale air vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of autumn night, pine, and ozone, like the air after a thunderstorm. The fireflies' own lights flared brighter, steadier, painting the grove in soft, emerald gold patterns. Nutkin squeaked with delight, feeling a familiar, vibrant warmth emanating from her stored acorns. Mellifera buzzed joyfully, sensing a renewed promise in the sleeping flowers. The great crystal pool was healed, its magic flowing strong and true once more, reflecting the restored harmony of the Whisperwood. The discord was replaced by a deep, resonant peace, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, buzzing bees, and the soft hum of the fireflies, all blending into the gentle melody of the forest night. Fern settled beside Elder Thorn, watching the mesmerizing dance of light in the pool. The warmth of the restored magic, the comforting sense of the forest, the soft sounds of her friends, it all wrapped around her like a well-worn blanket. Thorn nudged her gently with his ancient head. "Remember this night, little one," he whispered, his voice a soothing rumble in the darkness. "Magic is not grand gestures alone, but the sum of countless small kindnesses, the tending of fragile threads. It lives in the shared breath, the helping paw, the remembered song. It flows when we listen not just to the loudest voice, but to the quietest hum of the world around us. Guard these bonds, nurture these connections, and the light within the pool, within the forest, within your own heart, will never truly fade." Under the watchful gaze of the silver moon and the gentle glow of the crystal pool, surrounded by the peaceful harmony they had restored together, Fern felt a deep sense of comfort settle into her bones. The ancient forest sighed contentedly around them, its magic once again a gentle, steady pulse in the dark, a lullaby woven from starlight, flowing water, and the enduring wisdom of roots reaching deep into the earth. The Whisperwood slept, balanced, whole, and profoundly at peace. Story 19. The village of Whisperwood nestled in a valley where sunlight dappled through ancient oaks, painting the cobblestone paths with shifting patterns of gold and green. Here lived Thalia, a young woman with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that held onto things tightly. Thalia loved the familiar rhythm of her days, the comforting creak of her cottage door, the precise order of her herb jars on the shelf, the predictable path she walked to the village square each morning to tend her small stall of hand-stitched linens and dried flowers. Change, like an unwelcome draft, sent shivers down her spine. Even the shifting seasons filled her with a quiet dread, a fear of losing the comfort of the known. Her cottage garden, usually a riot of color under her meticulous care, began to reflect her inner state. The vibrant blue delphiniums drooped, their stems brittle. The cheerful sunflowers turned their faces away, petals curling inward. A strange, persistent mist clung to the soil, cool and damp, refusing to lift even at noon. Thalia fretted, watering more, pruning harder, but the plants only seemed to wilt further. An unspoken worry settled over her like the garden mist. One crisp autumn morning, while inspecting a particularly stubborn patch of gray mist swirling around her prized moon petals, Thalia noticed something peculiar. Deep within the fog, nestled against a drooping stem, was a tiny, impossibly bright seed. It pulsed with a soft, internal light, like a captured firefly. Hesitantly, she picked it up. It felt warm against her palm, humming with a gentle energy that tingled up her arm. A whisper, barely audible, seemed to brush against her thoughts. "Plant me where the heart feels cold." Thalia startled, dropping the seed. It landed precisely in the center of the misty patch. Instantly the gray tendrils recoiled, shrinking back a few inches, revealing a circle of damp, dark earth. Intrigued despite her apprehension, Thalia fetched her smallest trowel. As she carefully buried the glowing seed, a wave of warmth spread from her fingertips, chasing away the chill that had settled in her bones. The mist retreated further, clinging only to the garden's edges. The next day a fragile green shoot, no taller than her thumb, had pushed through the soil. It shimmered faintly, as if dusted with crushed moonlight. Thalia watched it, a flicker of unfamiliar hope warming her chest. Yet the rest of the garden remained shrouded, mirroring the fog of resistance still clinging to her own heart. Her neighbors noticed. There was gentle Silas, the village baker, whose bread smelled of sunshine and comfort, and whose eyes held the wisdom of weathered bark. He brought her a warm loaf of honey oat bread one afternoon, its aroma battling the garden's dampness. "Foggy patch, Thalia," he remarked kindly, not mentioning her wilting flowers. "Sometimes the earth needs to rest, just like us. New things take root in quiet darkness before they reach for the light." Then there was Finn, the elderly gardener who tended the village green. His hands were gnarled like ancient roots, yet moved with surprising grace. He stopped by her gate, leaning on his hoe. "That little sparkler you've got there," he said, nodding at the shimmering shoot. "Moonbeam sprout rare as dragon's teeth, needs something special, that one, not just water and sun, needs courage, needs a heart willing to face the mist." He winked, his eyes twinkling like dew on spiderwebs. Their words, offered without pressure, settled into Thalia like seeds themselves. Courage. Willingness. Concepts as foreign to her current state as tropical birds in Whisperwood. But the little moonbeam sprout grew, slowly, stubbornly, its leaves unfolding like tiny, luminescent hands. Each time Thalia felt a pang of fear about the changing market, or the approaching winter, or simply the thought of rearranging her herb jars, the mist in the garden would thicken, threatening to swallow the fragile light. And each time she would take a deep breath, sit beside the sprout, and try to push back the cold dread, focusing instead on the sprout's quiet glow. It was hard, like pushing against a heavy, wet blanket. One evening a fierce wind howled down the valley, rattling Thalia's cottage windows. It was the kind of wind that heralded the true shift into winter. Thalia huddled by her fireplace, anxiety coiling in her stomach. Outside, the garden mist swirled violently, engulfing everything. She imagined her precious moonbeam sprout battered, broken, its light extinguished. The fear was a physical weight, pressing her down. Then she remembered Silas's warm bread, Finn's knowing wink, the sprout's persistent glow against the gray. Needs courage. Taking a shuddering breath that felt like pulling herself through deep water, Thalia wrapped her thickest shawl around her shoulders and pushed open the cottage door. The wind snatched her breath away, whipping her hair into her face. The garden was a churning sea of gray fog. Fighting the gale, she stumbled towards where she knew the sprout grew. The mist clawed at her, cold and thick. Panic rose, urging her back to the safety of her fire. But she thought of the seed's whisper, "Plant me where the heart feels cold." This storm, this change, was her cold heart. She couldn't let the sprout face it alone. Dropping to her knees in the muddy earth, Thalia shielded the small patch with her body. She focused all her will, not on resisting the wind, but on warming the tiny plant with her presence, with the flicker of determination she was desperately trying to kindle within herself. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice lost in the gale but her intention firm. "I'm here, we can face this." As she huddled there, pouring her newfound resolve into the sprout, something magical happened. The tiny plant began to glow brighter, fiercely. The light pulsed outwards in gentle waves, pushing against the swirling fog. Where the light touched, the mist didn't vanish, but transformed. It thinned, becoming translucent, then shimmering, catching the sprout's light like a prism. Within moments, the violent gray storm became a swirling dance of soft, iridescent colors: lavender, silver, pale gold, swirling gracefully around Thalia and the sprout. The biting wind softened into a gentle caress, carrying the faint scent of rain-washed earth and something sweet, like night-blooming jasmine. Thalia sat back on her heels, awestruck. The garden, bathed in this ethereal, multicolored mist light, looked more beautiful than ever before. The drooping delphiniums straightened, their blue deepening to sapphire. The sunflowers turned their faces towards the glowing sprout, petals unfurling like golden smiles. The mist wasn't gone, it was changed, transformed by the sprout's light and Thalia's courage into something breathtaking. It mirrored her own inner shift. The fear hadn't vanished, but it was being transformed by her willingness to face it. The moonbeam sprout grew rapidly after that night. By the first snowfall, it was a small, elegant bush, its branches like spun silver, bearing clusters of tiny, star-shaped flowers that glowed with a soft, constant light, illuminating the garden even in the deepest winter dark. The enchanted mist remained, a gentle, colorful presence that swirled playfully around the plants, nurturing them in a way water and sun alone never could. Thalia found her perspective shifting. She still cherished her routines, but they no longer felt like chains. One day she carefully rearranged her herb jars, finding a more efficient order. She experimented with new embroidery patterns on her linens, inspired by the swirling colors in her garden. She even welcomed the deep quiet of winter, finding solace in the soft glow of the moonbeam bush and the peaceful dance of the transformed mist. Silas and Finn would often stop by, sharing tea by Thalia's hearth, watching the enchanted mist drift past the frost-kissed window panes. They didn't offer grand advice, they simply shared warmth, stories, and the quiet understanding of those who had weathered their own seasons of change. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Silas murmured one evening, gazing at the luminous mist weaving through the bare branches of the oak tree. Like the garden found its own inner light. Finn nodded, a smile crinkling his eyes. "Takes courage to let the light in, especially when it means changing the shape of the shadows, but look what blooms when you do." Thalia smiled, sipping her chamomile tea, the fragrant steam mingling with the gentle light filling her cottage. She understood now. The magical transformation in her garden was a reflection of her own inner growth. The mist was her fear of change, the moonbeam sprout was the seed of courage planted within her, and the light was her own willingness to face the unknown. The supportive friends were the gentle rain and sunshine nurturing that seed. The breathtaking, transformed mist wasn't the absence of change. It was change embraced, alchemized into something beautiful and new. She learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone else overnight or banishing fear completely. It was about tending the tiny seeds of courage within, facing the swirling mists with gentle resolve, and allowing the support of kind hearts to nurture you. It was about discovering that within the heart that fears change also lies the incredible power to transform it, to weave even the coldest fog into a tapestry of shimmering light. And as the moonbeam bush cast its soft, steady glow over the sleeping village of Whisperwood, Thalia knew that the most beautiful magic wasn't in avoiding change, but in discovering the luminous strength that blooms when you welcome its gentle, transformative touch. The garden slept under its blanket of enchanted mist and starlight, peaceful, resilient, and full of quiet, glowing promise. Story 20. The little town of Willow Creek was a place of cobbled lanes and cozy chimneys, where the scent of baking bread often mingled with the damp earth of the riverbank. In a small cottage tucked beneath a weeping willow lived a quiet boy named Leo. Leo noticed things others missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb like tiny diamonds, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, and the particular sadness in the eyes of the elderly clockmaker, Mr. Thimbleton, who lived next door. One misty autumn afternoon, while helping Mr. Thimbleton tidy his cluttered workshop, Leo discovered an object tucked beneath a dusty velvet cloth. It wasn't a clock or a watch, but an old brass compass. Its surface was tarnished, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass face was cracked, and the needle inside didn't point north. Instead, it trembled faintly, pointing insistently towards the dense, whispering woods known as the Whisperwood, which bordered the town. "Ah, that old thing," Mr. Thimbleton sighed, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. "Belonged to my grandfather, never worked right," he said. "Doesn't point true north, just points towards the woods usually. Never knew why. Consider it a thank you for your help, Leo. Maybe it'll make a nice paperweight." Leo held the compass. It felt warm in his hands, humming with a vibration so soft he felt it more than heard it, like the purr of a contented cat. As he looked at the trembling needle, a strange certainty bloomed within him. This wasn't broken. It was pointing somewhere important. That night, under a blanket of stars, the compass hummed louder, its needle glowing with a soft, golden light, brighter than before, still aimed at the dark line of the Whisperwood. It wasn't a command, but a gentle, irresistible pull. Leo packed a small knapsack with bread, cheese, a flask of water, and his warmest scarf. Quietly he slipped out into the cool night, the compass held before him like a lantern only he could see. The Whisperwood lived up to its name. Ancient trees, their bark gnarled like wise faces, murmured secrets on the breeze. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the mossy ground in silver. The air smelled of damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something faintly sweet and electric. The compass needle glowed steadily, guiding Leo deeper into the heart of the woods. He wasn't afraid, not exactly. The compass felt like a friend, its warmth a constant reassurance. His journey, however, wasn't without its moments of uncertainty. After several hours, the path vanished entirely, swallowed by thick ferns and tangled roots. Leo paused, unsure. A rustle came from a nearby thicket of holly bushes. He held his breath. Slowly, cautiously, a stout, grumpy-looking badger emerged, her fur striped black and white, her eyes sharp and intelligent. "Lost are we," the badger grumbled, her voice surprisingly clear, like pebbles tumbling in a stream. "Humans usually are, especially ones wandering about with glowing trinkets in the dead of night." Leo knelt, keeping his movements slow. "I'm Leo, this compass, it led me here. It doesn't point north, it points somewhere else." The badger, whose name was Bracken, sniffed the compass curiously. "HMPH old magic, faint but there, smells like starlight and worry, and something else, something sickly sweet." She pointed her snout deeper into the woods. "That way, but the path is tricky. Roots trip you, branches snag you, foolish to go alone." Bracken, despite her gruffness, offered to guide him. "Someone's got to make sure you don't tumble into a fox den," she muttered, padding ahead with surprising agility. She knew the hidden trails, the safe places to cross bubbling streams, and the names of every mushroom and fern. She taught Leo to listen to the forest's rhythm, to feel the earth beneath his boots, and to respect the quiet power of the ancient trees. Wisdom, Bracken said, as they navigated a particularly slippery slope, isn't just knowing the path, lad. It's knowing why you're walking it and listening to what the path tells you. Days blended into one another under the green canopy. They slept in hollows lined with soft moss, bathed in crystal-clear forest pools, and shared Leo's simple provisions. The compass needle remained steady, its golden light a constant companion. One bright morning, as sunlight streamed through the leaves like liquid gold, a flash of dazzling blue and orange shot past Leo's head. It was a kingfisher perched on a low-hanging branch, his feathers shimmering like jewels. "Ooh, shiny," chirped the kingfisher, tilting his head to look at the compass. His name was Azure, and his voice was like the cheerful tinkling of bells. "Whatcha got there, slow feet? Something important. Important things are usually shiny." Azure was endlessly curious, flitting from branch to branch, seeing everything from above. He became their scout, darting ahead to report on clearings, berry patches, and potential obstacles. "Big fallen oak up ahead," he'd call. "Stream's running fast today. Oh, look at those lovely bluebells." His boundless energy and optimism lifted their spirits, especially when the path grew steep or the shadows long. "The sky's always brighter above the trees," Azure would sing, "even when it feels dark down here." Bracken provided grounded wisdom and protection. Azure brought perspective and joy. Leo felt a warmth growing in his chest, a sense of belonging he hadn't known back in Willow Creek. He wasn't just following a needle anymore. He was part of a small fellowship, bound by the quiet magic of the compass and the shared journey. The forest changed as they ventured deeper. The air grew thicker, laden with that strange, sweet scent Bracken had mentioned. It wasn't pleasant anymore. It felt cloying heavy. The vibrant greens of the leaves seemed duller, the cheerful birdsong replaced by an uneasy silence. The compass needle began to tremble more violently, its light flickering erratically. Bracken growled low in her throat. Trouble. They emerged into a clearing that should have been beautiful, a wide circle, dotted with ancient standing stones, draped in velvet moss. But at its center lay a pool. Or rather, what had once been a clear, life-giving spring. Now its surface was choked with a thick, iridescent slime that pulsed faintly with an unhealthy light. The sickly sweet smell emanated from it, making Leo's eyes water. Tendrils of the slime crept onto the surrounding moss, which was turning gray and brittle. The very heart of the Whisperwood was sick. "The heartspring," Bracken whispered, her voice thick with sorrow. "It feeds the whole forest. Without its clean water." She didn't need to finish. The dying moss, the silence, the heaviness in the air, it all spoke of a creeping decay. Azure darted down, skimming the slimy surface. "Ugh, it feels wrong, sticky and cold and sad," he reported, shuddering. "How do we fix it, Bracken? Dig it out, scoop it away." Bracken shook her head. "Force won't work here. This isn't mud, it's a blight, a sickness born of something broken. Poking at it might make it spread faster." She looked at Leo. "The compass brought you here, lad. What does it tell you?" Leo looked at the frantic, flickering needle. It wasn't pointing at the pool anymore. It was pointing down. He knelt by the edge of the choking spring, careful not to touch the slime. He closed his eyes, remembering Mr. Thimbleton's sadness, the warmth of the compass, Bracken's lessons about listening. He focused not on the blight, but on what lay beneath it. He pressed his palms gently against the cool, damp earth beside the pool, ignoring the foul smell. The compass, held loosely in his other hand, grew intensely warm. Its light steadied, bathing the gray moss in gold. Leo felt a deep, resonant hum vibrate through the ground, up his arms, into his very bones. He listened, and he heard it. A faint, desperate weeping. Not with his ears, but with his heart. It was the weeping of the heartspring itself, buried beneath the suffocating slime. It wasn't anger or malice causing the blight. It was a deep, ancient grief, a sorrow so profound it had curdled the pure water. The spring, Leo breathed, opening his eyes. It's not angry, it's heartbroken. Bracken's sharp eyes widened in understanding. Grief unspoken, festering, that makes sense. The Whisperwood remembers everything, an old sorrow buried deep, poisoning the source. But how do we heal a sad spring? Azure chirped, fluttering anxiously. Leo knew. The compass hadn't just led him to a problem, it had led him to be the solution. Its magic wasn't about direction, it was about connection, about feeling the unseen hurts of the world. He remembered the quiet comfort he'd offered Mr. Thimbleton, simply by being there, by noticing his sadness. He thought of Bracken's gruff care, and Azure's bright joy, the comfort of friendship. He didn't try to remove the slime. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the grieving pool, the compass resting warmly on his lap. He began to speak. Not loudly, but softly, gently, pouring kindness into his words like warm honey. "Hello," he whispered to the spring. "I hear you, I hear your sadness. It's so heavy, isn't it? It's okay to feel it." He spoke of the beauty of the forest it sustained, the silver birch trees, the chattering squirrels, the soft moss Bracken loved, the sunbeams Azure danced in. He spoke of the cool, clean water that once sparkled, reflecting the sky. He spoke of the strength it took to weep, and the hope that comes after tears. He poured out his own quiet heart, his loneliness before finding his friends, the comfort he'd discovered in their company. Bracken settled beside him, her warmth a solid presence. She began to hum, a low, rumbling sound like the earth itself, a sound of deep comfort and enduring strength. Azure flew down and perched on Leo's shoulder, adding his own melody, a bright, hopeful trill that spoke of sunshine and clear skies and new beginnings. Their sounds wove together, a gentle lullaby of friendship and understanding, directed at the weeping heart beneath the slime. Leo held the compass over the pool. Its golden light intensified, streaming down like liquid sunlight, piercing the iridescent slime. Where the light touched, the sickly glow began to fade. The thick slime softened, then dissolved, not washed away, but transformed, as if the grief itself was finally being acknowledged and released. The weeping in Leo's heart softened, replaced by a slow, deep sigh of relief. Clear, pure water bubbled up from the center of the pool, pushing aside the last remnants of the blight. The water sparkled with an inner light, clean and cold and alive. The gray moss around the edge turned vibrant green again, unfurling like new life. The heavy, sweet smell vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of fresh water and healthy earth. A chorus of birdsong erupted from the surrounding trees, joyous and clear. The compass in Leo's hand grew warm one last time, then the golden light faded. The needle stilled, no longer trembling or pointing. It simply rested. Leo knew its work, for this journey was done. It wasn't broken, it had been waiting for the right quiet heart to listen. The journey back through the Whisperwood was filled with light and song. The forest felt renewed, vibrant, and welcoming. Bracken and Azure accompanied Leo to the very edge of the trees, where the first cottages of Willow Creek came into view. "You did good, lad," Bracken said gruffly, nudging his leg with her snout. "You listened. That's the bravest thing a body can do." Azure fluttered around his head. "Don't forget to look up, the sky's always there, and visit, bring shiny things, not broken compasses, though," he added with a cheeky chirp. Leo hugged them both, his heart full. He walked back into Willow Creek as the first stars began to appear. The compass was cool and still in his pocket now, just an old brass trinket. But Leo felt its warmth inside him, the warmth of connection, of understanding, of kindness that could heal even the deepest sorrows. He stopped at Mr. Thimbleton's cottage. The old clockmaker was sitting by his window, looking out at the evening sky. Leo placed the compass gently on the windowsill. "It worked," he said softly. It pointed the way. Mr. Thimbleton picked up the compass, turning it over in his hands. It didn't glow, didn't hum. But as he looked at Leo's peaceful, changed face, a light seemed to return to his own eyes, a weight lifting. "So it did, Leo," he murmured, a small smile touching his lips. "So it did." That night, tucked into his own bed, Leo listened to the familiar sounds of home, the creak of the old house, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle sigh of the willow outside his window. The journey had changed him. He wasn't just the quiet boy who noticed things anymore. He was the boy who listened, who understood that the greatest magic often lay in kindness, in friendship, and in hearing the unspoken heart of the world. The warm glow of the compass's journey now lived inside him, a gentle light to guide his own path, a comforting warmth that promised he would never truly be lost. And as sleep gently pulled him under, the whispering leaves outside seemed to murmur a soothing lullaby of ancient woods, healed springs, and quiet, enduring friendship, wrapping him in a blanket of peace as deep and comforting as the starry night sky. Story 21. The village of Glimmerbrook, nestled in the crook of the Whisperwood Mountains, wasn't known for ordinary happenings. Cobblestone streets shimmered faintly after rain, fireflies choreographed nightly dances above the buttercup meadows, and the air always carried a hint of cinnamon and possibility. At the heart of it all stood Buttercup Bakery, owned by Penelope Prickleback, a hedgehog with spectacles perpetually perched on her snout, and a talent for pastries that shimmered with subtle, delightful magic. Her raspberry tarts could make you hum your favorite tune involuntarily, and her star-shaped biscuits granted brief, harmless dreams of soaring. Penelope, however, was shy. She adored baking but shrank from crowds, preferring the warm, flower-dusted sanctuary of her ovens. Her best friend, Barnaby Bumblethorpe, was her opposite. A portly squirrel inventor with perpetually singed whiskers and a waistcoat pocket overflowing with mismatched cogs and curious seeds, Barnaby brimmed with boundless, often chaotic, enthusiasm. His latest invention, the perpetual polisher, had accidentally given the mayor's prize-winning turnip a suspiciously metallic sheen just last Tuesday. One misty morning, Penelope received a delivery of extraordinary berries. They were plump cerulean blue and pulsed with a gentle inner light like captured moonlight. The attached note, written in looping silver ink, read, "Giggleberries handle with glee, effects may be buoyant." "Oh my," Penelope murmured, her quills twitching with excitement and nervousness. Buoyant, well, they look perfect for tarts. Inspired, she baked a batch of giggleberry galettes, their flaky crusts dusted with sparkling sugar that resembled crushed stardust. Their aroma was intoxicating like sunshine on a dewy meadow mixed with pure, bubbling joy. She placed them in the window display. Barnaby, arriving with a new prototype, a hat designed to translate squirrel chatter into sonnets, it mostly produced limericks about acorns, was the first customer. "Penny, my dear, one of those luminous delights, if you please." He took a hearty bite. Pop. Barnaby didn't just float, he zoomed upwards, bumping gently against the bakery ceiling, crumbs raining down. "I say," he chuckled, spinning slowly. "This is capital, a most agreeable levity." He drifted towards the open door. Word spread faster than dandelion seeds on a breeze. Soon, villagers flocked to Buttercup Bakery. Mrs. Thistledown the Badger floated serenely above her tea shop, knitting needles clicking furiously. Old Man Grizzle, the normally grumpy badger groundskeeper, giggled helplessly as he bobbed upside down near the clock tower, his whiskers tickled by the wind. Children shrieked with delight, turning cartwheels midair, chasing startled, floating sparrows. Glimmerbrook became a joyous, bobbing constellation of laughter and bewildered pets. Penelope watched from her doorway, wringing her paws. oh dear, this is too buoyant. What if someone floats away? Her shyness threatened to overwhelm her. But seeing Barnaby trying and failing to use his sonnet hat to anchor himself to a lamppost, it recited, "There once was a squirrel named Bert who got tangled up in his own shirt," spurred her into action. They needed a solution, and fast. The village couldn't stay aloft forever. Barnaby drifted over, managing a wobbly bow midair. "Penny, a conundrum, a delightful one admittedly, but a conundrum nonetheless. Fear not, science, or perhaps just clever tinkering, will prevail." He rummaged in his pockets, sending springs and buttons spinning into the air. Aha, gravity grapples, still in beta. He pulled out 2 small magnetized stones attached to string. Penelope had an idea. "Barnaby, the berries make things light. What if we make something heavy, emotionally heavy, to counteract the buoyancy?" Barnaby scratched his head, nearly drifting sideways. Emotionally heavy. Like worry. Or soggy socks. Tricky to bake that into a counter pastry. Penelope's eyes lit up behind her spectacles. "Not bake, share. Sharing worries makes them lighter for us, but maybe, just maybe, sharing them out loud makes them feel heavier for a moment, enough to ground us." It was a whimsical theory, born of Glimmerbrook logic. They floated towards the village square, now a floating amphitheater of giggling villagers. Penelope took a deep breath, her voice trembling but clear. "Friends, neighbors, we seem to be having a slight elevation issue." A chorus of cheerful I-s and giggles answered her. "Barnaby and I have a plan, but it requires bravery. We need you to share a tiny worry, just one. Whisper it to the person next to you. Let it go, we think, we hope. It might help us gently descend." A hush fell, punctuated by the occasional giggle snort. Sharing worries. In Glimmerbrook, where sunshine practically dripped from the trees. It felt oddly daring. Mrs. Thistledown, floating near Penelope, leaned close. "All right, dearie," she whispered conspiratorially. "My worry is that my prize-winning lavender scones might be a tad too relaxing. Last week, Mr. Pip the post hedgehog fell asleep in my rhododendron after one." Mr. Pip, bobbing nearby, blushed. "Heard that? My worry is I sometimes mix up the mail. Yesterday, I delivered Mrs. Grizzle's order for super-strength slug repellent to the butterfly sanctuary." Old Man Grizzle, still upside down, grumbled, "My worry is that I secretly like Barnaby's ridiculous inventions, especially the one that folds socks. Don't tell him." As worries were shared, silly, small, heartfelt, a remarkable thing happened. Each whispered confession seemed to create a tiny, invisible weight. Villagers began to sink slowly, gently, back towards the cobblestones. Laughter turned to sighs of relief and warm chuckles. The shared burdens once voiced felt lighter than air, but the act of sharing provided the perfect, gentle counterweight to the giggleberry's magic. As the last villager, Barnaby, who worried his inventions caused more singed whiskers than solutions, touched down, a spontaneous cheer erupted. The air was filled not with the frantic energy of floating, but with the warm buzz of shared secrets and newfound camaraderie. They hadn't just solved the problem, they'd created a deeper connection. Penelope, her heart swelling with unaccustomed boldness, smiled. "Well, to celebrate our groundedness, free giggleberry galettes for all, but perhaps only half portions." The villagers laughed, a sound like wind chimes and rustling leaves. The unexpected twist. The shared worries didn't vanish. They transformed. Mrs. Thistledown offered Mr. Pip a special stay-awake scone blend. Mr. Pip started double-checking addresses with cheerful diligence. Old Man Grizzle even commissioned Barnaby for a sock-folding deluxe model. The village felt warmer, kinder. And the giggleberries. Penelope discovered that when baked after sharing a small kindness, they produced a gentle, warm glow that lasted all evening, perfect for reading bedtime stories. Barnaby, inspired, used the leftover buoyancy effect to create the Featherfall float, a delightful slow-motion trampoline for the village children that made jumping feel like drifting on a cloud. That night, as fireflies resumed their dances, and the scent of cinnamon and contentment filled Glimmerbrook, Penelope Prickleback didn't hide in her bakery. She sat on her porch, sharing a pot of chamomile tea with Barnaby, listening to the happy chatter floating on the breeze. She'd faced a crowd, shared an idea, and helped her friends. The shy hedgehog had discovered that sometimes the sweetest magic isn't in the berries, but in the courage to speak up and the shared laughter that follows, anchoring everyone in the cozy, wonderful joy of belonging. And as the moon rose, painting the cobblestones silver, Glimmerbrook settled into a peaceful, happy slumber, dreaming of floating on clouds of kindness and giggleberry stardust. Story 22. Leo had always been a quiet boy, content to watch dew-kissed spiderwebs shimmer at dawn, while other village children chased geese through muddy lanes. His favorite refuge lay beyond the stone wall encircling Oakhaven, a whispering forest where ancient oaks stretched mossy arms toward the sky. One misty autumn morning, while tracing the path of a sapphire-blue butterfly, Leo stumbled upon a sight that stole his breath. Behind a curtain of weeping willows, their golden leaves brushing the forest floor like gentle fingers, stood a hollow oak wider than Leo's cottage. Inside its cavernous heart pulsed a soft, amber light. Crouching low, Leo crawled through the tree's arched entrance. The air inside hummed with warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. Glowing mushrooms carpeted the ground, casting dancing shadows on walls woven from living roots. At the center, resting on a pedestal of intertwined vines, lay a smooth river stone. But this was no ordinary stone. It shimmered with swirling constellations, as though holding captured starlight within its core. Leo reached out, his fingertips tingling as they brushed its surface. Instantly the constellations flared, painting the hollow with shifting galaxies. "Careful, little wanderer," murmured a voice like rustling parchment. Leo whirled to find a creature, no taller than his knee, perched on a root. It resembled a hedgehog, but its quills were autumn leaves, crimson, gold, and bronze, and eyes like polished acorns gleamed with ancient kindness. "That's the Heartstone. It remembers everything the forest has ever seen." "I'm Leo," he whispered, mesmerized. "And you?" "Thistle," the creature replied, bowing slightly. "Keeper of memories." Thistle explained the Heartstone anchored the forest's magic, its light nourishing roots and guiding creatures. But lately its glow had dimmed. A creeping shadow, cold and silent, had begun withering ferns and silencing bird songs. "The shadow steals memories," Thistle fretted, tiny claws twisting. "Without them the forest forgets how to bloom, how to breathe. We must return the Heartstone to its cradle atop Whisper Peak, where dawn first touches the trees." So began their journey. They navigated hidden trails carpeted in velvet moss, where bioluminescent beetles lit their way like fallen stars. They crossed the singing brook, its waters chiming over quartz stones, guided by silver-scaled fish who leapt in glistening arcs. Yet the shadow followed. It manifested as patches of unnerving silence, where butterflies froze mid-flight and flowers curled into brittle husks. In the valley of echoing stones, where wind-carved rocks murmured forgotten tales, the shadow thickened into a swirling mist. Tendrils of cold darkness lashed out, snatching at the Heartstone's light. Leo stumbled, the stone slipping from his grasp. It skittered toward a chasm where the earth split into fathomless black. "Hold fast to hope," Thistle cried, but fear tightened Leo's throat. Just then a grizzled badger with a scarred muzzle burst from a thicket, snarling. Bramble, notorious for his sour temper and solitary ways, snatched the stone an inch from the abyss. Clumsy sprout, he grumbled, thrusting it back at Leo. This forest's memories are all I have left of my lost clan. I won't let Shadow steal them too. Reluctantly, Bramble joined them, his gruff exterior hiding a fierce loyalty to the woods he called home. The trio faced trials that tested their bond. In the glade of whispers, ghostly voices tried to lure them astray with promises of safety and illusions of home. Leo's quiet focus, honed from years of observing minute wonders, allowed him to discern truth from deceit. "Listen beneath the words," he murmured, pressing the heartstone to his ear. Within its depths he heard the forest's true heartbeat, steady, resilient, alive. Guided by its pure resonance, they found the path. Later, when a bridge of woven vines snapped over the rushing dark river, it was Bramble's strength and Thistle's knowledge of resilient root fibers that braided a new one, strand by painstaking strand. As they ascended Whisper Peak, the air grew thin and cold. The shadow coalesced before the Heartstone's cradle, a stone basin etched with runes, into a towering figure of swirling obsidian smoke. Empty eyes fixed on Leo. "Give it to me," it hissed, a sound like dead leaves crushed underfoot. "Memories are pain, I will grant oblivion." Leo's hands trembled, but he recalled the warmth of Thistle's trust, the grudging courage in Bramble's eyes, the forest's whispered stories in the Heartstone. This shadow wasn't a monster, it was loneliness made manifest, a forgotten guardian twisted by isolation. "I see you," Leo said softly, stepping forward. The Heartstone pulsed warmly in his palms. "You remember the forest's sorrows, don't you? Its storms and fires and losses, but you've forgotten its joys." He held the stone aloft. Light burst forth, not a weapon, but an embrace. Images bloomed in the radiance, fawns taking their first steps in sun-dappled clearings, owls teaching fledglings beneath a full moon, roots tenderly cradling acorns through winter's sleep. The shadow recoiled, then stilled. Slowly its darkness softened into the deep gray of twilight, then the gentle lavender of dawn. Where the shadow had stood now knelt a being of woven mist and starlight, with eyes like dew on spider silk. "You remembered for me," the being whispered, tears like liquid moonlight tracing its cheeks. "I am Atharis, forgotten guardian of grief. The weight of sorrow, it blinded me." Leo placed the Heartstone into Atharis's translucent hands. Together, they set it into the cradle. Light erupted, a wave of gold and emerald that raced down the mountainside. Withered leaves unfurled into vibrant green. Frozen streams laughed over rocks. Birds erupted into a symphony of rebirth. Atharis's form solidified into a luminous figure cloaked in living ivy, a serene smile on its face. "I will guard the memories anew," Atharis vowed, both sweet and bitter, for both are part of the forest's song. Leo returned to Oakhaven changed. He still loved quiet moments, but now he shared them, pointing out the hidden nest of a wren to wide-eyed children, or teaching villagers how to listen to the oak's deep, slow songs. Bramble often found napping in Leo's garden, grumbled less and smiled more, his scarred muzzle nuzzling Leo's hand when stories were told by the hearth. And on moonlit nights, Leo would slip through the weeping willows. There in the hollow oak, Thistle would be waiting atop a cushion of moss, the Heartstone pulsing softly beside them. They'd sip nectar from acorn cups while Atharis's gentle presence shimmered among the roots, sharing tales of bud break and snowfall, of loss endured and joy rediscovered. As Leo drifted to sleep in his little attic room, the forest's whispers wove through his open window, a lullaby of rustling leaves and owl song. He knew now that even the quietest heart could hold galaxies of courage, that friendship bloomed in the unlikeliest thickets, and that light, however small, could heal the deepest shadows. And in the hollow oak the Heartstone glowed, a steady, golden pulse in the dark, remembering everything. Story 23. The distant hum of the Starship Harmony's respite usually sang a lullaby to Lyra. Tonight it groaned. A botanist from the perpetually mist-shrouded planet of Veridia, Lyra felt most at home tending her miniature ecosystem of glowing mosses and whispering ferns in the ship's arboretum. Her skin, a soft, velvety teal, absorbed the gentle light, and her large, luminous eyes scanned her beloved plants for signs of distress from the ship's unusual vibrations. Suddenly, claxons blared, harsh and red. The ship lurched violently. Lyra stumbled, catching herself on a hydroponic tank as gravity fluctuated. Panic, sharp and cold, pierced her usual calm. Emergency lights strobed, casting frantic shadows. An automated voice crackled, critical system failure, evacuate to escape pods, repeat, evacuate. Heart pounding like a trapped bird, Lyra scrambled through the shuddering corridors. The air tasted metallic, sharp with ozone. She reached the escape pod bay just as another violent tremor threw her off balance. She collided heavily with a figure already strapping into the nearest pod, a figure unlike any she'd seen up close. Kale was from Xerxes 7, a world of scorching deserts and crystalline mountains. His body was composed of interlocking, amber-hued crystals, refracting the emergency lights into dazzling, chaotic patterns. He stood rigidly tall, his features sharp planes and facets, his eyes like chips of obsidian. He radiated an aura of contained energy, and Lyra sensed immediately profound annoyance. Move, Veridian. His voice was a low rumble like stones grinding together, devoid of warmth. This pod is calibrated for Xerxian physiology. He gestured dismissively towards another pod flickering with a malfunction light. Lyra flinched, her tendril-like hair curling tighter around her neck. But that one is failing. Her voice, usually a soft chime, trembled. Please, we must share. Kale's obsidian eyes narrowed, assessing her fragile form. Sharing requires space. Your organic matter is inefficient. You will impede function. Another jolt rocked the bay. The failing pod sparked violently. With a grunt that sounded like fracturing quartz, Kale yanked Lyra inside his pod. Strap in, and do not touch anything. The hatch slammed shut just as the Harmony's respite tore apart in a silent explosion visible through the small viewport. Their pod was violently ejected into the ink-black void, tumbling end over end before stabilizing with a sickening lurch. Silence descended, thick and heavy, broken only by the pod's life support hum and Lyra's shaky breaths. They were alone, adrift in an uncharted sector, light years from any known beacon. The middle, walls of crystal and mist. The first days were a tapestry woven with misunderstanding and quiet desperation. Kale was all sharp angles and pragmatic silence, focused solely on diagnostics, rerouting power, and calculating their grim trajectory towards a barely habitable ice planet on long-range scans. He moved with precise, economical gestures, his crystalline form clicking softly. Lyra felt like an intruder in his meticulously ordered, sterile space. Her attempts to help were met with blunt dismissal. When she gently offered to use her knowledge of symbiotic fungi to potentially purify the air recycler's filters, Kale scoffed. Organic solutions are unpredictable. Machinery is reliable. He pointedly wiped a smudge of glowing Veridian moss she'd accidentally brushed onto a console. Lyra retreated, tending a tiny spore culture she'd salvaged a fragment of home. Its soft, blue-green glow was a comfort. She noticed Kale sometimes paused his work, his obsidian gaze lingering on the gentle light, a flicker of something unreadable in his rigid posture. Their first real clash came over resources. Kale required intense bursts of focused solar radiation for energy, channeled through a collector array. Lyra needed moisture and specific spectra of light for her spores and her own well-being. The pod's limited power couldn't satisfy both optimally. You are draining essential energy for frivolous bioluminescence, Kale stated coldly one cycle, as Lyra carefully angled a small grow light towards her spore dish. It is not frivolous. Lyra protested, her velvety skin flushing a deeper teal. This culture could stabilize our air quality, provide nutrients. It is life, just like you need the sun's fire, I need its gentle breath. Kale turned, his facets catching the light. Fire is power, breath is ephemeral. Yet, he didn't deactivate her light. Later, Lyra saw him subtly adjusting the solar collector's angle, sacrificing a fraction of his own intake to allow a sliver of usable spectrum to reach her spores. He said nothing. The shared challenge, ice and understanding. Their fragile truce shattered when they crash-landed on the ice planet, Glacies Perdita. The impact was brutal. Systems screamed. Smoke, acrid and chemical, filled the pod. Kale shielded Lyra instinctively during the descent, taking the brunt of the impact against the bulkhead. A network of fine cracks spiderwebbed across his left shoulder and arm. Outside was a desolate wasteland. Howling winds scoured plains of blue ice under a perpetually twilight sky. Jagged ice mountains clawed at the bruised horizon. The cold was a physical assault, leaching heat with terrifying speed. The pod was crippled, its main engines dead, communications shattered. Fear, colder than the ice outside, gripped Lyra. Kale, however, shifted immediately into survival mode. Assess damage, prioritize heat, shelter, communications, he commanded, his voice strained. The cracks in his arm pulsed faintly with internal light. Working together was no longer optional. Kale's strength and engineering knowledge were vital for extracting usable parts from the wreckage. But it was Lyra who noticed the thermal vents nearby, disguised by snowdrifts, her viridian senses attuned to subtle heat signatures. It was Lyra who discovered a cavern system beneath the ice, its entrance revealed by a peculiar pattern of frost her botanist's eye recognized. Building a shelter from salvaged hull plates within the cavern's relative shelter was grueling. Kale's cracked arm hampered him. One evening, as he struggled to weld a support beam, his crystalline hand spasmed, the tool clattering to the icy floor. A low, pained hum vibrated from his core. Lyra approached cautiously. Your injury, it worsens. She reached out, not to touch him, but towards her spore dish, now thriving in the cavern's geothermal warmth. My spores, viridian healing moss. It binds, it mends organic and crystalline structures. May I? She held out a small cluster glowing softly. Kale stared at the offered moss, then at the crack spreading on his arm, a visible vulnerability. Distrust warred with necessity. Finally, with a curt nod, he extended his injured limb. Lyra's touch was feather-light as she applied the glowing moss. It pulsed gently, weaving delicate filaments of light into the cracks. A warmth, unfamiliar and soothing, spread through the damaged crystal. Kale's rigid posture softened almost imperceptibly. It diminishes the dissonance, he admitted, his voice less gravelly. Thank you. Moments of mutual support, kindling friendship. The shared struggle forged an unspoken bond. Kale, realizing Lyra's keen senses were invaluable, began to ask for her observations. Lyra learned to decipher Kale's subtle clicks and hums a language of efficiency that held surprising nuance. He wasn't cold, he was focused. She wasn't fragile, she was resilient in ways he hadn't understood. One ferocious blizzard trapped them inside their makeshift shelter for cycles. The wind screamed like a banshee outside. Power was critically low. To conserve energy, they huddled near a small thermal unit Lyra had coaxed from the pod's remains. In the dim, shared warmth, walls lowered further. Lyra spoke softly of Viridia's eternal mists, the whispering forests, the way bioluminescent fungi turn the night into a starry carpet. It is not darkness, she explained, seeing Kale's confusion. It is a different kind of light, a quiet light. Kale, in his deep rumble, spoke of Xerxes 7, the blinding sun reflecting off endless dunes of rose quartz, the deep, resonant songs sung by wind through crystal canyons, the fierce, protective bonds of his kin. Strength is not just hardness, he said, looking at the moss still gently glowing on his mending arm. It is endurance, adaptation. He surprised her by initiating contact. One evening, as Lyra shivered despite the thermal unit, Kale shifted slightly. Your organic form loses heat inefficiently, he stated. Then hesitantly, he extended a section of his uncracked side. My core retains thermal energy. Proximity is logical. It was an awkward offer, but Lyra recognized the profound kindness beneath the practical words. She leaned cautiously against his warm, smooth crystal. The heat was deep and steady, a comforting counterpoint to the howling cold outside. He didn't flinch. The revelation and the rescue, true meaning forged in ice. Their breakthrough came not from fixing the calms, but from understanding the harmony's respite sabotage. While scavenging deeper in the caverns, they found a discarded device, a magnetic pulse inducer, non-regulation, designed to cripple a ship's core. Someone had wanted the ship destroyed. Lyra, examining the device's casing, found traces of a synthetic polymer used only on a specific mining outpost. Kale, cross-referencing the ship's logs, recovered onto a portable datapad, found encrypted messages routed through that same outpost. The saboteur wasn't some random pirate. It was a disgruntled crew member with a grudge against interspecies cooperation. The revelation hit them hard. The very division that had almost kept them from sharing a pod, the prejudice and misunderstanding they'd initially embodied, had led to the catastrophe. Kale looked at Lyra, her teal skin reflecting the soft light of her mosses. We were targets because we are different, he rumbled, the realization heavy. Yet, difference is what saved us. Lyra placed a gentle hand near his repaired arm. Difference isn't the danger, Kale. Fear of it is. Refusing to see the light in each other. That's the darkness. Working together seamlessly now, they managed to boost the pod's emergency beacon, using the geothermal vents as a power source, and Lyra's understanding of natural energy conduits to amplify the signal. Kale's engineering prowess built the jury-rigged transmitter. Lyra's connection to the planet's subtle energies helped tune it. When the rescue ship, the Dawn Chaser, finally broke through Glacis Perdita's icy atmosphere, its searchlights piercing the twilight, Lyra and Kale stood side by side at the entrance of their ice cavern. They weren't just survivors, they were partners. The end, a third light. Back in the warm, bustling hub of Stellar Station Theta, debriefings and medical checks completed, Lyra and Kale stood near a large viewport. Below, the swirling blues and greens of a life-bearing planet filled the frame. The sterile station lights felt harsh after their shared ordeal. Kale turned to Lyra, his obsidian eyes holding a warmth she hadn't seen before. My contract on the Harmony's respite is void. I have been offered a position on a deep-core mineral survey vessel. It departs soon. Lyra's heart sank, her moss light dimming slightly. I am to join a new Veridian botanical exchange program. It leaves next cycle. The thought of parting after all they'd shared felt like another kind of cold. Kale made a soft clicking sound, a thoughtful Xerxian hum. He reached into a compartment on his utility belt and withdrew a small, transparent case. Inside, glowing with a soft, steady blue-green light, was a thriving sample of Lyra's Veridian healing moss, rooted in a sliver of Glacis Perdita's ice. It requires specific light spectra, he said, holding it out. The survey vessel's lab has adaptable environmental controls. It would be logical to have a botanist monitor its integration. For efficiency, Lyra's luminous eyes widened, then crinkled with pure joy, her teal skin flushing warmly. She took the case, her fingers brushing his smooth crystal. "And a mineral survey vessel," she chimed softly, "might encounter unique geological formations where specialized mosses could aid structural analysis, and crew well-being, for efficiency, of course." A low, resonant sound emanated from Kale, not a grind, but a deep, warm thrum, almost like a contented purr. It was Xerxian laughter. "Efficiency," he agreed, the obsidian chips of his eyes holding the reflection of her glowing moss and her smile. They stood together at the viewport, the Viridian and the Xerxian, bathed in the soft light of distant stars and the gentle bioluminescence from the case between them. They had drifted together through darkness and cold, two different worlds colliding. They had learned to speak each other's languages of crystal and moss, of fire and breath, of pragmatism and quiet resilience. They had discovered that friendship wasn't about being the same. It was about creating a space where different lights could shine together, brighter and warmer than either could alone. They weren't just returning to the stars, they were embarking on their next journey together, carrying a tiny, glowing piece of understanding, a beacon not just of survival, but of a connection forged in ice and illuminated from within. And as the station hummed around them, a peaceful, harmonious sound, they knew that the truest meaning of friendship was simply this: choosing, again and again, to share the light. The vast, star-strewn galaxy outside the viewport seemed a little less cold, a little less empty, warmed by the quiet, shared glow emanating from two unlikely companions, side by side. Story 24. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a perpetually twilight sky, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here moss grew thick as emerald velvet, carpeting the forest floor in softness that muffled even the fall of a squirrel's paw. Sunlight filtered through a million leaves, dappled the ground in shifting patterns of gold and green, warm as honey on the skin. In a snug burrow tucked beneath the sprawling roots of a grandfather oak lived Birch, a young badger with fur like polished pewter and eyes bright with curiosity. His mother, a wise creature whose own fur bore the silvery streaks of many winters, often spoke in a voice as soft as rustling leaves. "Listen, little root," she'd murmur as they settled for the night, the earthy scent of their home wrapping around them like a warm blanket. The forest breathes, it sings. Every creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the oldest stag, has a part in its song. Remember the balance. Beyond their burrow, the hidden life thrived. Fern, a quick-witted pine marten with fur the color of rich chestnuts, lived high in the canopy. Her days were spent leaping between branches with impossible grace, her nose twitching at the symphony of scents carried on the breeze. The sharp tang of wild garlic, the sweet perfume of hidden wood violets, the damp promise of rain. Below, near the crystal-clear Pebblebrook stream, dwelled Moss, a sturdy water vole with whiskers like fine-spun silver. He knew every eddy and current, every smooth stone warmed by the sun, his paws deftly weaving reeds into snug riverbank homes. The magic of the whispering woods was woven into the very fabric of the seasons. It wasn't loud or flashy, but a subtle, profound force. In autumn, the forest didn't merely change color, it breathed gold and crimson. The leaves fell not just from branches, but drifted down like whispered secrets from the trees themselves, carrying messages of rest to the roots below. The crisp air held the scent of wood smoke and ripe berries, a signal to the creatures to gather and store. Fern would watch, mesmerized, as squirrels buried nuts with meticulous care, guided by an instinct older than the oldest oak, knowing precisely where the frost wouldn't bite too deep. Winter arrived not with a bluster, but with a hush. Snowflakes, each a unique crystal crafted by the frost sprites, tiny, shimmering beings only glimpsed in the corner of an eye, fell silently, blanketing the woods in pristine white. The air grew sharp and clean, tasting of ice and pine needles. The great river slowed, its surface frosting over, whispering secrets beneath the ice. During the long nights, creatures gathered in sheltered hollows, sharing warmth and stories passed down through generations. High in his hollow in the sentinel pine, Old Owl, whose feathers held the gray of countless moons, would recount tales of the star-lore, how the constellations above were maps drawn by ancient forest spirits, guiding the lost and marking the turn of the seasons. His voice, deep and resonant as distant thunder, soothed the listeners, reminding them that the deep sleep of winter was merely the forest drawing breath, preparing for renewal. Spring's arrival was a gentle explosion. It began not with a single day, but with a feeling, a softening in the air, a sweetness carried on a warmer breeze. Then came the spring tears, delicate, luminous drops of dew that appeared overnight on every bud and blade, infused with pure life magic. Where they fell, crocuses pushed through the softening earth like purple and yellow flames, and catkins unfurled like tiny lambs' tails. The sound of trickling water grew louder as the ice on Pebblebrook surrendered, rejoining the flow with joyful gurgles. Moss felt the shift deep in his riverbank home, the water warming just enough to stir the sleepy fish and encourage the reeds to stretch towards the strengthening sun. Fern watched, enthralled, as the first butterflies, wings painted like stained glass, emerged drowsily from their chrysalises. Summer brought the green song. The forest canopy thickened, creating cool, shadowed glades where shafts of sunlight pierced through like golden spears. The air buzzed with the drowsy hum of bees drunk on nectar, thick with the heady perfume of honeysuckle and wild roses. Warmth radiated from sun-baked rocks, inviting lizards to bask. Thunderstorms, when they came, were majestic rather than frightening. Great, rumbling drums would roll across the sky, followed by cleansing rain that washed the leaves until they glistened like emeralds, releasing the intoxicating scent of petrichor, the smell of earth welcoming water. Birch loved to sit at the entrance of his burrow after such a storm, the damp, fertile smell filling his nostrils, listening to the forest sigh with contentment as water dripped from a million leaves. One unusually long, dry summer, the balance seemed to falter. The green song grew faint. The sun beat down relentlessly, baking the earth until it cracked like old pottery. The whispering moss on the forest floor shriveled and browned, its comforting hum silenced. Pebblebrook dwindled to a mere trickle, its bed exposed and parched. Worry hung heavy in the still, hot air. Fish gasped in shrinking pools, the reeds' moss depended on turned brittle, and food became scarce. Fear, sharp and unfamiliar, flickered in the eyes of the forest dwellers. Birch remembered his mother's words, "The forest breathes, it sings, every creature has a part." He felt a deep pang of sorrow for the suffering moss and the struggling stream. Gathering his courage, he sought out Fern, high in her leafy lookout. "The moss is silent, Fern," he said, his voice tight with worry. "The brook is fading, the balance is sick." Fern's nose twitched furiously. "The air, it's wrong, dry and stale. It hasn't carried the scent of distant rain for weeks." Her agile mind raced. Old Owl spoke once of the sky stones, smooth stones warmed by the sun and washed by pure rain. He said they hold the memory of water deep within. Together they scrambled down to the dwindling Pebblebrook, finding Moss looking despondently at the muddy trickle. "The sky stones." Moss pondered, his whiskers drooping. "My great-grandam spoke of them. She said the water sprites, shy creatures who dance in the moonlight on the river, listen to them. If the stones remember water strongly enough, perhaps they can call the sprites, and the sprites can whisper to the clouds." Hope, fragile as a dragonfly's wing, sparked. They needed stones that had known both intense sun and cleansing rain. They searched the sun-baked banks, discarding stones that felt only hot and lifeless. Finally, near a bend where the water had once swirled deep, Birch found one. It was dark gray, smooth as otter's fur, and surprisingly cool to the touch despite the heat. When he held it, he felt a faint, deep thrum, like the echo of a raindrop. Fern found another, speckled like a thrush's egg, that hummed softly. Moss discovered a third, flat and dark, that seemed to sigh. Following fragments of lore passed down a snippet from Old Owl, a half-remembered tale from Moss's grandmother. A trick Fern recalled about moonlit water. They knew the stones needed to be placed where the last pure moonlight touched the water and bathed in starlight. As the moon rose, huge and silver, casting long, cool shadows, they carefully arranged the 3 sky stones in a triangle at the edge of the deepest remaining pool in Pebblebrook, where the moonlight shimmered on the dark surface. They sat quietly, the only sounds the desperate chirp of crickets and the faint gurgle of the stream. They poured their hope, their love for the forest, and their shared memory of cool, clear water into the quiet night, focusing on the stones. At first, nothing. Then the faintest silvery shimmer appeared on the surface of the pool, within the triangle of stones. It grew, coalescing into 3 tiny, luminous figures, no bigger than buttercups made of shimmering water and moonlight. Water sprites. They danced upon the surface, silent but radiant, their movements creating intricate ripples that caught the moonlight. They circled the stones, touching each one gently with a sparkling finger. A deep, resonant hum rose from the stones, not heard with ears but felt in the bones, a vibration that spoke of deep aquifers and rushing springs far beneath the earth. The sprites paused, looking up at the vast, star-speckled sky. Then, as one, they lifted their tiny arms. A single pure note, high and clear as ice cracking, pierced the stillness. It hung in the air, then faded. The sprites shimmered once brightly and dissolved back into the water. Exhausted but hopeful, the 3 friends retreated, the memory of the sprites' song warming them. The next day dawned just as hot. But in the afternoon, a new scent teased Fern's sensitive nose, a rich, cool dampness, carried on a breeze from the east. High above, wispy mare's tail clouds, the kind Old Owl called rain's paintbrushes, began to streak the blue expanse. By evening, the sky bruised purple-gray. Distant thunder rumbled, a comforting drumroll this time. Then came the rain. Not a violent downpour, but a steady, gentle benediction. Cool drops pattered on the thirsty leaves, a soothing rhythm that grew into a soft roar. It fell all night, soaking deep into the cracked earth, swelling the brook, washing the dust from the whispering moss. Birch, fern, and moss huddled together in Birch's dry burrow, listening to the glorious sound, the scent of wet earth and renewed life filling the air like the sweetest incense. By morning, the balance was restored. Pebblebrook chuckled happily over its smooth stones, full and clear. The moss glistened emerald green once more, its soft, contented hum vibrating through the forest floor, a song of gratitude and resilience. Flowers lifted their heads, drinking deeply. The air tasted fresh and clean, buzzing with the renewed energy of insects. The creatures of the whispering woods emerged, blinking in the washed, clean world. They didn't cheer, their relief was a quiet, deep contentment. They knew they had witnessed the forest's magic, not as a spectacle, but as a shared act of faith and harmony. Birch, fern, and moss were quietly celebrated, not for grand deeds, but for remembering the old wisdom, listening to the forest's need, and acting together. That evening, as fireflies began to dance like tiny, wandering stars in the violet twilight, Old Owl addressed a gathering near the rejuvenated brook. His wise eyes gleamed in the dim light. "The balance is delicate, little ones," he hooted softly, his voice carrying on the cool, damp air. "It relies not on force, but on listening, on remembering the songs of the moss, the sighs of the stream, the stories carried in stone and root and starlight. True magic lies in the harmony of many small hearts beating as one, tending the world they share. Remember the sky stones, remember the sprite's song, remember the strength found not alone, but together in the quiet heart of the woods." As the true night deepened, the whispering woods settled into profound peace. The murmur of the brook blended with the rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the moss. High above, the ancient constellations mapped by forgotten spirits shone down, their silver light gentle and reassuring. Creatures returned to their nests, burrows and hollows, hearts full, bodies relaxed. The forest breathed its deep, contented sigh, wrapped in the velvet cloak of night, whispering its timeless song of life, balance, and the enduring magic found in quiet connection, a lullaby for all who listened. The air, cool and sweet with rain-washed pine and damp earth, cradled them all, safe and sound, in the ancient, slumbering heart of the world. Story 25. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, a delicate balance woven from root and leaf, fur and feather, and the ever-turning wheel of the seasons. It was a place where the boundary between the solid earth and shimmering enchantment was as thin as a dragonfly's wing. At the heart of this realm lived Sage Thistle, a venerable badger whose silver-tipped fur held the wisdom of countless moons. Her set tucked beneath the gnarled roots of the sentinel oak was a haven of warm, earthy scents and soft, dry bracken. Nearby Fern, a russet fox with eyes like polished amber, often visited, her movements fluid as a sunbeam. They were guardians in their way, keepers of the subtle rhythms that sustained the whispering woods. The forest thrived on harmony. Spring arrived not just with buds, but with the gentle chime of raindrop bells blooming on dew-kissed ferns, their sound coaxing seeds from slumber. Summer brought the luminous moths, whose wings painted the twilight with soft, bioluminescent trails that nourished the night-blooming starflowers. Autumn was heralded by the scent of cinnamon carried on the wind from the golden maples, and the ground would shimmer with frost-weave, intricate patterns of ice crystals spun by unseen sprites that protected tender roots through the coming cold. Winter held a deep, peaceful silence, broken only by the crackle of frost and the soft songs of snow sparrows, whose melodies held the promise of spring's return. This delicate dance was guided by the season stone, a smooth, ever-changing gem nestled deep within the sentinel oak's hollow core. It pulsed with the forest's lifeblood, warm gold for summer, deep russet for autumn, cool silver for winter, and vibrant green for spring. It was tended by generations of forest elders, its energy flowing out through the roots and mycelium threads, whispering instructions to every living thing. Sage Thistle's grandmother had taught her its secrets, whispering of the interconnectedness of all things. The flutter of a moth's wing stirs the air that carries the seed, little one. The frost that bites protects the bud that waits. We are all threads in the great weave. One unusually warm autumn, however, the rhythm faltered. The golden maples released their scent too early, a cloying sweetness that hung heavy in the air. The frostweave failed to appear, leaving the forest floor vulnerable. The air felt thick and still, lacking the crisp, invigorating bite of true fall. Most worryingly, the season stone's light flickered erratically, its usual vibrant russet dimming to a muddy brown. Fern padding softly into Thistle's set, her breath misting in the unnaturally cool interior, voiced the unease. The air tastes wrong, Elder Thistle, stale, the whispering trees murmur of confusion, the season stone, it trembles. Thistle, her broad head resting on her paws, felt the discord deep in her old bones. The scent of decay, subtle but persistent, undercut the maple perfume. She heaved a sigh that stirred the dust motes dancing in a stray sunbeam. The balance is strained, Fern, the great weave snags. The season stone draws its strength from the harmony of all things, the burrowers turning the earth, the flyers scattering seeds, the trees breathing life. Something disrupts the flow. She recalled her grandmother's words. When the stone dims, seek not a single broken thread, but the place where the weave grows slack. They ventured out beneath a sky the color of tarnished pewter. The forest felt hushed, expectant, and anxious. The usual bustling activity, squirrels chattering over nuts, woodpeckers drumming messages, beetles trundling through leaf litter, was subdued. Pip, a young squirrel with fur like burnished chestnut, scampered down a nearby trunk, his usual exuberance replaced by wide-eyed worry. The nuts. They feel empty, like the life is leaking out before I can bury them. He held up a hazelnut. Its shell looked dull, lacking its usual healthy sheen. Further on they found Anya, a spider whose webs were usually masterpieces of dew-diamonded lace, struggling. Her silk emerged thin and gray, dissolving before she could anchor it properly. The air feels weak, she sighed, her multiple eyes reflecting their concern. It won't hold the song of the web. The signs were everywhere, wilting late bloomers, listless birdsong, a pervasive sense of lethargy clinging to the trees like damp moss. The magic sustaining the seasonal shifts was draining away, threatening to plunge the woods into a stagnant, timeless gloom. Gathering the woodland council, Pip, Anya, Old Bramble the hedgehog, Luna the wise owl perched high above, and others beneath the sentinel oak, Thistle shared her understanding. The season stone weakens because the natural flow is blocked, not by malice but perhaps by neglect, by unseen shifts. The great weave relies on every creature playing its part, on the cycles continuing unbroken. We must find where the thread has loosened and mend it together. Fern, her nose twitching, caught a faint, discordant scent beneath the maple sweetness, the sour tang of stagnant water. The silver thread spring, she realized. Its song is silent. The spring, high in the mossy rocks, fed the forest's hidden aquifers. Its clear water, charged with the mountain's chill, was crucial for the autumn frost weave and the deep winter rest. If it was blocked or tainted, the cycle was broken. The journey to the spring was arduous. The warmth made the air heavy, and the usual crisp autumn scents were muted. They climbed slopes where ferns drooped listlessly. When they reached the rocky basin where the silver thread spring should have bubbled merrily, their hearts sank. Instead of sparkling water, they found only a damp, mossy hollow filled with slick mud and choked with fallen debris. A landslide from the unusually wet summer had blocked its source. The vital flow had ceased. The magic that relied on its pure, cold essence was starved. Mending it required every gift the forest possessed. Bramble, with his tough spines and strong snout, began carefully loosening the smaller rocks. Pip, with his incredible memory, recalled the exact structure of the rock face before the slide, guiding their efforts. Anya, though her silk was weak, spun strong anchor lines to secure loose stones as others worked. Luna, from her high perch, directed the placement of larger boulders with her keen sight. Fern used her agility to navigate treacherous spots, clearing mud and guiding water channels. Thistle, with her powerful digging claws, worked tirelessly, her movements steady and sure, embodying the patient strength of the earth itself. Even tiny beetles scurried, carrying away grains of sand. The work was slow, the mud cold and clinging. Their muscles ached, and the unnatural warmth sapped their energy. But they worked in silence, punctuated only by encouraging chirps, the scrape of stone, and the soft rustle of fur and feather. They remembered the raindrop bells, the luminous moths, the comfort of the frost weave, the promise of spring. They remembered the great weave. Finally, as the first true stars pricked the dusky violet sky, Thistle dislodged the last key stone. With a deep, gurgling sigh, as if the mountain itself was breathing again, clear, icy water burst forth. It trickled, then flowed, carving a fresh path down the mossy rocks, singing its pure, familiar song once more. The scent of stagnant mud was washed away, replaced by the exhilarating fragrance of clean water and wet stone. As the silver moonlight touched the newly flowing spring, a collective shiver ran through the creatures. Back in the heart of the woods, deep within the sentinel oak, the season stone flared. The muddy brown dissolved, replaced by a vibrant, pulsating russet, warm and deep as autumn itself. The light pulsed outwards, flowing through roots and veins of fungi up tree trunks and into the very air. The change was immediate and profound. The heavy, stale air lifted, replaced by a crisp, invigorating chill that carried the true, spicy perfume of the golden maples. Overnight, delicate frostweave appeared, glistening like spun sugar on every blade of grass, every fallen leaf, and every spiderweb now strong and gleaming again under Anya's skilled touch. Pip buried his hazelnuts with renewed vigor, feeling the satisfying plumpness of life within them. The whispering trees sighed with relief, their leaves rustling a soothing lullaby. Gathered once more beneath the sentinel oak, the creatures felt the restored harmony settle around them like a soft, well-worn blanket. The season stone glowed steadily, bathing them in its comforting russet light. Thistle looked at her friends, the determined fox, the ingenious spider, the brave squirrel, the steadfast hedgehog, the watchful owl, and all the others who had lent their strength. "The great weave holds," Thistle murmured, her voice a low rumble of contentment. "Not by one thread, but by many. Each season relies on the one before, each creature relies on the other. The magic isn't just in stones or springs, but in the care we show, the roles we play, the balance we nurture together. Remember this, little ones," she said, her gaze resting on Pip and the younger creatures. "When the wheel turns and challenges come, look not for a single hero, but for the strength of the whole forest. Tend your part, listen to the whispers of the earth and sky, and trust in the enduring rhythm." High above, a single perfect snowflake, the first herald of the gentle winter to come, spiraled down through the moonbeams and landed softly on Fern's nose. She blinked, then smiled, a warm puff of breath misting in the newly crisp air. The whispering woods settled into a profound, peaceful silence, broken only by the gentle song of the silver-thread spring in the distance, the crackle of frost forming delicate lace, and the deep, steady heartbeat of the ancient forest restored. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, wrapped in the soft glow of the season stone and the comforting chill of true autumn, every creature nestled deep into their homes, soothed by the knowledge that balance, though delicate, was resilient, and the magic of harmony, woven through generations, would endure. Sleep came easily, cradled by the forest's deep, contented sigh. Story 26. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of lavender and warm rain. Its cobblestone paths wound past cozy cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens overflowing with blooms that seemed to hum with quiet contentment. Yet amidst this gentle harmony lived Finn, a young man whose heart felt as heavy and immovable as the smooth, gray river stones he collected. Finn had always been steady, reliable. He liked knowing where things belonged, how his days would unfold. He tended the village clock tower with meticulous care, ensuring its chimes echoed faithfully across the valley at dawn, noon, and dusk. Change, however, even the gentle shift of seasons celebrated in Willowbrook, unsettled him deeply. When the wild cherry trees shed their blossoms in a pink snowstorm, Finn saw only mess. When summer storms rolled in, darkening the sky, he'd retreat indoors, anxious about the disruption. He felt stuck. Not unhappy exactly, but encased, as if he himself were slowly turning to stone. His friends noticed. Aris, the village gardener whose hands coaxed miracles from the earth, often found Finn staring glumly at the wilting petals he'd swept into a neat pile. "They'll feed the soil, Finn," Aris would murmur, his voice as soft as the moss lining the garden paths. "New blooms will come, stronger perhaps." But Finn would only grunt, rearranging the stones lining Aris's flower beds into stricter lines. Juniper, the baker whose pastries smelled like sunshine and comfort, would press a warm cinnamon roll into Finn's hands. "Try this new recipe, Finn, a little cardamom twist." Finn would eat it dutifully, appreciating the taste but muttering, "Why change what already works perfectly?" Juniper would just smile, her eyes kind, the scent of yeast and sugar clinging to her apron. Sometimes a little twist reveals a whole new kind of sweetness, don't you think? The greatest change came unexpectedly. One blustery autumn afternoon, as Finn polished the great brass face of the clock tower, A stray gust whipped a peculiar seed pod through the open belfry window. It wasn't like any pod Finn had seen before. It shimmered with a faint internal light, like captured moonlight, and felt warm to the touch. Instinctively, perhaps seeking the familiar weight of a stone, Finn tucked it into his pocket. That night, a strange warmth radiated from the pod. When Finn took it out, it pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat. Feeling a foolish urge he couldn't explain, he planted it in a small clay pot on his windowsill, tucking it into ordinary soil. Probably just a fancy weed, he muttered to himself, yet he watered it sparingly, drawn by its soft glow. Days passed. The village prepared for the harvest festival, a time of joyful change as summer yielded to autumn's bounty. Banners fluttered, tables groaned under pies and preserves, and laughter filled the air. Sounds that usually made Finn retreat further into his orderly solitude. He found himself increasingly drawn to the little pot. The seed had sprouted, sending up a slender, silver-green shoot. Tiny star-shaped leaves unfurled, shimmering with dew even on dry mornings. Finn felt an unfamiliar stirring as he watched it grow, a flicker of anticipation beneath his usual stone-like calm. One crisp morning, Finn woke feeling unusually stiff. He moved to the window, his limbs protesting. As sunlight touched the silver shoot, now a small sapling barely taller than his hand, something extraordinary happened. The sapling trembled. From its tip a single perfect bud swelled, then blossomed with a soft chime. The flower was unlike any other. Its petals were translucent, shifting through colors like dawn light on water-pale rose, soft gold, serene lavender. And in its center, nestled like a secret, glowed a tiny, warm ember of light. A wave of pure, unexpected emotion washed over Finn, a profound sense of beauty, tinged with a sharp pang of sadness for all the beauty he felt he'd missed. To his astonishment, a single tear escaped his eye. It wasn't a normal tear. It felt thicker, heavier, and as it fell onto the windowsill beside the pot, it landed not as water, but as a small, smooth pebble, the color of moonlight on mist. Finn stared, bewildered. He touched his cheek. It felt different. Less like stone, more like skin. He looked at his hands. The familiar calloused skin seemed unchanged, yet he felt a strange vulnerability, a slight trembling within. The little flower seemed to pulse brighter, its light warming his face. Panicked, Finn bundled the pot in a cloth and hurried to Eris. He found the gardener gently pruning late-blooming roses. Breathlessly, Finn showed him the flower and the moonstone tear. Eris studied them, his wise eyes thoughtful. He touched the pebble. Remarkable, he breathed. This feels alive, like potential held fast. He looked at Finn, really looked. And you, Finn, how do you feel? Confused, Finn admitted, his voice rough. Strange, like something inside is cracking. Eris smiled gently. Perhaps it is, this little one, he gestured to the flower. It's a moonshadow bloom. Rare, very rare. Legends say they only grow where a heart is ready to soften, to feel deeply again. They mirror the inner landscape, Finn, your tears turning to stone, that was the weight you carried. Now the bloom responds to your feelings. Your sadness became this. He held up the moonstone pebble. But watch. Just then Juniper bustled over, drawn by the commotion. Finn, Eris, what's She gasped at the sight of the shimmering bloom. Finn, flustered, tried to explain, stumbling over his words. As he spoke of his fear, his confusion about the changes within him and the strange magic, another wave of emotion this time, frustration, surged. Another tear welled and fell. This one landed near Juniper's foot, solidifying instantly into a small, dark gray pebble, rough and angular. Juniper picked it up. "Oh, Finn," she said softly, her voice thick with compassion. "That feels like worry, heavy worry." She placed a warm, flower-dusted hand on his arm. Change is frightening, but look at this beautiful thing you've nurtured. It needs you, Finn. Your feelings are its sunlight and rain. Over the next few days, Finn became a walking weather vane of emotions, each feeling manifesting as a unique stone. A moment of quiet awe watching the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues produced a smooth, amber pebble. A flash of irritation when the clock tower gears briefly stuck resulted in a sharp, flinty chip. The supportive presence of Aris and Juniper became his anchor. Aris taught him to observe the emotions like he observed plants without judgment, understanding their purpose. Fear protects, Aris said, holding the dark gray pebble, but it shouldn't build walls. Juniper encouraged him to lean into small changes, trying her new spiced pear tart, listening to unfamiliar music drifting from the festival square. Each new taste, each new sound, she'd say, is like a drop of water for your spirit. Finn noticed something else. As different stones formed from his tears, the moonshadow bloom responded. After the amber pebble of awe, the flower glowed warmer. After the flinty chip of irritation, its light dimmed slightly, then brightened as Finn consciously took a deep breath, letting the frustration go, guided by Aris's calming presence. The flower, it seemed, reflected not just the feeling, but his response to it. It mirrored his inner growth. The harvest festival arrived. The square was alive with music, dancing, and the scent of roasting chestnuts and mulled cider, a whirlwind of change Finn would usually avoid. This year, holding the pot with the shimmering bloom close to his chest, its light a comforting pulse against his sternum, he ventured in. Bodhi, the village carpenter, waved him over to admire a newly carved wooden owl. Finn felt a surge of admiration for the craftsmanship. A tear escaped, becoming a smooth, polished pebble of deep walnut brown. Bodhi chuckled, picking it up. Feels like appreciation, solid and warm, keep it, Finn. He winked. Finn wandered, the bloom's light shifting colors in response to the kaleidoscope of feelings within him: nervousness, a cool, blue-gray pebble, delight at children's laughter, a speckled golden pebble, a pang of loneliness amidst the crowd, a smooth, cold white pebble. He collected them in a small pouch Aris had given him, each stone a tangible record of his journey. As twilight deepened, the festival bonfire was lit, its flames dancing high. Finn stood at the edge, watching the sparks fly upwards like glowing seeds against the darkening sky. He thought of his rigid life, his fear of change, the heavy stone feeling inside. He thought of Aris's patient wisdom, Juniper's warm encouragement, Bodhi's simple acceptance. He thought of the moonshadow bloom, a miracle he'd nurtured by simply letting himself feel. A profound sense of gratitude washed over him, deeper and warmer than anything he'd ever known. It wasn't just for his friends, but for the change itself, the terrifying, beautiful, messy process of becoming something new. Tears welled not of sadness or fear, but of pure, overwhelming thankfulness. They streamed down his face, warm and liquid, landing on the grass at his feet. But this time they didn't turn to stone. They soaked into the earth like gentle rain. He looked down at the moonshadow bloom in his hands. It pulsed with a radiant, pure white light, brighter than ever before. The light flowed upwards, enveloping Finn in a soft, warm glow. He felt a strange sensation, not of cracking, but of melting, the heavy, internal stone dissolving, replaced by a flowing warmth. He took a deep, shuddering breath. It felt free, lighter than air. He looked at his hands. They were just hands, but they felt alive, tingling with connection to the cool night air, the warmth of the distant fire, the soft earth beneath his boots. The glow subsided, leaving the moonshadow bloom shining serenely. Finn felt different. The fear of change hadn't vanished, but it no longer imprisoned him. It was just a feeling, one he could acknowledge and move through, like walking through mist. He felt open, connected, part of the vibrant tapestry of Willowbrook in a way he never had before. He walked back towards the village, not retreating, but joining. He found Aris and Juniper sharing a bench, watching the fire. Silently, Finn held out the pouch of stones. Aris opened it, his eyes widening at the collection: the moonstone, the dark gray worry, the amber awe, the flinty irritation, the walnut appreciation, the blue nervousness, the golden delight, the white loneliness. "You journeyed far, Finn," Aris said, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought back treasures," Juniper added, squeezing his hand. Her touch felt different now, not jarring, but comforting, a connection. Finn smiled, a genuine, easy smile that felt new on his face. "The greatest treasure wasn't in the pouch," he said softly, looking at the glowing bloom. "It was the journey itself, learning that feeling, even the hard feelings, isn't weakness. It's life and change." He gazed around at the festival, the shifting firelight, the faces of his friends. And change is just the world breathing, and we breathe with it. Later that night, back in his cottage, Finn placed the moonshadow bloom back on the windowsill. Its light filled the room with a peaceful luminescence. He gently tipped the pouch of stones onto the sill beside it. They lay there, a mosaic of his transformation, each one a testament to a feeling faced and understood. He touched his chest where the stone-like heaviness had been. It was gone, replaced by a gentle, steady warmth, like the ember in the heart of the bloom. He knew the journey wasn't over. There would be more stones, more feelings. But he also knew he wasn't alone, and he wasn't stuck. He picked up the small clay pot. The roots of the moonshadow bloom had grown strong. It needed a bigger home. Tomorrow, he decided, he would plant it in Aris's garden, near the whispering willows. He would tend it, watch it grow, and remember that growth, however magical or mundane, begins with a single brave opening, a seed cracking, a bud unfurling, a heart softening to let the light in. As the clock tower chimed the midnight hour, a sound that now felt like a familiar friend marking the gentle passage of time rather than a rigid command, Finn settled into his chair. The soft glow of the bloom filled the room, a silent promise of continued growth, and the peaceful rhythm of his own breathing was the only sound needed to lull him into a deep, contented sleep. The stones on the sill gleamed softly, each one a quiet story told, a weight released, a step taken on the beautiful, ever-unfolding path of becoming. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony. their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. The quilt had always been there, draped across the foot of grandmother's bed like a patchwork sunset. 12-year-old Clara traced the fraying edges with her fingertips the morning after the funeral, each square whispering stories beneath her touch. The cinnamon-scented room still held the shape of absence, sunlight pooling in dust motes where a familiar voice should have been. It was when her tears fell upon a triangular scrap of indigo velvet that the first thread began to glow. "Mind the stitching, little one," chirped a voice like rustling tissue paper. Clara jerked back as a silver thimble rolled off the bedside table, sprouting delicate clockwork legs. It scuttled up the quilt's topography, pausing beneath an embroidered willow tree. "Your sorrow's tugging the seams loose. Can't have the memory roots coming unraveled, can we?" The world tilted. Clara gripped the quilt as the thimble's glow spread through the fabric like liquid starlight. Suddenly she stood beneath the willow's weeping branches, fireflies humming a lullaby between its leaves. A starling with feathers like mother-of-pearl hopped down from its perch. "Ah, the thimbles sent us a mender. You'll be wanting to speak with the keeper of threads, I expect." Thus began Clara's journey through the stitched realm. The quilt's patches became forests of velvet moss and mountains of crocheted cloud. She met a badger in waistcoat pockets who sorted memories into honeycomb shelves, his spectacles gleaming with the light of 1,000 captured fireflies. "Every stitch holds a heartbeat," he explained, patting a square depicting children chasing maple seeds. "Your grandmother wove her joys here, but see this torn edge." His claw trembled near a fraying patch of storm-gray wool. "Grief left unmended becomes a hole." Guided by the thimble, who insisted on being called Monsieur Peak, Clara learned to listen to the quilt's whispers. A tea-stained linen square taught her the song of rain on attic windows through its scent of bergamot and nostalgia. A hexagonal scrap of bridal silk hummed with the vibration of long-ago laughter. But the storm-gray patch grew darker, its threads snapping one by one like over-tightened violin strings. The crisis came when Clara found the river of embroidered silver thread running cloudy. The memory currents clogged with unshed tears, clucked Madame Charu, a kingfisher whose plumage shifted between sapphire and sorrow blue. She perched on Clara's shoulder as they floated past button mushrooms, glowing with bioluminescent moss. "Mend the tear before midnight, or the stories will unravel forever." In the gray patch's tempest, Clara discovered the heart of her grandmother's grief, a loss too sharp for words, hidden beneath years of bedtime stories and chamomile tea. The thimble rattled anxiously as wind whipped the embroidered raindrops sideways. "We'll need more than thread here," Monsieur Peak shouted over the gale. "This storm feeds on lonely silence." Remembering the badger's archives and the starling's songs, Clara began weaving not with needle, but with truth. She stitched apologies left unsaid into the fabric with help from the quilt's creatures, each confession a golden thread against the gloom. The kingfisher dived for river pearls of understanding, the badger unearthed buried kindnesses from his honeycomb vaults, and together they patched the tear with forgiveness's fragile lace. As the last stitch settled, the storm gray softened to dawn's first light. Clara found herself back in her grandmother's room, the quilt warm around her shoulders. The indigo triangle where her tear had fallen now shimmered with new embroidery, a girl and a thimble walking a path of starlight, surrounded by creatures stitching the night with laughter. Years later, when Clara's own granddaughter marveled at the quilt's whispering patches, she'd smile and smooth the silver-threaded storm. "The strongest mends aren't hidden," she'd say, tracing the repaired seam. "They're where the light gets in." And if sometimes the thimble seemed to wink from its drawer, or a starling's song carried notes of a familiar lullaby, well, that's simply how stories breathe. The quilt remains, softer now, its patches telling tales of a girl who learned that grief and joy share the same thread. In the quiet hours, when moonlight slants through the window just so, you might glimpse the stitched realm's guardians moving through their tapestry world, keeping watch, keeping mended, keeping the stories alive for the next heart ready to listen. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, "is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons." One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singers' songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the mosskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the mosskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the Whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen mosskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the Whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the Whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch puffed out its chest and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain singer's pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The Moskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast Whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the Moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the Whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with a song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The Whisperwood breathed its magic, a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother. I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Once upon a time, Nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. I found more than I ever imagined, she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Leela and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul, Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed. Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. Wisdom, little traveler, the badger whispered. Not force. Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away, Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the key of whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the door of secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night, they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings. It translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood glade, Leo stammered. Excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence. Remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose, the song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whisperwood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. She heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations. A music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods, she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore inked blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the Starfall Glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, She let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Leela carried her above treetops tinged with first frost. Brambles snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things. It's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer. Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, The air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good, we'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. You see, said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. You contain multitudes. She placed a hand over Leela's heart. The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow. By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. "Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart." As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. The Harmony Hub space station glowed like a captured nebula against the velvet dark of the Orion Spur. Inside its curved corridors, the air hummed with the gentle thrum of engines and carried scents of ozone, alien spices, and recycled warmth. Here, beings from 100 worlds mingled: traders, scholars, wanderers, all seeking connection beneath the simulated starlight of the grand atrium. Yet for all its promise of unity, the station still held pockets of loneliness. In the quiet artisan's nook, nestled between hydroponic gardens whispering with leafy secrets, Kalen worked. Small and covered in soft, silver-blue fur that shimmered like moonlit water, he hailed from the forest world of Verdantia. His large, luminous eyes, the color of twilight moss, focused intently as his delicate claws wove strands of captured starlight into a sculpture. It pulsed softly, casting dancing shadows that reminded him of home of bioluminescent vines and the gentle chitter of his kin. Kalen communicated not with words, but with melodic chirps and the shifting hues of his fur, a language of color and song few outsiders understood. Nearby, beneath the broad fronds of a singing fern, sat Borin. A geologist from the mineral planet Geodessa, he was a being of living stone, his body a mosaic of obsidian and amethyst facets. He moved with the patient slowness of tectonic shifts, and when he spoke, his voice resonated like boulders grinding deep within a mountain, low and deliberate. Before him rested his most precious cargo, a cluster of geodescent harmony crystals, humming with latent energy, each facet holding a universe of captured light. Borin was studying their resonance frequencies, a task requiring absolute stillness. His kind expressed care through silent presence and the meticulous preservation of precious things. Kalen, lost in his weaving, took a step back to admire his glowing lattice. His fluffy tail, twitching with artistic fervor, accidentally brushed against the edge of Borin's crystal cluster. A single delicate crystal, balanced precariously, wobbled and fell. It struck the deck plating with a sound like a fractured chime, splintering into iridescent shards. The effect was instantaneous. Borin's stone body stiffened, a low, thunderous rumble building in his chest. To Kalen's sensitive ears, attuned to the subtle songs of Verdantia, it sounded like an avalanche of fury. Kalen's fur flashed brilliant scarlet Verdantian alarm, and he let out a terrified, high-pitched chirp, scrambling backwards into a tangle of glowing vines. Borin, seeing the flash of red and hearing the sharp cry, misinterpreted it as aggression, a challenge. He boomed, clumsy disruption, sacred pattern shattered. The sound waves vibrated through the deck, making Kalen tremble violently, his fur now a frightened, pulsing grit. Hurt and bewildered, Kalen vanished into the foliage, his soft whimpers swallowed by the leaves. Borin carefully gathered the crystal fragments, a profound sense of loss settling over him like dust. The fragile beauty was destroyed, and the small, vibrant creature seemed hostile. They retreated to their respective corners of the hub Kalen, to a warm air vent high in the arboretum, Borin to a quiet observation bay overlooking the cold stars, both nursing a misunderstanding that felt like a physical ache. Hours later, the station lights flickered violently. A deep groaning shudder ran through the superstructure, followed by an ominous silence. Then, a chilling wave swept through the corridors. The main power core had suffered a catastrophic failure. Backup systems sputtered, plunging sections into darkness, and the life-supporting warmth began leaching away, replaced by a creeping, metallic cold that bit deep. Emergency klaxons wailed a discordant, panicked song, echoing the fear suddenly gripping every being aboard. Kalen, huddled in his vent, felt the cold seep through his fur. He saw panicked beings scurrying below, their fear scent sharp in the suddenly stale air. His Verdantian heart, attuned to the interconnectedness of life, ached with shared terror. He needed shelter, warmth, and the station's central thermal regulator was deep within the now dark and treacherous maintenance levels. His small size made navigating the chaotic main corridors perilous. Borin in the observation bay felt the cold differently. It seeped into the crevices of his stone form, slowing him further, threatening to induce the deep hibernation his species used to survive Geodessa's long winters. He knew the station schematics. The safest, most direct route to the thermal regulator core was through the cramped, unlit maintenance tunnels, a path his large, angular body would find difficult. He needed guidance, light, and speed he didn't possess. The loss of his crystals felt trivial, now compared to the potential loss of life on the hub. Destiny, or perhaps the failing station's layout, forced their paths to converge near a sealed bulkhead leading to the maintenance shafts. Kalen, shivering violently, his fur a dull, frightened gray-blue, was trying to pry open a service hatch. Borin, moving with agonizing slowness, his facets frosting over, approached the same hatch, recognizing it as the access point. They froze mere meters apart in the dim, emergency-lit corridor. The cold was a physical presence now, stealing breath, thickening the air. Kalen's eyes widened, reflecting the weak red emergency lights. He chirped, a sound thin with cold and fear, his fur flickering uncertainly. Boren rumbled, the sound weaker than before, less intimidating, more like stones settling. Cold, steel's movement must reach core. Kalen understood the urgency in the deep vibration, the shared need cutting through the fear. He remembered the shattered crystal, the misunderstanding. But the biting cold was a shared enemy now. He chirped again, a softer, questioning note, and cautiously pointed a tiny claw towards the hatch mechanism, then at Boren's large, powerful hands. Understanding dawned on Boren, slow as sunrise on Geodessa. The small one wasn't attacking, he was offering help. Boren lumbered forward, the deck vibrating slightly. With a grating heave, he pried the stubborn hatch open, revealing a dark, cramped tunnel beyond. He gestured with a stony hand, a deliberate, careful movement. Path open, but dark, tight. Kalen hesitated only a second. He darted forward, not into the tunnel, but towards Boren. With a series of rapid, melodic chirps, his fur began to glow, a soft, warm, silver light emanating from within, pushing back the shadows around them like a miniature moon. He looked up at Boren, his luminous eyes wide and earnest. It was his Verdantian gift, weaving light not for art, but for survival. For friendship. Boren's deep-set eyes, like polished onyx, reflected the soft glow. A warmth that had nothing to do with temperature spread through his stony core. He rumbled, a sound that softened into something resembling gratitude. Light guides good. Their journey through the maintenance tunnels became a testament to their burgeoning trust. Kalen scampered ahead, his fur a living lantern, illuminating dangling cables, blocked vents, and sudden drops. He'd chirp warnings, high notes for danger ahead, a soothing melody for clear paths. Boren, moving with deliberate care, used his immense strength to clear debris, bend obstructing pipes, and create footholds in sheer walls where Kalen's small claws couldn't grip. When Kalen grew weary, his light dimming, Boren would gently scoop him up in a large, surprisingly warm, despite the cold, stone hand, carrying him through sections where speed was essential. Kalen, nestled against the surprisingly smooth, warm facets, felt safe, his fur shifting to a calm, steady blue. Communication blossomed beyond words. Kalen learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Boren's rumbles, a deeper tone for concentration, a softer vibration for reassurance. Boren learned to read Kalen's fur like a map, the brightening pulse when he spotted the path, the gentle ripple of green when he felt hopeful. They shared silent moments of mutual awe, Boren marveling at the living light weaver, Kalen astonished by the patient, enduring strength of stone. Deep within the station's heart, they reached the thermal regulator core. It was a chaotic mess of frozen conduits and sparking relays, bathed in the harsh glare of emergency floods. The cold here was biting, threatening to freeze Kalen's light and lock Boren's joints. The central control panel required simultaneous input, delicate manipulation of micro-circuitry and brute force to realign a massive, frozen manifold lever. Kalen looked at the intricate panel, then at Boren, chirping instructions translated through urgent color shifts on his fur, blues and yellows indicating specific nodes. Boren understood. He positioned his massive frame near the frozen lever, bracing himself. Kalen, his tiny claws trembling with cold and concentration, darted across the control panel, guided by his innate understanding of energy patterns, weaving his light into the circuits almost like he wove his sculptures, coaxing, realigning, singing soft, encouraging notes. Now, Kalen chirped, his fur blazing bright gold. Boren heaved. Stone ground against frozen metal with a deafening shriek. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, welcoming thrum, warmth began to radiate from the core. Lights flickered back to life, steady and bright. The oppressive cold started to recede, replaced by a gentle, life-giving warmth that flowed back through the station like a sigh of relief. Exhausted, Kalen slumped against the warm housing of the core. Boren carefully lowered himself beside him, the frost on his facets already melting. In the restored light, they looked at each other, the small, furry lightweaver and the stoic rock being. The fear, the misunderstanding, the cold all melted away. Boren extended a large, smooth hand. Kalen, without hesitation, climbed onto it. His fur glowed a soft, contented silver blue, pulsing gently. Boren rumbled, the sound deep and warm, resonating through his stone and into Kalen's small form. Light and strength together, harmony. Kalen chirped in agreement, a sweet, clear melody that echoed the station's renewed hum. He nestled against Boren's warm chest, his light mingling with the ambient glow of the core. The shattered crystal was forgotten. In its place they had forged something far more resilient, a friendship built not on sameness, but on the beautiful, unexpected ways their differences fit together. Kalen brought light and agility, Boren offered strength and steadfastness. They had navigated the dark, cold unknown not alone, but side by side. As the harmony hub returned to its gentle rhythm, the two unlikely companions remained by the warm core. Boren held a fragment of his shattered harmony crystal. Kalen, understanding, took it gently in his claws. With focused chirps and pulses of light, he began to weave, not starlight this time, but strands of the core's warm energy and his own silver glow around the crystal shard. It became a new sculpture, a small, radiant orb symbolizing light born from darkness, strength found in gentleness, and harmony forged through understanding. They sat together in comfortable silence, the station's warmth a blanket, the soft hum a lullaby, two different hearts beating in quiet unison, forever friends beneath the watching stars. The true meaning of friendship, they discovered, wasn't about speaking the same language, but about listening with the heart and holding each other's light in the dark. And that warmth, born in the coldest void, would never fade. The first frost came early to the village nestled beside the whispering woods, painting window panes with delicate lace and crunching underfoot like sugar. In a cottage tucked beneath the eaves of ancient oaks, Finn stared out at his beloved garden. Once a vibrant tapestry of late-blooming asters, plump pumpkins, and fiery chrysanthemums, it now lay under a blanket of white, the skeletal remains of plants poking through like forgotten bones. A deep sigh escaped him, fogging the cold glass. Change, he thought, felt like this frost sudden, unwelcome, and silencing the familiar song of his world. Finn had always found comfort in routine. His garden followed the predictable rhythm of the seasons, planting in spring's gentle warmth, tending through summer's lazy hum, harvesting autumn's bounty. Winter was meant for rest, for quiet contemplation by the hearth. But this year the swift, harsh frost felt like a thief stealing his familiar rhythm. He missed the rustle of leaves, the scent of damp earth warmed by the sun, the vibrant colors that greeted him each morning. The silence of the frozen garden echoed the unease settling in his own heart. He felt stuck, like a seed frozen in the ground, unsure if it dared to sprout again. His friends, Hazel with her kind eyes and wild, berry-brown curls, and Sela's, whose deep laugh was as comforting as the rumble of distant thunder, noticed Finn's quiet withdrawal. They found him one crisp afternoon, staring blankly at a patch of frozen earth where his prize-winning moonpetal roses had once bloomed. "Still mourning your beauties, Finn?" Hazel asked softly, placing a steaming mug of spiced apple cider in his hands. The warmth seeped into his chilled fingers. "It's not just the roses," Finn murmured, his voice rough with disuse. "It's everything. It feels too quiet, too changed. The garden sleeps, and I feel like I'm sleeping too, only less peacefully." Sela's clapped a gentle hand on Finn's shoulder. "Winter has its own music, my friend, the crunch of snow, the wind sighing through bare branches, the crackle of a good fire. and beneath it all, he added, kneeling and brushing snow from a small, stubborn patch of green moss, life is waiting, resting, gathering strength. But what if it doesn't come back the same? Finn whispered, the fear he'd been nursing finally spilling out. What if the frost took too much? What if I can't grow back the same? Hazel exchanged a knowing look with Sela's. Perhaps, she said gently, it's not about growing back the same. Perhaps it's about growing into something new. She reached into her woven basket and pulled out a small, unassuming burlap pouch. I found these near the Heartstone Spring, deep in the Whispering Woods. They're called memory seeds. Old Granny Willow says they only sprout for someone ready to listen to the quiet whispers of their own heart. They grow into what you need most, reflecting what's growing inside. Finn took the pouch hesitantly. The seeds inside felt smooth and cool, like polished river stones, but held a faint, comforting warmth. They didn't look magical, yet a tiny thrill, like the first hint of spring thaw, touched his spirit. What do I do? Plant them, Sela's encouraged. Where you feel the emptiness most, tend them not just with water, but with your thoughts, your hopes, and see what happens. Feeling a flicker of the old curiosity that used to guide his planting, Finn chose the spot where his cherished moon petals had stood. The frozen earth resisted, but he worked patiently, breaking the crust, mixing in rich compost from his summer stores that smelled of sunshine and decay, creating a small, dark cradle. He placed the 3 memory seeds carefully, covering them tenderly, whispering a quiet wish for understanding. As he patted the soil, a faint, silvery glow pulsed once beneath his fingertips, then vanished. Days passed. Finn visited the small patch daily, sometimes just sitting beside it, breathing in the cold air, listening to the silence of the sleeping garden. He didn't expect miracles, yet he felt a shift within himself. Tending the seeds became a quiet ritual, a point of focus. He found himself noticing other things, the intricate patterns of frost feathers on his window, the way the weak winter sun painted the snowdrifts pink at dawn, the cheerful chatter of hardy chickadees flitting through the bare lilac bushes. The world wasn't silent, it was singing a different, softer song. One morning a week later, Finn saw it. 3 tiny, impossibly green shoots had pushed through the dark soil. They shimmered faintly, as if dusted with starlight. Joy, bright and sudden, bloomed in his chest. He tended them with renewed care, bringing them melted snow warmed by the hearth, talking softly to them about the changing light, the feel of the cold air, his own jumbled feelings about the frost and the quiet. As the shoots grew, something remarkable happened. They didn't look like any plant Finn knew. One developed leaves that shifted color like opal's soft blues when he felt peaceful, warm golds when he remembered summer sunshine, deep violets when a pang of missing his moon petals struck him. Another grew slender, strong stems that seemed to hum faintly, a sound like distant wind chimes, growing louder and more harmonious whenever Finn managed a genuine laugh with Hazel and Sela's over hot cider. The third sprouted delicate, translucent buds that pulsed with a soft, inner light, glowing brighter when Finn sat quietly, simply accepting the stillness. The garden, it seemed, was responding too. Where Finn's footsteps fell near the memory plants, patches of frost would recede faster. Tiny, hardy snowdrop flowers, usually weeks away, began to brave the cold, pushing up like brave white soldiers around the edges of the frozen beds. A dormant climbing ivy near the cottage wall unfurled a single, bright green leaf, vibrant against the gray stone. The magical plants weren't just growing, they were acting as conduits, mirroring Finn's internal thaw and subtly encouraging the world around him. Yet, challenges remained. A fierce blizzard swept in one night, howling like a wild thing, burying the garden under deep, heavy drifts. Finn awoke to a world smothered in white. Panic clawed at him. His fragile shoots. The tentative signs of life. He rushed outside, shoveling frantically towards the memory plant's patch. The cold bit deep, the wind whipped his face, and despair threatened to freeze him solid. What if all his small growth was buried? What if the frost won after all? He reached the spot, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his hands numb. The snow was deep. He dug, his movements becoming frantic, less precise. Just as his hope began to wane, he heard voices. "Finn, over here." Hazel called, her voice muffled by the wind. She and Silas were already shoveling a path from their cottages, their breath pluming in the icy air. Silas carried a large, woven reed mat. "We saw the storm come in," Silas shouted over the wind, his voice steadying Finn's racing heart. "Thought your little wonders might need shelter." Together, they cleared the snow from around the memory plants. Finn's heart leaped. The opal-leaved plant was huddled, its colors dimmed to a worried gray-blue. The humming stems were silent. The glowing buds flickered weakly. But they were alive, protected by a small pocket of air beneath the snowdrift. Silas laid the reed mat carefully over them, staking it down securely. "There," he said, dusting snow from his beard. "A little shield against the harshest bite." Hazel touched Finn's arm. "Change can bring storms, Finn, but it doesn't mean we're alone in them." Standing there, shivering but warmed by his friend's presence, watching the reed mat shelter his vulnerable plants, Finn felt a profound shift. The fear of change hadn't vanished, but it was joined by something stronger, trust. Trust in the resilience of life, trust in the support offered, trust in his own capacity to weather the storm. He looked at the sheltered plants, symbols of his own inner journey, and felt a deep sense of gratitude. He wasn't just waiting for spring, he was learning to find the beauty in winter. As the days lengthened and the sun gained strength, the memory plants flourished under Finn's tender, less fearful care. The opal-leaved plant grew into a small, shimmering bush, its colors now a calm, steady green shot through with veins of gold, reflecting his growing acceptance. The humming stems wove themselves into an archway, its chime a constant, gentle melody that filled the garden with peaceful sound. The third plant unfurled its translucent buds into large, luminous flowers shaped like gently cupped hands, radiating a soft, golden light that seemed to warm the very air around them. The magic rippled outwards. Where the light of the memory flowers fell, the frost retreated completely. Snowdrops multiplied into cheerful drifts. Crocuses, brave and purple, pushed through the softening earth. The climbing ivy burst into vibrant life, covering the cottage wall in a cascade of green. Finn found himself planting again, not trying to recreate the past, but experimenting. He planted hardy winter jasmine beside the memory arch for its sunny yellow blooms. He tucked clusters of fragrant witch hazel near the luminous flowers, their spidery blossoms releasing a sweet, clean scent into the cold air. He discovered the stark beauty of red-twigged dogwood, its crimson branches vivid against the snow. The garden was transforming, becoming a tapestry woven with both the familiar and the wonderfully new, mirroring the transformation within Finn. He still cherished the memory of his summer blooms, but he no longer feared the quiet space winter created. He learned to listen to its subtle music, to appreciate its unique light, its invitation to rest and reflection. He realized change wasn't an ending, but a turning of the page, an invitation to discover new facets of the world and of himself. The frost hadn't silenced his garden, it had simply changed its song, and Finn had learned to hear it. One twilight, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, and the luminous memory flowers cast a soft, golden pool of light, Finn sat on his porch with Hazel and Silas. A mug of cider warmed his hands, the scent of wood smoke and cold earth mingling in the air. The garden, bathed in the flowers' gentle glow, looked enchanted. The shimmering bush, the humming arch, the brave snowdrops, the vibrant dogwood, all resting under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks. "It's beautiful, Finn," Hazel whispered, her voice filled with awe. different but so very beautiful. Silas nodded, his face peaceful in the golden light. Like a story written in snow and starlight and stubborn green. Finn smiled, a deep, contented warmth spreading through him, as comforting as the hearth fire inside. He looked at his friends, then at the garden born from both loss and discovery. It is, he agreed softly. It's the beauty of remembering the summer sun while learning to love the winter stars. It's the magic of finding that even when the world feels frozen, your life is always ready to grow, just maybe in a direction you hadn't planned. He took a sip of cider, the sweetness lingering on his tongue. The frost came, it changed things, but look. He gestured to the luminous flowers, their light holding the gathering dusk at bay. It also made space for new kinds of light. As the night deepened, the gentle hum of the memory arch and the soft radiance of the flowers wove a cocoon of peace around the cottage. Finn felt no urgency for spring, only a deep gratitude for the quiet beauty of the now. He understood that personal growth wasn't a destination reached after the storm, but the quiet courage to plant seeds in the frozen ground, to tend them with hope, and to trust that even in the deepest winter, transformation was already unfolding, as magical and inevitable as the unfurling of a leaf beneath the returning sun. And with that peaceful understanding warming him like the golden light of his own resilient heart, Finn closed his eyes, listening to the gentle song of his transformed garden, ready to welcome whatever change the turning seasons might bring. The stars above winked, silent witnesses to the quiet, enduring magic of growth discovered one frozen seed and one brave step at a time. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the river's flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Sylva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Sylva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Sylva?" With a kind smile, Sylva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come. As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Sylva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Sylva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Sylva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods, the voice explained. A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine. As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleburrow, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom, and a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. The old grandfather clock in the hallway had just chimed 8 soft notes when Leo noticed the peculiar thing about his favorite stone. Nestled in his palm, the smooth, oval stone, found years ago near Whisper Creek, usually held the cool, calming weight of river-polished granite. Tonight, however, it pulsed with a warmth like a tiny captured sunbeam. Leo traced the silvery veins running through its deep blue surface, his breath fogging the chilly window pane as he peered into the moonlit woods beyond his cottage garden. The forest always felt like a sleeping giant, ancient and mysterious, but tonight the shadows between the oaks seemed to breathe, beckoning with a silent call that resonated in the stone's gentle thrum against his skin. "Strange," Leo murmured, tucking the stone into his pocket. Its warmth seeped through the fabric, a comforting anchor against the crisp autumn air. He pulled on his worn boots and thick woolen scarf, the one his grandmother had knitted the color of moss after rain. A sense of quiet urgency propelled him out the back door, across the dew-silvered grass, and toward the tree line where fireflies winked like stray stars. The moment Leo stepped beneath the canopy, the world shifted. The familiar crunch of fallen leaves softened into a whisper, and the moonlight, instead of dappling through branches, pooled in liquid silver on the forest floor. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and something else, something wild and sweet, like crushed juniper berries and starlight. He followed an almost invisible path, guided by the stone's increasing warmth. It tugged gently, insistently, pulling him deeper than he'd ever ventured. After what felt like both minutes and hours, Leo emerged into a clearing that shouldn't have existed. Moonlit Meadow, his grandfather called it, a place of tall, whispering grasses and a single, ancient hawthorn tree. But this was different. The grasses here shimmered with their own soft, internal light, blues and violets rippling like water. The hawthorn tree, usually gnarled and sleepy, now stood tall and radiant, its branches heavy not with berries, but with glowing, pearlescent orbs that cast shifting patterns on the ground. On the air it sang. A low, harmonious thrumming vibrated through Leo's boots, a song without words that spoke of deep roots and patient time. He stood transfixed until a rustle in the luminous grass startled him. A shadow detached itself from the base of the hawthorn, large, hunched, and moving with a slow, deliberate grace. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. The figure resolved into something immense, a creature woven from shadows and bark, with limbs like knotted roots, eyes like chips of obsidian reflecting the meadow's glow, and antlers that branched like the hawthorn itself, twined with glowing vines. It stopped a few paces away, its massive head tilted, observing him. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled Leo's skin. He fumbled for the stone in his pocket, its heat flaring against his fingers. The creature made a sound, a deep, resonant rumble like stones shifting in a riverbed. It wasn't hostile. It sounded curious. Slowly it extended a hand that was more like a gnarled branch, palm upturned. Nestled within the rough bark was a small, glowing orb identical to those on the hawthorn tree, but its light was faint, flickering weakly. Leo understood. The stone in his pocket was burning now, a beacon. He pulled it out. The silvery veins blazed, casting a circle of warm light around him. The creature's obsidian eyes fixed on the stone, and a low, sorrowful note vibrated from its chest. It gestured again to the dying orb in its hand, then pointed one thick, root-like finger toward the heart of the meadow, where the light seemed dimmest. "My name is Leo," he whispered, his voice swallowed by the meadow's hum. "And this is my heart stone." He held it up. "It led me here. Are you hurt? Is this place fading?" The creature rumbled again, a sound layered with meaning Leo felt rather than heard. Loss, fading, connection broken. It tapped its chest with a thick finger, then pointed to the stone in Leo's hand. "Mine. Yours. Ours." It gestured emphatically toward the fading core of the meadow. "Help." "Grimbark," Leo said suddenly, the name blooming in his mind like a shy flower. "Can I call you Grimbark?" The creature tilted its head again, then gave a slow, ponderous nod. A spark of understanding, fragile but bright, ignited between the small boy and the giant guardian of the hidden world. The journey, Leo realized, wasn't just into this place. It was for this place and for the sorrowful creature before him. He slipped the warm stone back into his pocket, its heat now a promise. "Show me, Grimbark, show me how to help." Their path led away from the radiant hawthorn, deeper into moonlit meadow, where the vibrant glow of the grasses dimmed to a sickly gray-green. The harmonious thrumming faded, replaced by an unsettling silence broken only by the dry rasp of dying stalks brushing against Leo's coat. Grimbark moved with heavy steps, his root-like feet sinking slightly into the soft, unhappy earth. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell like rust and forgotten things. They reached the meadow's heart, a circular depression where the ground dipped, centered around a large, flat stone veined with cracks. Atop the stone lay a cluster of the pearlescent orbs, but their light was feeble, guttering like candle flames in a draught. Tendrils of gray mist curled from the cracks in the stone, snuffing out the glow wherever they touched. Grimbark stopped, a low groan escaping him as he pointed a trembling limb at the cluster. he held out his own flickering orb. The connection was clear, the meadow's heart was failing. Leo approached cautiously. The stone pulsed urgently in his pocket. He pulled it out, and its warm light pushed back the encroaching gray mist, causing it to recoil with a faint hiss. Hope flickered in Grimbark's dark eyes. Leo knelt by the cluster of dying orbs. As he brought his heartstone closer, the veins within it flared brighter, and the nearest orb responded with a faint pulse of its own light. The gray mist retreated further. "It needs the stone, doesn't it?" Leo whispered. "Or something the stone has." He placed his warm stone gently beside the cluster. Immediately a stronger pulse of light emanated from it, washing over the orbs. One, the closest, brightened noticeably, its pearlescent sheen returning. But the gray mist, as if angered, swirled more violently from the cracks, thickening and lashing out. It stung Leo's hand with a cold burn when it got too close. Grimbark rumbled a warning. He placed his large, bark-covered hand protectively over Leo's head, shielding him. The mist couldn't touch Grimbark directly. It recoiled from his ancient bark as if repelled. But it could harm Leo. The Guardian couldn't reach the Heartstone cluster without Leo being exposed. Leo understood the challenge. The mist was drawn to the fading life like carrion crows. His Heartstone could strengthen the orbs, pushing the mist back, but he needed to get it closer to the core, the source of the mist deep within the cracked stone. He needed to mend the cracks, somehow seal the breach where the grayness seeped in. And he needed to do it while Grimbark shielded him from the mist's chilling touch. "Grimbark," Leo said, his voice steadier now, fueled by the stone's warmth and the Guardian's silent strength. "Keep the mist off me. I need to reach the cracks." He pointed to the fissures in the flat stone. Grimbark gave a determined nod, positioning his massive bulk between Leo and the worst of the swirling grayness, his shadow-wood form absorbing the chilling tendrils that lashed out. Taking a deep breath, Leo focused on the Heartstone. He pressed it against the largest crack in the flat stone. The gray mist hissed violently, surging towards his hand. Grimbark grunted, shifting to intercept it, taking the stinging cold onto his bark-armored shoulder. The Heartstone blazed. Leo poured his will into it, thinking of the vibrant meadow, the singing air, the kind, sorrowful eyes of his unlikely friend. Mend. Heal. Be strong. A warm, golden light, different from the stone's usual silver blue, seeped from the Heartstone into the crack. It flowed like liquid sunlight, chasing the gray mist, filling the fissure. The stone beneath Leo's hand grew warmer, almost alive. He moved to the next crack, then the next. Each time the mist fought back, forcing Grimbark to intercept, his groans deepening as the cold took its toll. Leo saw patches of Grimbark's bark darken and wither where the mist struck repeatedly. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead despite the chill. The effort was draining him. The Heartstone felt heavier, its light flickering slightly. One stubborn crack remained, wider than the others, spewing thick tendrils of mist. Grimbark was tiring, his movements slower. A particularly vicious lash of mist slipped past his guard, striking Leo's wrist. Icy pain shot up his arm, making him gasp and nearly drop the stone. No. Leo gritted his teeth, clutching the stone tighter. He thought of Grimbark shielding him, of the meadow's fading song, of the connection he felt, not just to the stone, but to this hidden world and its guardian. This wasn't just about fixing a stone, it was about healing a bond. He poured every ounce of his determination, his newfound friendship, his courage into the Heartstone. Be whole. He slammed the stone down onto the final crack. A silent explosion of pure, golden light erupted from the point of contact. It flooded the depression, washing over the cluster of orbs, surging through the veins of the flat stone, and blasting the gray mist into nothingness. The light surged upwards, a radiant column piercing the hidden canopy. The harmonious thrumming returned, stronger and sweeter than before, vibrating through the earth and air. The grasses around them blazed back to life, their blues and violets deeper, richer, shimmering with renewed vigor. The pearlescent orbs on the cluster pulsed with steady, brilliant light. Grimbark staggered back, not in pain, but in awe. The dark patches on his bark faded, replaced by a healthy, deep brown sheen. The vines twined around his antlers glowed brightly. He looked down at Leo, his obsidian eyes filled with profound gratitude and relief. He rumbled, a sound like deep, contented thunder, and gently nudged Leo's shoulder with his massive head. "Thank you." Leo slumped, exhausted but exhilarated. The heartstone lay on the mended flat stone, its light now soft and steady, intertwined with the glow of the meadow's heart. He reached for it, but as his fingers touched the warm surface, he felt a shift. The stone wasn't just his anymore. It was part of this place, part of the pulse thrumming beneath his feet. He understood the final choice. Keeping it would dim this light again. This world needed its heart whole. He looked up at Grimbark. "It belongs here," Leo said softly, his voice thick with emotion but clear. "With you, with the meadow." Grimbark rumbled softly, a question in the sound. "You are sure?" Leo nodded. He gently pushed the heartstone deeper into the cluster of orbs, nestling it among them. As he did, the combined light flared once, warmly, then settled into a harmonious, unified glow. The meadow felt complete, vibrant, and deeply peaceful. The connection Leo felt didn't vanish. It deepened, becoming a gentle awareness in his own chest, a quiet warmth that had nothing to do with holding a stone. Grimbark lowered himself, offering his broad, bark-covered back. Leo climbed on, holding onto the thick vines around the guardian's neck. They moved back through the meadow, now radiantly alive. The hawthorn tree shone like a beacon, its orbs pulsing in time with the meadow's heart. Fireflies danced in joyous spirals. At the edge of the hidden clearing, where the ordinary forest began, Grimbark stopped. He carefully lowered Leo to the ground. The air shimmered faintly, marking the boundary between worlds. Grimbark placed one large, gentle hand on Leo's head. The touch was rough but incredibly tender. He rumbled a farewell layered with promises. "Remember, you are welcome, friend." Then he turned and melted back into the luminous embrace of moonlit meadow, his form blending with the shadows and light until only the vibrant glow of the hidden world remained. Leo stepped back into the familiar forest. The air was crisp autumn again, smelling of damp leaves and pine. The moon cast its ordinary silver light through the branches. He looked back. The entrance to moonlit meadow was gone, hidden once more. But in his pocket, where the stone had been, he found a single, perfect hawthorn leaf, glowing with a soft, internal silver light for just a moment before fading to ordinary green. And deep within his chest the gentle warmth remained, a quiet echo of the meadow's song, a constant reminder of the bond forged and the world saved. He walked home slowly, the crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm. The cottage windows glowed with welcoming light. As he slipped inside, the grandfather clock chimed 9 soft notes. It felt impossible, an entire journey in a single hour. He climbed the stairs to his room, the hawthorn leaf safe in his hand. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the moonlight touched it. Leo no longer felt the lonely ache that sometimes crept in. He felt connected. To the ancient forest beyond his window, to the hidden world within it, to the gentle giant who guarded its heart. He knew the path to moonlit meadow might not always open for him, but its light, its song, and the memory of Grimbark's grateful eyes were woven into him now, a part of his own heart. As he drifted off to sleep, the comforting warmth pulsed softly within him, a lullaby sung by roots and starlight, promising that even in the quietest moments, magic and friendship were never truly far away. The world outside his window held hidden wonders, and he, Leo, belonged to them just as they belonged to him. The last thought that fluttered through his mind before sleep claimed him was the deep, resonant rumble of a friend, a sound like stones shifting in a riverbed, settling into peace.